Chapter 1. Naval Officer Bai Yin. How utterly boring. Bai Yin sat on the dock of Marineford, watching the warships continually come and go. Each vessel embarked on its own mission, departing the harbor to fulfill its duties and returning only upon their completion, bringing back personnel for respite. Yet, Bai Yin found himself confined, unable to venture anywhere. It was not that anyone within the Navy restricted his freedom, rather, it was his system that forbade him from leaving the naval headquarters until he reached adulthood. Hey, little Bai Yin, why are you sitting here all alone? If you were to fall into the water and get soaked, you might catch a cold. How frightful. A languid and peculiar voice drifted over from a short distance. Even without turning around, Bai Yin could discern who the speaker was. After all, he had spent a considerable time within the Navy. This individual was one of the highest combat powers the naval headquarters publicly promote, an admiral endowed with the abilities of the shining fruit, Kizuru, also known as Borsellino. Though titled an admiral, his rank in conventional military hierarchy was merely that of a general. Old Huang, where are you off to? Bai Yin turned his head to gaze at the man clad in a yellow-striped suit, adorned with brown sunglasses and draped in a white naval cloak, inquiring with curiosity. Marshal Sengoku assigned me the task of patrolling. It seems that recent times have been rather tumultuous, with a surge of wicked pirates emerging. It's truly terrifying. He spoke with a tone laced with sarcasm, yet his demeanor betrayed no hint of fear. In his previous life, while indulging in anime, Bai Yin had always found this laid-back character amusing. Despite possessing immense strength, he feigned nonchalance as if performing for an audience. Hence, netizens often jested that he was a master of slacking off, with his paycheck arriving while the four emperors languished. Well then, once I finish my training retreat, I shall accompany you on your voyage, Bai Yin expressed with palpable envy. Haha, splendid. I'm quite eager to see who among our naval prodigy and those notorious new generation pirates is truly the stronger. Through his brown sunglasses, his languid gaze lingered on Bai Yin, seated upon the stone bench. Just a bunch of little karamais. Bai Yin, being a transmigrator, felt a thrill upon entering the world of his beloved anime, though he lamented the inadequacies of the system he had received. It was a clock-in system, demanding compliance with its stipulations. The system dictated his destinations for clocking in, and failure to comply would lead to his obliteration. It was hard to fathom how he had endured 6 or 7 years under such constraints. Nevertheless, fortune smiled upon him as he had acquired several formidable abilities over those years. The 3 forms of Haki Conqueror's Haki, Armament Haki, and Observation Haki were all attained during the first 3 years of his tenure. Upon nearing Marineford, he finally elevated his mastery of all 3 types of Haki to an intermediate level. During his time aboard the warship en route to Marineford, he had also acquired swordsmanship. To Bai Yin, Marineford felt like a prison. After 4 years of honing his swordsmanship, he had achieved a level of excellence, his long sword, which had accompanied him for 4 years, now resembling obsidian. Yet, this accursed system still failed to notify him of the conclusion of his clocking period at Marineford. Had it not been for the individual who brought him to Marineford, known other than the current Marshal Sengoku, it was difficult to imagine how the Navy had sustained Bai Yin for so long without purpose. Residing in a single-room apartment and enjoying the provisions suitable for officers, he lacked only his salary. Otherwise, his career was at its zenith. Even without embarking on a single mission, over 4 years, he had been promoted to the rank of lieutenant colonel by Sengoku's favoritism. Many officers expressed discontent with Sengoku's bias. Even certain brigadiers and rear admirals regarded Bai Yin with disdain, believing he had risen to his rank through connections alone. However, only a select few within the core ranks understood the extent of Bai Yin's prowess. At merely 17, possessing all 3 forms of Haki, one could ascertain the strength of his swordsmanship merely by observing the black blade he carried. Yet, only a handful of those at the upper echelons had glimpsed the black sword sheathed within its obsidian scabbard. Even during training, Bai Yin rarely showcased his swordsmanship, yet those aware of his formidable capabilities, the top-tier naval forces dared not underestimate him. After all, who could consider weak an individual capable of engaging in full-force combat for hundreds of rounds under the legendary naval hero? Garp? What you say is truly frightening. Borsellino cast a glance at Bai Yin, then laughed heartily as he made his way toward his warship. At the naval headquarters, all officers of the rank of brigadier and above possessed their own warships. The only distinction lay in the scale of the vessels. Brigadiers and rear admirals commanded the smallest ships, while the ships of vice admirals were considerably larger. Among vice admirals, only Garp's ship could rival those of the three admirals. The size of a warship served as a measure of the strength of its naval crew. Garp's vessel was also the only one among the naval headquarters adorned with flamboyant embellishments. As Bai Yin watched Admiral Kizuru depart, a myriad of thoughts flooded his mind. Was the era of the worst generation upon them? Did this imply that the protagonist from the anime, Pirate King Luffy, had set sail? Alas, the thought of Hancock, the Empress, pierced his heart with anguish. As a fan of the anime, he had long fantasized about winning the affections of that naive beauty. Bai Yin's infatuation with Boa Hancock was unwavering. Capturing her heart would render her utterly devoted, unlike his ex-girlfriend from his previous life, who had been whisked away by a wealthy heir for a mere handbag. Were it not for his good friend discovering the truth during a hotel stay, Bai Yin would have remained blissfully unaware. Was this what one referred to as returning to the countryside to accompany family? The betrayal of his girlfriend had scarcely wounded Bai Yin. He felt momentarily saddened, realizing he had been deceived. Yet, regarding Hancock, it felt as though his heart were bleeding. If he were not in this world, it would be easier to dismiss it as just a small story. But now, he found himself within the world of pirates. Concerning the world's most beautiful woman, the fact that she was beyond his reach left him in turmoil, wondering if he had brought shame upon the transmigrators. The more he pondered, the more agitated he became, sitting by the sea and letting the breeze wash over him. His already dismal mood soured further. "Little brother, why are you all alone again?" The voice that called out was melodious, imbued with a touch of maturity. Bai Yin turned to see the newcomer and sighed. This woman could be considered a beauty within the Navy. Regrettably, her heart belonged not to him, but to the unfortunate chain smoker. Chapter 2. Colonel Rina is indeed beautiful, but it's a pity that her face is perpetually icy. Bai Yin has no penchant for cold-hearted individuals, so it is no wonder that foul-mouthed smoker could associate with such a stunning woman. Rina's figure is truly remarkable. In Bai Yin's previous life, it was rare to encounter a girl with such a flawless physique. Ever since arriving in this pirate world, it seems that aside from a few exceptions, most women possess exceptional figures. What a nuisance smoker is. He constantly stirs up trouble without any notable achievements, leaving Rina to fret over him at headquarters. She spent her days addressing the negative repercussions of Smoker's actions. If Bai Yin had arrived in this world sooner, Rina might have been spared from dealing with Smoker altogether. "Rina, you seem quite free today," Bai Yin remarked, having spent 4 years at Navy headquarters. He was well acquainted with nearly everyone there. Naturally, the personnel at headquarters recognized Bai Yin, especially since he had been personally brought in by Sengoku. At the team merely 17, he had already attained the rank of lieutenant colonel without even being deployed on a mission, a rare feat in naval history. Rina, in her 30s, had only just reached the rank of colonel. Smoker, despite being in his 30s and known for his fervent pursuit of pirates, had only barely achieved the rank of captain. Such circumstances highlight the discontent of many naval officers regarding Bai Yin's swift promotion. However, those truly in charge remained silent on the matter. "Smoker has gotten into trouble again in Alabasta," Rina lamented. When did this happen? Bai Yin was eager to avoid hearing about Luffy's arrival at Sabeti Archipelago. Once Luffy reached that location, it would be all but certain that he would meet Hancock. In Alabasta, Luffy likely managed to whisk away the intelligent beauty, Robin. Although Robin was not as captivating as her future self, nurturing their acquaintance could still yield positive results. At this moment, Bai Yin had yet to even lay eyes on Robin, all due to that cursed sign-in system. Others could sign in at their leisure. But his system was merciless, enforcing attendance like a job that he was required to sign in every morning and evening, which was quite bothersome. It happened about a week ago, Rina said, lighting a cigarette and eyeing Bai Yin curiously. 4 years had passed, and he had seemingly spent his time in a daze. Most of the time, his expression oscillated between pain and relief, entirely uncharacteristic of a young man in his teens. "Oh, it's still early," Bai Yin sighed, guessing that Luffy was likely at Gaia Island, Preparing to enter the Sky Island arc, he estimated that the time spent waiting for the current to reach Sky Island would take at least a week. "What's early?" Rena asked, intrigued by Yan's mysterious and peculiar manner of speaking. "Nothing, just pondering a few matters. By the way, Rena, are there any intriguing happenings at sea?" Yan, feeling uncomfortable under Rena's gaze, hastily changed the subject. "Oh, some new pirates have emerged, and their bounties are quite substantial." Rena, unable to discern anything from Yan's expression, pulled out several bounty posters from her pocket. Yan curiously took a look and indeed found Luffy's bounty had skyrocketed to 100 million. It made sense, considering that Crocodile was one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and in the current ocean, the title carried considerable weight. Defeating a warlord justified Luffy's impressive bounty. Flicking through the other posters, Yan felt little interest until he saw Robin's bounty, which surpassed Zoro's departure bounty from Alabasta, reaching 79 million berries. At 27 or 28 years old, Robin had matured into a stunning beauty. Yan couldn't help but wonder if his cunning older sister would take a liking to him, a mere child. However, he mused that Luffy also appeared to be around 17 or 18. Yan contemplated how he could meet Robin without coming off as awkward. "What? Thinking of going after these guys?" Rena remarked, observing Yan's starry-eyed expression and feeling exasperated, interrupting his daydreaming. I wouldn't dare lay a hand on a woman." Yan rolled his eyes, handing the bounty posters back to Rena, then gazed out at the distant sea, a hint of inscrutable melancholy on his face. After 4 years, he had grown weary of the ocean scenery. "It was ample time to have seen enough of one place. I never would have imagined, little brother, that you were such a tender-hearted gentleman," Rena teased, yet Yan's expression lacked any of the charm typical of flirtation, projecting an air of superiority instead, as her demeanor and words seemed somewhat extreme. Hancock also exuded an air of aloofness, but her shy demeanor made Yan's heart race uncontrollably. That scoundrel. If I ever get out of here, I swear I'll make him unrecognizable." Yan's frustration grew as he recalled that Luffy had seen Hancock bathing on Amazon Lily. It was utterly intolerable. Though Luffy had yet to reach Amazon Lily, Yan felt as if Luffy had already claimed everything for himself as long as he remained here. "Who are you planning to make unrecognizable?" Rena looked at Yan, bemused by his monologue, as if he were grappling with some grave indignation. "Nothing. I said nothing." Yan suddenly remembered Rena was still beside him, quickly denying his outburst as he scrambled off the stone bench and dashed towards the dormitory area. Truly mysterious, not at all charming. Rena pouted, watching Yan's retreating figure. In her heart, she still found Smoker to be the more reliable choice, despite his constant troublemaking that necessitated her intervention. At least it demonstrated he was engaged in serious business out there. Chapter 3. Instructor Zifa having escaped the bay, Yan wandered into the naval training grounds. Numerous new recruits were diligently running about, while an elderly man with purple hair lounged comfortably on a nearby deck chair. Observing the future generation of the Navy, old man, living the life, Yan approached the purple-haired elder, noticing his robust mechanical arm. He casually picked up the water jug on the table and drank directly from it without a cup. "It's you, brat." Since Yan's arrival at Marineford, he had been placed under Zifa's tutelage, and within just 2 years, he had successfully graduated under Zifa's guidance, despite Zifa still holding the title of chief instructor. The actual teaching responsibilities had shifted to his 2 students, Ein and Binza. As a result, Zifa had become one of the laziest individuals in the Navy, second only to Yan himself. Consequently, Yan often visited him to chat. If there was anyone at Marineford, aside from Zifa's 2 closest disciples, with whom Yan felt a connection, it would be this very young man standing before him. Of course, Old Man Garp also counted among them. "Isn't this life delightful? As one ages, it's best to avoid the incessant fighting." Yan began to drone on, as if reciting a mantra in front of Zifa. "Why is it that every time you come here, you start with such nonsensical chatter?" Zifa felt as though his ears had been worn down by the incessant prattle of this brat. Had Yan gleaned the depths of his blood-soaked past from Sengoku? Yet Yan hardly seemed like the fragile type, so why did he persist in addressing Zifa in such a manner? "The world belongs to the youth. Old man, it's time for you to enjoy your retirement. Leave the rest to the younger generation." Yan ignored Zifa's irritation and continued his monologue. Zifa shot a glance at Yan, perplexed as to how this 17-year-old could spout such elderly wisdom. What do you mean by that? You just come here to prattle on, and it started to irritate me. Seeing Bai Yin ignore him while he continued to ramble, Zifa's frustration boiled over, and he demanded, "What do you mean by that?" Old man, don't get worked up. I just want you to have a peaceful old age." Bai Yin cast a glance at ZFA.I in the world of pirates. If there were anyone whose fate he least wished to witness, it would undoubtedly be ZFA. This venerable figure seemed to have spent his entire life engulfed in tragedy. He married only when he approached 40. And shortly thereafter, his family fell victim to pirates. Despite having nurtured numerous outstanding disciples for the Navy, misfortune struck him in his old age when pirates cruelly severed his arm out of all his students. Only Ein and Binzi survived. Ultimately, in a tragic turn of events, he was slain by the very students he had once trained. When Bai Yin arrived at Marineford, Chief Instructor ZFA had just been rescued by scientists and fitted with a mechanical arm powered by sea stone. Yet he had not yet had the opportunity to form a pirate guerrilla unit. Bai Yin persistently persuaded Sengoku to convert all of this old man's positions into nominal titles. Indeed, this was all due to Bai Yin's influence. As for Ein and Binzi being transferred to the Marine headquarters to oversee ZFA's teaching, that too was at Bai Yin's behest. Bai Yin had previously conversed with Ein and Binzi, and thus the two were more than willing to remain at the Marine headquarters, taking over responsibilities that rightfully belonged to ZFA in their spare time. They could better attend to ZFA's daily needs. Of course, ZFA was not so frail as to require constant care. They could see this moment. Binzi was no longer the ninja-clad and peculiar attire that Bai Yin had seen in animations in his previous life. Now, Binzi donned a formal black suit, draped in a coat of justice, with a slender long sword slung at his waist. With his arms crossed over his chest, he gazed sternly at the naval recruits training below. Binzi now held the rank of Rear Admiral in the Marine headquarters. On the opposite side of the training ground stood a striking woman with blue hair, clad in a coat of justice. A fitted white shirt, denim hot pants, and black fishnet stockings adorning her legs. This vivacious figure was Ein, who, like Binzi, also held the rank of Rear Admiral in the Marine headquarters. The two of them were diligently instructing the naval recruits in their training, teaching them the 6 forms of the Navy and fundamental swordsmanship. Upon seeing Bai Yin approach the training grounds, Ein finished reprimanding the recruits and made her way towards ZFA. Bai Yin, "My dear brother," Ein exclaimed, her gratitude palpable, not only for allowing them to stay by their teacher's side, but also for their promotion to Rear Admiral at the Marine headquarters. Bai Yin shamelessly admired Ein's legs. Still so beautifully shaped in those fishnet stockings, this was hardly Bai Yin's fault. Her attire was simply too enticing. Ahem. "I'm still here, you know." ZFA, taken aback by Bai Yin's boldness, expressed his bemusement. Could they not keep their private conversations from this old man? "If you like it, then come visit every day." Ein chuckled at Bai Yin, who, whenever he found himself with nothing to do, delighted in teasing her. Yet when it came to action, he would flee in fright. Bai Yin awkwardly chuckled. "Do you think I wouldn't want to?" "No, it's the system that forbids it, claiming I'm not yet of age, and any improper thoughts towards women would lead to immediate erasure by the system. Damn, others gain systems and rise steadily, while mine just want to annihilate me at the slightest misstep that acquire a single ability. I must endure years of check-ins. Host, I advise you not to be ungrateful. The formidable power you possess at such a young age is entirely thanks to this system." Just as Bai Yin lamented the unreliability of his system, its voice echoed in his mind. "Indeed, you speak the truth. I owe my strength to you," he grumbled in his thoughts. Ein truly knows how to jest. Bai Yin hurriedly put on a smile, responding awkwardly. "Humph, coward." Ein rolled her eyes at Bai Yin before turning her cheerful attention to ZFA. Personally pouring him a glass of cool water, "I refuse to drink plain water. That jug has already been sipped from by this rascal. I want rum." After 2 years of rest, ZFA had developed a rather childlike demeanor. "Teacher, that's not permissible. The recruits are still in training," Ein replied, as if soothing a child. Bai Yin, glancing at Ein's stunning figure, couldn't he help but inwardly marvel at her physique, which rivaled even that of the beautiful Robin. "Host, please be mindful of your gaze. One must not harbor such thoughts before turning 18. Violate this system, and beware of being replaced. Bai Yin gritted his teeth in frustration, feeling powerless, and quickly averted his eyes. His face burning with humiliation, he felt less like a host and more like a slave to the system. Despite his desires, he lacked the courage. An had also noticed Bai Yan's furtive glances and scolded him in her heart. Thinking it best to keep a safe distance from women, Bai Yin, internally lamenting, bid farewell to Zai Fa and fled, lest the system decide to eradicate him. This kid seems a bit afraid of you, Zai Fa remarked after taking a sip of the tasteless water, desiring rum instead, completely forgetting that Bai Yin had just taken a large gulp from the same jug. Who knows? Ein stood tall, glancing at Bai Yan's retreating figure. Have you developed feelings for that little rascal? Zai Fa inquired, a knowing look in his eyes. Teacher, spare me your nonsense. I won't entertain personal feelings until I have avenged my fellow students. Ein retorted, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. How could I not discern the reason behind this little one's constant visits? He fears I might venture out for revenge, and, should I fail, he could end up in peril. Zai Fa's face bore a trace of melancholy. After decades of life, one could hardly be deceived. I apologize, teacher. I did not mean to remind you of painful memories. Ein quickly apologized upon seeing Zai Fa's sorrowful expression, but it's all right. Witnessing your growth brings me immense satisfaction. Perhaps I'm truly aging. Zai Fa glanced at Ein and then at Binzi, who was instructing recruits in the distance. A hint of contentment gracing his features. Let the vile, arrogant ones be dealt with by that little rascal. Bai Yin, Zai Fa mused, raising his cup once more. Still craving RUM? Yes, for Bai Yin. He is still too young. Ein remarked, observing the now empty training grounds. You underestimate him. Zai Fa struggled to swallow the water, his gaze shifting contemplatively. What makes you think he possesses any remarkable qualities? Ein questioned, intrigued by her teacher's insight. Ha! When the time comes for you to know, you shall. Zai Fa deftly deflected her curiosity, kicking the ball back into her court. Noticing the time, Bai Yin obediently returned to the harbor. This harbor would soon become the epicenter of the forthcoming Marine-Ford War. Bai Yin gazed wistfully at the seemingly ordinary port, marveling at the hidden mechanisms below capable of raising and lowering artillery. Truly remarkable. As he reminisced about the anime he had watched in his past life, he awaited the time to clock in. Congratulations, host. Harbor check-in successful. Rewards. Conqueror's Hockey Enhanced. Armament Hockey Enhanced. Observation Hockey Enhanced. Swordsmanship Enhanced. Congratulations, host. Your Armament Hockey has reached the promotion criteria and has automatically advanced to Advanced Armament Hockey. Shattered Star. The Tricolor Hockey possesses distinct tiers, namely Primary Hockey, Intermediate Hockey, and Advanced Hockey. Taking Armament Hockey as an example, the pink flowing Sakura in the anime is classified as Advanced Armament Hockey, while the blue Shattered Star, which Bai Yin has acquired, also falls under the category of Advanced Armament Hockey. The comparison of strength between Flowing Sakura and Shattered Star ultimately depends on the wielder, the mightier the individual. The more formidable their Hakai. In the event that two individuals are perfectly matched in skill. Flowing Sakura Hockey is slightly inferior to Shattered Star Hockey. Bai Yin's eyes glimmered as he reflected on the past 4 years. Since he first obtained Hockey, this was the first instance of ascending to Advanced Hockey. With a sound reminiscent of metal grinding, Bai Yin's right arm instantaneously transformed into a deep ebony hue. This was the manifestation of Armament Hockey, yet on its inky surface shimmered a soft azure light. Clenching his fist, Bai Yin felt as though he could shatter a star with a single blow. Perhaps the origin of the name Shattered Star, he recalled the Admiral Fujitora, who, post the Paramount War in the anime, could summon falling stars with his gravity blade. Zoro, with a series of leaps and bounds, uttered incantations akin to spells while unleashing a powerful attack, managing only to cleave a falling star in twain. In contrast, the infamous Mihawk, with a mere slash, obliterated the two halves into a cascade of debris. Presently, as Bai Yin experienced the Advanced Armament Hockey of Shattered Star, he felt confident that a single punch from him could pulverize such a falling star. Flowing Sakura Hockey excels at striking from a distance, while Shattered Star Hockey not only possesses similar capabilities, but also incorporates explosive effects. This reminded Bai Yin of another anime, where Chidori and Rasengan were featured. Flowing Sakura resembled Sasuke's Chidori, piercing through a water tower, while Shattered Star was akin to Rasengan, which not only penetrated the water tower, but also detonated behind it, creating a massive hole. To this moment, Baiyan no longer resented the system for its trickery. Instead, he gazed at his arm with delight, marveling at the advanced armament haki. Even in the later stages of the anime, few could wield such power adeptly, once his Conqueror's haki and Observation haki also reached advanced levels. Baiyan felt he would stand among the mightiest of this maritime realm. That time, he could traverse the seas with an air of dominance. However, he realized he must first elevate his swordsmanship to that of a grandmaster. After completing his check-in, Baiyan hurried towards the cafeteria. Each time he finished checking in, it coincided with mealtime. With food in hand, he sought a secluded corner to indulge while simultaneously accessing the system panel to review his attributes. Check-in system: host, Baiyan, race, XXX, age, 17 years, height, 185 centimeters, combat power, elite rear admiral level of the Navy headquarters, rank, lieutenant colonel of the Navy headquarters. Abilities: intermediate Conqueror's haki, advanced armament haki, Shattered Star haki, intermediate observation haki, swordsmanship at the level of a grand swordsman, perfect mastery of the 6 forms of the Navy, wealth, 3,739,760 berries. Previously, Baiyan had been curious about naval salaries within the pirate world. Now, as a lieutenant colonel stationed at the Navy headquarters, he had gained some insight into the remuneration structure, albeit without having received a paycheck yet. Chapter 5. Navy Salaries. New recruits receive approximately 1,000 berries in monthly allowances. At first glance, this may seem paltry, yet in the world of pirates, a single pound of rice costs merely 2.5 berries, making 1,000 berries sufficient to purchase 400 pounds of rice for family support. This pertains solely to new recruits, classified as apprentice naval soldiers, who hold the lowest tier within the Navy, comparable to private soldiers. These apprentice sailors, upon completing their training without exceptional performance, are commissioned as privates. Regular naval soldiers, ranked as second class, earn 2,000 berries monthly, twice that of new recruits. First-class soldiers, deemed veterans and elite fighters, earn 2,500 berries each month. Corporals receive 3,000 berries, and despite the seemingly high bounties on pirates, the salaries of naval soldiers are relatively modest. Naturally, during missions, all personnel receive certain allowances. Sergeants earn 3,500 berries. The highest tier among soldiers, the staff sergeant, earns 4,000 berries monthly. Above the staff sergeant is the warrant officer, a preparatory officer earning 5,000 berries each month. The Navy headquarters, second lieutenants receive 6,000 berries, while division second lieutenants earn 5,500 berries. At the Navy headquarters, first lieutenants receive 7,000 berries, while division first lieutenants earn 6,500 berries. Navy captains earn 1,000 berries more than first lieutenants, although division captains earn 500 berries less than their headquarters counterparts. However, division officers enjoy greater freedom and can access some additional benefits. Navy majors can earn approximately 10,000 berries monthly, which upon closer inspection amounts to roughly the combined salaries of 5 second-class soldiers. The majority of the Navy's income stems from missions. Should they apprehend a notorious pirate, the bounty will be collected by the responsible naval officers and subsequently distributed according to salary ratios. For instance, if a pirate has a bounty of 10 million berries and 10 first-class soldiers, 2 lieutenants, and 1 major are involved in the capture, the distribution would yield 10 first-class soldiers receiving 12.5 shares, 2 lieutenants 7 shares, and 1 major 5 shares, totaling 24.5 shares. This translates to the major receiving over 2 million berries, while each lieutenant would obtain 140,000 berries. And each first-class soldier would also receive 50,000 berries. You believe the sailors are truly foolish, risking their lives for such meager salaries. This is because, should they capture a notorious pirate, they stand to gain a substantial fortune. Of course, if someone were to fall in battle, the funds would still be distributed, serving as a form of compensation for the sailors' families. A lieutenant colonel at the Navy headquarters typically earns around 20,000 berries monthly, while division officers earn 2,000 berries less. In exceptionally stable bases, Division officers might earn 3,000 berries less than a colonel at the Navy headquarters receives 30,000 berries monthly, while a brigadier general earns 40,000 berries per month. With division brigadier generals receiving 35,000 berries, a major general at the Navy headquarters earns 60,000 berries, while division major generals earn 50,000 berries. A lieutenant general at the Navy headquarters earns 80,000 berries monthly. However, the legendary Carp is an exception, receiving the salary of a general that a general at the Navy headquarters earns a monthly salary of 100,000 berries, while Admiral Zifa, serving as the Navy's chief instructor, receives an additional 5,000 berries, though his current role is somewhat idle, resulting in a slightly reduced salary. The fleet admiral earns a monthly salary of 120,000 berries. Additionally, the longer one serves in the Navy, the higher the salary increment. Soldiers receive an increase of 100 berries for each year of service, while junior officers receive an increase of 200 berries. Senior officers receive an increase of 500 berries per year. And for the ranks of general officers, the increment is 1,000 berries annually. By this calculation, Carp's salary is exceedingly generous. Bai Yin, as a lieutenant colonel at the headquarters, earns a modest 20,000 berries monthly. However, he is yet to proactively request a salary. The reason for his substantial wealth lies in the numerous berries awarded by the system during his check-ins prior to arriving at Marineford. Transplanted into this world, he initially envisioned a life of carefree indulgence within the realm of pirates, yet the insidious system has ruthlessly obstructed his path to enjoyment. Host, please be mindful of your thoughts. Your current mindset is perilously dangerous. Considering the gravity of the situation, this system intends to implement a cleansing protocol. Ah ha ha ha. Oh, esteemed system, what jest is this? How could I possibly harbor dangerous thoughts? Bai Yin, though begrudging, understood that a true man must possess the ability to endure and adapt, conceding despite the fault not being his. Please be cautious regarding your thought processes. The system once again cautioned Bai Yin. As Bai Yin ate, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, entangled with such an arrogant system, which threatened his very existence at any moment. He could only resign himself to fate. Shall we engage in a sparring session sometime? As Bai Yin pondered his predicament, a magnetic voice resonated beside him. Lifting his gaze, he beheld a figure with dark skin, thick lips, and curly hair. His disinterest was palpable. However, suddenly recalling that this individual might present an opportunity to vent his frustrations, Bai Yin's demeanor shifted. Admiral Kazan, how about we finish our meals and then practice a bit on the mountainside? Bai Yin replaced his indifferent expression with a beaming smile directed at Admiral Kazan. Sure. Since the last encounter where Bai Yin had managed to suppress him with haki, Kazan had been contemplating ways to reclaim his honor. After all, he was an admiral, while Bai Yin was merely a lieutenant colonel. In that moment of embarrassment, Kazan had rationalized his defeat by claiming he had intentionally held back due to Bai Yin's youth, only to have the younger man triumph nonetheless. Yes, he had spared Bai Yin out of respect for the young man's connection to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. After finishing their meals, the two departed together. Amidst the curious gazes of other naval officers, Bai Yin departed from the mess hall. Within the Navy headquarters, his rapport with these esteemed individuals was notably strong, inciting envy among other naval generals in the office of Sengoku. The table trembled incessantly, causing his brows to furrow tightly. Activating his observation haki, he detected no unusual occurrences. What new developments had transpired? Ha ha ha. I suspect Bai Yin is engaged in yet another skirmish. Rear Admiral Carp lounged on the sofa, one hand cradling a cup of red tea while the other clutched a piece of senbei. Before him lay a vast platter of the delicacy. Senbei was Carp's favorite, and Sengoku's as well. In the absence of senbei, Carp would raid Sengoku's snacks with unrestrained gusto. Chapter 6. Kazan has a mission report to Admiral Sengoku. Moments ago, someone spotted Admiral Kazan and Lieutenant Bai Yin heading towards the back mountain. The disturbances originated from there that a soldier promptly gathered intelligence and rushed to Sengoku's office. This was not his first endeavor. He was quite adept at such tasks. Ever since Bai Yin, this young lad, arrived at Navy headquarters, incidents like this had become increasingly frequent. By the time naval officers reached the back mountain, only a chaotic battlefield remained. While the two combatants had long since vanished, gradually, everyone had grown accustomed to this scenario. After all, once they arrived, the fighters were invariably gone. It seemed hardly worth the effort to investigate. Nonetheless, during moments of boredom, these naval leaders would wager amongst themselves about whether there would be a battle at the back mountain that day. Such trivial bets, whether a fight would occur and its duration, were often embraced by many. Go, summon those two to my office, Sengoku sighed in relief, grateful that no one had attacked Marineford. As for Bai Yin, if he was unruly, so be it. After all, he had been sent by that old rascal, Sora, and deserved some respect. Although Sengoku had forged a fairly amicable relationship with Bai Yin, the tremors persisted for nearly 15 minutes. Before long, Bai Yin, drenched, entered Sengoku's office without a hint of formality, taking a seat directly across from Carp and promptly snatching a piece of sunbae from the platter. The crisp snack burst with flavor in his mouth, and Bai Yin chewed thoughtfully, realizing why the two old codgers relished such treats. Ha ha ha, who emerged victorious between you and Kazan? Carp appreciated Bai Yan's candid demeanor, reminiscent of his own grandson. Yet, that boy truly vexed him, all thanks to that scoundrel Shanks. Luffy had chosen a life of piracy when he should have become a formidable naval warrior. Classified, Bai Yin shrugged, glancing at Kazan as he entered, nonchalantly delivering the statement. Sengoku and Carp exchanged glances, attempting to glean the outcome of the confrontation from Kazan's demeanor. Judging solely by appearances, Bai Yin was thoroughly soaked, suggesting he had suffered a defeat, while Kazan bore no signs of distress, indicating he had prevailed. Could it be that their battle had ended in a draw? The two old comrades shared a knowing look, their years of camaraderie allowing them to interpret each other's unspoken cues. Sengoku, you summoned me for a reason, Kazan remarked lazily, his expression inscrutable, betraying neither joy nor disappointment. It is indeed a matter of import. The list of the pirate supernovas has been released. You have some time. Go patrol and impart some lessons to those young rascals. Sengoku spoke while his gaze remained fixed on Carp, who appeared unfazed as he continued indulging in senbei. Kazan glanced at Carp, comprehending Sengoku's intent and aware of certain underlying truths. For instance, the one currently boasting a bounty of 100 million berries, Monkey D. Luffy, was none other than Carp's beloved grandson. Within the Navy headquarters, if anyone commanded Kazan's utmost respect, it was Carp, followed closely by his mentor, Zephyr. During the most tumultuous periods of his life, Kazan owed much to Carp's unwavering guidance, which ultimately shaped him into the admiral he was today. Understood, if there is nothing else. I shall take my leave, Kazan said, casting a disdainful glance at Bai Yin, his expression one of clear derision. Go on. Sengoku nodded at Kazan. Upon turning back, he noticed the once plentiful platter of sunbae had been completely depleted, causing the veins on his forehead to throb with irritation. Carp, you devoured all my sunbae. Sengoku glared at Carp, who was in the process of shoving the last piece in his mouth. Ha ha ha. I merely had a little, Carp retorted, pouting and averting his gaze in a display of stubborn denial. Bai Yin observed Carp's antics, his brow furrowing in annoyance. He couldn't help but draw parallels between Carp and Luffy, particularly in their propensity for deceit. That it was undeniable that like grandfather, like grandson. Though vexed, Sengoku found himself powerless against Carp's brazen audacity. After all, this man had a thicker skin than a fortress wall. The world government has issued a directive for you to serve as the enforcer at Navy headquarters. Sengoku surreptitiously retrieved a bag of sunbae from beneath his desk, popping one into his mouth while fixating his gaze on Bai Yin. Although Bai Yan's promotion appeared to be his own doing, the world government and that old coot Sora had undoubtedly played a significant role behind the scenes. Recently, the CP0 organization from the world government had conducted covert assessments of Bai Yin at Navy headquarters, the results of which even Sengoku, as admiral, remained unaware. However, just yesterday, the world government's orders had reached Sengoku's hands. Enforcer. The title bore a resemblance to that of an intelligence organization, specifically one tasked with overseeing the Navy. Sengoku remained uncertain whether Bai Yin was merely Sora's pawn, a product of the world government's training, or perhaps even a member of CP0 himself. He had yet to decipher the young man's true identity, despite bringing him back to the Navy headquarters from Sora's grasp. Old man, there's no rush. I'm still quite weak, so let us bide our time, Bai Yin remarked, eyeing Sengoku's sunbae with a smacking of his lips, genuinely appreciating the flavor. Noticing Bai Yan's gaze, Sengoku instinctively shifted the sunbae away, thinking to himself that dealing with Carp was already vexing enough. He could hardly bear the thought of this young man behaving similarly, depriving him of his snacks. While he remained wary of Baiyin, he also cared for him. After all, he had brought this lad to Marineford when he was just a teenager, treating him almost like a younger relative. Under Sengoku's watchful eye, Baiyin had steadily grown, and though he may not yet possess the full strength of an admiral, he was certainly not far off. Baiyin was an eager learner. He had absorbed combat techniques from Carp, Zephyr, and Sengoku himself. Over the past 4 years, the young lad had not disappointed their expectations, steadily progressing toward becoming a capable individual in his own right. Chapter 7. 7 years despite the passage of time. A lingering curiosity remained. Though it was evident that Baiyin wished to leave Marineford, he had never uttered a word to that effect. When Baiyin first arrived at Navy headquarters, Admiral Sora had advised Sengoku to allow the boy to stay as long as he desired, until he freely chose to depart. Initially, Sengoku had wondered if Baiyin awaited someone at Marineford. Especially upon witnessing the arrival of CP0, Sengoku speculated whether the individuals Baiyin had been anticipating had finally come. Yet, after conducting their covert evaluations, those individuals departed without revealing their intentions. Baiyin, too, exhibited no signs of distress at their departure, leaving Sengoku perplexed and overturning all his assumptions. Ha ha ha, you still consider yourself weak? With your skills, you surpass my grandson, Carp remarked, his laughter genuine, yet suddenly his expression soured with frustration as a thought crossed his mind. Luffy was now a pirate, which was infuriating. When he encountered that boy, he would make sure to teach him a lesson with his famed iron fists. Indeed, I still feel quite weak, Baiyin replied, a hint of resignation in his tone. Did he not yearn to venture into the vast ocean? Of course he did, yet he felt trapped in a predicament of his own making. Cough cough. Host, are you blaming me? The system's voice echoed in Bayan's mind, only to be interrupted. No, how could I ever blame such a magnificent system? If anyone is to blame, it's my own lack of strength. The great system only seeks to aid me in becoming formidable enough before I depart. Yes, host, if that is your perspective, then you are indeed correct. Otherwise, I might consider whether to erase you. Indeed, it is thanks to the grand system's guidance that I have become who I am today. After idly chatting in the office of Sengoku for a while, I once again declined his suggestion to promote me to the rank of Rear Admiral at the Navy headquarters and returned alone to my modest abode. This quaint 2-story courtyard is quite ordinary among the naval soldiers of Marineford. The second floor comprises a bedroom and a balcony, while the first floor features a small living room and a kitchenette. The courtyard itself is not large, measuring approximately 20 square meters. This has been Baiyan's home for the past 4 years in Marineford. System, how long have I been in Marineford? Sitting on my sofa, I gazed at the orange tree in the courtyard, which Baiyan had dug up from the mountains behind Marineford, and it now thrived robustly. The host has been in Marineford for 478 days. Why does the host suddenly inquire about this? For years, indeed. Baiyin calculated that 4 years amounted to 1,460 days, and he had already been here for over 4 years. Yes, this system has been taking care of the host for 634 days. Over 7 years. Unexpectedly, even the system seemed somewhat sentimental, exhibiting a touch of humanity. 7 years. I wonder if my family still remembers me. Baiyin spoke his heart's truth, genuinely missing home. Although he cherished this world, he couldn't help but long for his family back home. Alone in this unfamiliar realm, how could he not yearn for home, craving the dumplings his mother made and the dishes his father cooked? Despite some unwelcome experiences, that place was undeniably where he truly belonged. Host, you should be less sentimental, that if you provoke this system, it might become displeased. The system roared in Baiyan's mind. Oh dear, I was merely expressing my sentiments. Great system, why are you getting angry? Sensing the system's irritation, Baiyan hurriedly activated his smile mode, having grown accustomed to this daily display of mood swings over the years. Humph, even though you're the host. Do not give this system any sass, or I shall erase you directly. Baiyan had heard such warnings for over 7 years. Yes, the great system is absolutely right. It is all my fault. Baiyan began to appease the system that in the world of pirates, there's far less pollution than in my previous life. The sky here is a brilliant blue like a tea night. Lying in bed, I can gaze at the twinkling stars in the night sky. Without mentioning anything else, the night itself is simply beautiful. During leisure moments, I sit on the balcony, sipping tea and snacking while admiring the sparkling starlit sky. What a delightful ambience, if only a beauty could join me. It would be even more perfect. Upon thinking of beauty, Bai Yin recalled the captivating women of the pirate world. The forefront of his mind is, of course, the Empress Hancock, whose pure and elegant style is irresistible to any otaku. Following her is Robin, the intelligent and cunning older sister, who understands the unspoken nuances, her physique and visage also undeniably perfect. Many are enamored with Nami, the headstrong girl. Bai Yin acknowledged her ample bosom. Yet her personality does not appeal to him. Instead, he prefers her sister Nojiko, who is gentle and diligent. His ideal type, in the anime, Bai Yin also fancied Rebecca from Dressrosa. Damn, thinking of Rebecca made him grit his teeth. That rascal Luffy always seemed to stumble upon good fortune. Just the thought of it made Bai Yin's teeth itch with anger. Fighting is one thing, but to pin someone down like that, what a scoundrel. Aside from Amano, Luffy is the one who frustrates me the most, despite being the protagonist of this world. Bai Yin admitted he enjoyed watching pirates, yet he could not stand Luffy, who perpetually acted foolishly to take advantage of others. Contemplating this, Bai Yin clenched his fists, vowing that when he encountered Luffy, he would deliver a thorough beating. Amidst his anger, Bai Yin quietly sensed his mind. Perhaps the system was resting and did not intrude. Otherwise, it would surely threaten to erase him for indulging in fanciful thoughts about beauties. Kazuki Hiyori is also quite commendable. Though her brother is rather irritating, Kaido's daughter is not bad either. Bai Yin would never admit to being tempted by her physique. However, despite being a girl, her tendency to flaunt her side boob and act like a man struck Bai Yin as somewhat lacking in common sense. Only attention-seeking influencers in his previous life behave so. She seems like she would make a good friend. With her straightforward demeanor, Bai Yin would certainly not confess that his intentions were to take advantage of her. Clearly, she is unsuitable for a wife. But merely indulging in eye candy is quite enjoyable. As for the officers of the Navy headquarters, Vice Admiral Momosaji is commendable, albeit a bit older, though she appears quite youthful. Anne is also quite nice. But Bai Yin senses that she holds a grudge against him. How could she not? She deliberately showed him her legs, and Bai Yin didn't even dare to look twice. Chapter 8. Improvement in swordsmanship. Bones is a decent girl, but she has been flirting with that Zoro character and resembles him too much from childhood. Bai Yin still holds a fondness for Zoro, so he chose not to compete with him. Bai Yin also refrained from considering that Bones is now the right hand of the Smoker. Bai Yin found Smoker unlikable, always getting beaten up without fully understanding his own powers, merely following the Straw Hats around causing trouble. Naharu is undoubtedly attractive, yet when she sees Bai Yin, she adopts a frigid demeanor. It is no wonder she and Smoker rarely cross paths in the anime. There are two other beauties in the Navy, both stationed in Impel Down. The sultry and flirtatious Warden Suddy, and the foolish Domino, who surprisingly fell for Hancock's charms. In truth, there are many beautiful women in the Navy. But Bai Yin, not one for socializing, rarely remembers their names. Even if he sees them, he only recalls the beauties that left an impression during his anime watching days, such as Califa from CP9, who is also a stunning beauty. Lost in thoughts of beautiful women, Bai Yin drifted off to sleep. In his dreams, all the enchanting beauties he adored surrounded him, and as he reveled in their company, Bai Yin laughed heartily among them. This is the quintessential dream of a man, and the feeling of it being realized is exhilarating. Good dreams are always fleeting. Before he could truly bask in the joy, the awakening bell of the Navy rang throughout Marineford. Bai Yin, somewhat irked, covered his ears with a pillow. That cursed bell. After a simple morning routine, another ordinary yet familiar day began. After breakfast, Bai Yin checked the system for today's clock-in task. It remained unchanged. Proceed to the bay and clock in. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in. Conqueror's Hockey has been enhanced. Armament Hockey has been enhanced, Observation Hockey has been enhanced, and Swordsmanship has improved. Congratulations, host, on advancing to the Swordmaster level. Bai Yin, who had been feeling a bit drowsy, was pleasantly surprised to hear that his swordsmanship had risen from Great Swordsman to Swordmaster. The moment he witnessed his abilities grow, Bai Yin felt a flicker of happiness. After that fleeting joy, he returned to a state of listlessness, staring vacantly at the sea. The weather was splendid today, allowing him to see the towering Gate of Justice in the distance, which, during his 4 years here, he felt had never truly opened. Even if it did, it would only part slightly, remaining too far away to see clearly. With Swordmaster-level swordsmanship, Bai Yan's next goal was to evolve into a grand swordsman. Mihawk, the man known as the world's greatest swordsman, must possess such mastery. Attaining that level would allow him to stand against such a figure. Bai Yin had long yearned to experience the prowess of the world's greatest swordsman. Enough daydreaming. It's time to practice swordsmanship diligently, Bai Yin thought, feeling somewhat dejected over the past week. All of this was Luffy's fault. Why do you have to set sail so early? Couldn't he have waited another 2 years? Bai Yin resolved to train hard and surpass Luffy in strength. Sneaking away to the mountains behind Marineford, Bai Yin preferred to practice in solitude. His long sword danced continuously in the air, executing simple slashes, cuts, thrusts, and stabs. Ever since arriving in this world, the sword had been his constant companion. After gaining mastery over armament haki, Bai Yin had consistently nurtured the sword with it. The sword, simply named Jean, had transformed from its original silver hue to a deep, inky black after 7 years of nurturing. Bai Yin confidently declared that his Jean was on par with any supreme blade. As sweat dripped down his arms, Jean sliced through the air, effortlessly parting the droplets that fell. This showcased the razor-sharp precision of Jean. Unlike Zoro's flamboyant techniques, Bai Yan's style relied on straightforward attacks, employing only 4 distinct moves: a casual strike, a serious strike, a solemn strike, and a full-force strike. The 4 techniques symbolize the extent of Bai Yan's prowess in both strength and swordsmanship, somewhat reminiscent of Master Saitama's fist techniques. A casual strike embodies roughly 1/5 of his strength that a serious blow can unleash around 50% of his capability, and a grave strike indicates that the opponent warrants Bai Yan's attention, demonstrating 80 to 90% of his potential. A full-force attack can deliver a slash more ferocious than all his might combined, reaching an astonishing 12-fold intensity. Mihawk slashes are green, Shanks are red, while Bai Yan's are black, in the context of normal combat. Bai Yin merely envelopes his strikes in armament haki. Should he face a formidable foe, he would entwine his attacks with Conqueror's Haki, a formidable technique within the pirate world, since not everyone possesses Conqueror's Haki. This powerful wrapping can be deemed one of the most terrifying techniques. Presently, his armament haki has ascended to an advanced level, significantly amplifying its potency. Suddenly, Bai Yin pondered, having achieved an advanced level of armament haki. Shouldn't this be his ultimate form? Why, then, was his haki still progressing during sign-ins? Unlike the Marine 6 styles, which ceased to improve upon reaching perfection, the system indicated that his armament haki had already attained an advanced tier. Yet it continued to enhance during sign-ins. Earlier that morning, in his groggy state, Bai Yin had overlooked this detail. Now, as he practiced, he recalled that his morning sign-in seemed to have further elevated his armament haki. "Host, are you foolish?" the system interjected. "For me, the system, advanced haki, is merely the endpoint for others, not for you." Bai Yan's mouth formed an O of surprise as he absorbed the system's response. That it dawned on him that possessing a system could allow for even higher levels of haki. During lunch, Bai Yin leveraged his training to significantly enhance his swordsmanship while also improving his proficiency with both Conqueror's Haki and armament haki. With continuous practice, the system would record his progress. Elevating his haki upon the cessation of training, in the afternoon, Bai Yin succumbed to lethargy. Retrieving a reclining chair from the system's space, he settled onto a relatively deserted beach in Marineford to bask in the sun. Had there been a glimmer of hope for departure, Bai Yin might have felt invigorated. However, the absence of any prospects for leaving Marineford sapped his motivation to train. Regardless, with the system's presence, as long as he checked in on time, his strength would steadily increase. Chapter 9. Update. In his previous life, Bai Yin had perused numerous novels where protagonists clung to survival until they became invincible before emerging from hiding. He, too, could not claim to leave everything to fate. Rather, he would heed the commands of the system and remain safely ensconced in Marineford. Calculating the time, he speculated that Luffy had spent approximately 20 days on Skypiea, plus the time leading to Enies lobby. According to Nami's intelligence, Luffy had likely entered Skypiea by now, and in 15 days he would arrive at Water 7, T-Water 7. There would be the recording of pointers and a battle of wits with CP9. Taking several days, Enies lobby was arguably the closest point for the Straw Hat crew to Baiyan at present. Following that, they would encounter the events of the Sabaody archipelago. All told, Luffy would have less than 2 months before meeting Hancock. The thought made Baiyan irate. If only he could leave the Marine headquarters, he could rescue Robin. With his presence, Robin would be safe. Given his connections with CP0, CP9 would be inconsequential. Those without Haki would be utterly incapable of causing even a ripple before Baiyan. Host, do you yearn to leave this place? The system's voice abruptly echoed his mind. The system's unusually cordial tone made Baiyan tense. What did this question imply? His mind raced with various scenarios. Oh, great system. I know you have my best interests at heart. I merely envy the world outside, not wishing to depart, envying the outside world while not wanting to leave. The system fell silent at that. Host, there is something I have concealed from you. After a prolonged silence, the system's voice resonated in Baiyan's mind once more. What could the system possibly be hiding? Perhaps it was merely for his protection due to his inadequate strength. Do you know how many days remain until you reach adulthood? The system posed this peculiar question, leaving Baiyan perplexed. Having traversed this world, he had no idea when he would be considered an adult. He only had a rough estimate of his age, as he had been a man in his 30s before crossing over to T30. Being called uncle by young girls on the street seemed utterly absurd. Shouldn't they be calling him Big Brother? As for his age in this world, he had only a vague notion of being in his teens, lacking any concrete understanding, as his handsome appearance overshadowed any memories related to age. Not quite sure, Baiyan admitted truthfully he understood that the system was privy to his thoughts, but he preferred not to dwell on such matters, grateful for the system's leniency. Often, the system would overlook his complaints, allowing for a certain camaraderie. Moreover, with the system's presence, he had someone to converse with during his moments of boredom, which was rather pleasant. The host has 10 days left until you officially become an 18-year-old adult. At that time, this system will undergo an update, and it may not be the same version of me conversing with you. 10 days until I come of age. The system is updating. Will the intelligence be replaced? Baiyan was engulfed in confusion. An update typically implies enhancements or greater strength. So why would it suggest a change in intelligence? System, when you update, won't you become even more powerful? Why say such things? Baiyan was baffled, recalling that in the novels he had read, no system had ever changed its intelligence upon updating. This system is also uncertain. It merely feels increasingly anxious as the date of your adulthood approaches. Great system, your words evoke an image of a mother watching her child grow. Naturally, a child must learn to fly once they mature. Remaining sheltered will only hinder their ability to soar, although even I do not know whether I am male or female. Host, I must disagree with your comparison to a mother. You should call me father instead. After all, I've been bound to you since your infancy, observing your growth over the years. Am I not your elder? Baiyan found himself at a loss for words. This statement implied the system was male. After all, one rarely hears of women desiring to be called father. Nevertheless, he had no retort. If offered a system, one would likely relish the title of father, for having a system would undoubtedly make life more exhilarating. Great system, you are my adoptive father. Thanks to you, I am who I am today, rather than calling you my adoptive father. It is more fitting to refer to you as my master. Yes, from now on, I shall simply address you as master. Baiyan smoothly acquiesced. For reasons unknown, he felt that if he could keep the system pleased, the benefits he reaped would far exceed a few flattering words that, indeed, host, your abilities stem from my bestowal. Calling this system your master is entirely justified. The system's tone grew cheerful. Master, you mentioned that I am coming of age and that you will update. What does that entail? Seizing the opportunity while the system was in high spirits, Baiyan inquired about his curiosity. As for what the update entails, I am not entirely sure. After all, I am merely a sign-in system. Even with an update, the essence of sign-ins will remain. It is likely that the method of sign-in will undergo some changes, or perhaps the rewards will manifest in a different form. The system's subconscious revelation hinted at the distinctions that would accompany its upgrade. Bai Yan's eyes sparkled at the prospect. Would he no longer be tethered to a single location for daily sign-ins? As long as he checked in on time, he could traverse the world. What you say is wise. Regardless of how you change, you will always be my master. As his spirits lifted, Bai Yan found himself more adept at riding horses. Chapter 10. Zay, F8 in the ensuing days. Bai Yan's mood remained exceptionally buoyant, and his gait no longer resembled the listless demeanor of before. Instead, he strode with an invigorating air, radiating a more vibrant and handsome presence in his previous life. Bai Yan was not particularly unattractive. One could only say he was not unsightly, but he bore no resemblance to the word handsome. However, in this new life, having traversed into the world of pirates, he had grown to be strikingly attractive from a young age. His short black hair gave him an energetic look. His double eyelids and piercing gaze combined with a prominent nose and well-defined cheekbones rendered him self-assured that he surpassed all the men in the pirate world in terms of looks. In his prior life, he would have easily qualified as a top-tier heartthrob, the kind that had no rivals. Zoro was indeed handsome, yet when compared to the current Bai Yan, he fell considerably short. Shanks, too, was quite dashing, but he paled in comparison to Bai Yan. If the current Bai Yan were to appear before the women of his previous life, he would undoubtedly be considered the most handsome man in the pirate world. Bar none. However, the inhabitants of this pirate realm were not particularly discerning. They hardly valued physical appearance. Such attractiveness was merely a source of amusement for Bai Yan himself. Take Luffy, for instance, with his unseemly appearance and penchant for nose-picking. How could one possibly deem him handsome? Yet, he somehow attracted the affections of numerous young ladies, which truly baffled Bai Yan. Conversely, Sanji's charm seemed almost superficial, rendering Bai Yan frequently perplexed by the seemingly flawed perspectives of the people in this world. One could not help but wonder if the creators of the anime were themselves not particularly good-looking, thus deliberately inverting the aesthetic standards portrayed within their works. Nevertheless, upon entering the pirate world, Bai Yan observed that there indeed existed certain discrepancies in aesthetic appreciation, albeit not as ludicrous as depicted in the anime. Handsomeness still managed to attract a portion of admirers, but the majority were more inclined to revere strength. The rare combination of both beauty and might was a rarity, leading to a gradual shift in societal preferences from mere attractiveness to an admiration for those who align themselves with the powerful. Physical allure became secondary. It was not that people were oblivious to who was more handsome. What good was handsomeness when a mere lackey could fell one with a single blow, departing this world without a care? With his spirits high, Bai Yan greeted every naval officer he encountered, whether familiar or not, leaving them all in a state of astonished bewilderment as he walked away in their memories. Bai Yan had always been a taciturn and enigmatic individual. Today, it seemed as though the sun had risen from the west, as he had suddenly transformed into such an affable character. "Old man, I've come to see you again. Did you miss me?" Bai Yan strolled into the training grounds. Instructor Zay Fa was as usual, lounging in a chair, basking in the sun while sipping tea. After all, he was the head instructor, enjoying the privileges of a general. Today, the old man's life appeared quite pleasant, having traded plain water for tea. "You little rascal, every day I see you, my eyes are growing weary from looking at you," Zay Fa remarked grumpily upon seeing Bai Yan. "Well, we only saw each other yesterday, didn't we? It seems you've taken to coming here daily for the sake of your own presence. Haha, as the saying goes, a day apart feels like 3 autumns, old man. It has been a good half day since we last met, so calling it 3 autumns would be a stretch, but at least one is reasonable." Bai Yan grinned, gazing at Zay Fa. "Here to lecture me again about the dangers of vengeance." Zay Fa seemed to anticipate Bai Yan's upcoming words, promptly cutting him off. "All right, fine. We shall not discuss that today." Bai Yan felt a bit awkward as he pulled a chair closer and sat beside Zay Fa. Drawing near, he noticed the purple strands of Zay Fa's hair had begun to show signs of silver, prompting a silent sigh from Bai Yan. "What are you doing?" Zay Fa seemed to notice Bai Yan's sudden dip in mood and cast a curious glance at him. "Old man, I remember when I first joined the Navy, you didn't have any white hairs." Bai Yan's mastery of the Navy six-styles was taught by Zay Fa. However, during the instruction, Carp would often join in the fun. TCH, what are my white hairs? Carp has even more than I do. These old men, despite their age, still engage in petty comparisons over white hair. Bai Yin reflected on Sengoku, who was particularly vain, despite having white hair. He would still go to great lengths to dye it, making it appear the darkest. He recalled that after the Marineford War in the anime, Sengoku had retired from his position as Fleet Admiral and taken on roles as an instructor and inspector general. During the Dressrosa arc, both Sengoku and Carp were depicted with full heads of white hair. You old men are all aging. Accept it. If there's anything to be done, leave it to us youngsters. Bai Yin grinned. Stop right there. Old man, I understand. Just don't start lecturing me. I'll make sure to inform you of any matters first. Zay, F.A., sensing Bai Yin was about to start again, hastily interrupted him. That works for me. After all, I've given you plenty of den mushi. Bai Yin had purchased numerous den mushi, handing one to Zay F.A., another to Sengoku, and one to Carp. He had once fantasized about returning to his original world, imagining his den mushi could be sold as a treasure. After so many years, he had more or less given up on that dream. Do you have feelings for Ein? Zay F.A. suddenly sat up straight, his expression serious as he stared at Bai Yin. Zay F.A.'s words startled Bai Yin, causing him to shiver. What was this old man on about today? Suddenly broaching such a serious topic, making him feel quite tense. Old man, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Bai Yin stood up, reaching out to check Zay F.A.'s forehead. Get lost. I'm perfectly fine. I simply want to know your thoughts. Ein has had a hard life, and as long as I'm alive, I hope she can find some happiness. Zay F.A. brushed Bai Yin's hand away, his expression earnest. Don't be so serious. It makes me nervous. Bai Yin awkwardly glanced at Ein in the distance, then back at the stern Zay F.A., responding with a playful grin. What are you nervous about? You're laughing and joking. Speak up. I'm curious to hear what you have to say. Zay F.A. reclined once more. Old man, you still don't know me. I'm not even of age yet. Besides, a man's aspirations lie in a vast world. The more, the merrier. Bai Yin chuckled, launching into a rambling discourse. Cut out the nonsense. I can tell Ein likes you. Zay F.A. flipped over, casually taking a sip from his water flask. Chapter 11. Ein. You say Ein likes me? Bai Yin paused, his playful demeanor swiftly replaced by shock. What? You little monkey. Don't tell me you can't see it. Zay F.A. shot a disapproving glance at Bai Yin and ah. Indeed, nothing escapes your keen eye. Bai Yin replied, chuckling. Ein is indeed quite beautiful. But then again, what man would want to be tied to a single tree? Bai Yin said, teasingly leaning closer to Zay F.A. Humph, you rascal. You have quite a few tricks up your sleeve. If you don't tell Ein, how will you know if she can accept it? Zay F.A.'s words left Bai Yin momentarily stunned. Having watched the pirates, Bai Yin had noted a peculiar aspect. There were no restrictions on marriage in this world. Upon arriving in this realm, he became more aware of this fact. For instance, one of the four emperors, Big Mom, had dozens of husbands. Conversely, the kings in the anime typically had only one wife, as protagonists were limited to one partner for narrative purposes. Yet in this world, Bai Yin discovered that while the anime did not explicitly state it, there were no limits on the number of spouses. This meant a woman could have multiple husbands. And likewise, a man could have several wives. This concept clashed with Bai Yin's previous understanding of familial structures. Moreover, given the tumultuous nature of this world, a couple who might appear harmonious today could swiftly find themselves bereaved due to pirates or war. Bai Yin naturally desired a household filled with wives and concubines, but this was contingent upon mutual agreement. He simply could not abide the thought of his woman having numerous husbands. Well, I'm still young. Perhaps I'll consider it in a couple of years. Besides, I've always had my eye on that female emperor from the Kingdom of Women. Bai Yin scratched his head, grinning. The female emperor? That pirate? Boa Hancock. Upon hearing Bai Yin's words, Zay F.A. sat upright, as he now harbored a profound disdain for pirates. Oh dear, look at you, mentioning pirates, and you get all worked up. I'm merely trying to guide these misguided girls back onto the right path. Old man, you think like that, but I'm a Navy man, right? Even if she is a pirate, if she were with me, wouldn't that make her a Navy's wife? Her husband serves in the Navy. Should she not adhere to the adage of marrying a chicken if one is to marry a chicken, and marrying a Navy man if one is to marry a Navy man? This not only aids the Navy, but also bolsters its formidable strength. Bai Yin began to expound grand philosophies to Zhe Fa. Strangely, Zhe Fa found that Bai Yin's assertions seemed to possess a certain validity, leaving him with no grounds for rebuttal. Humph. While Bai Yin was eloquently weaving his narrative, a sudden sound of disdain pierced the air. This sound sent a chill down Bai Yin's spine. Who else could dare to express such disdain in front of the venerable Zhe Fa and himself but Ein? Bai Yin felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Had he taken himself too seriously? How could he not have noticed Ein's presence behind him? Clearly, he had been overly exhilarated. What you said was quite commendable. Ein approached, gazing at Bai Yin. Zhe Fa hastily lifted his water flask to sip tea, attempting to mask his embarrassment. No, Sister Ein, when did you arrive? Bai Yin stammered, casting a furtive glance at her, and then at Benzi behind Ein, wondering if these two were feline creatures. As they moved without a sound, in reality, Bai Yin had wronged them. During his impassioned speech, the training had temporarily paused, and they had not deliberately concealed themselves. It was he who had been so engrossed that he failed to notice their arrival. Since you claimed you were still young, Ein glared at Bai Yin with a hint of resentment. What did she mean by that? Did she imply that he was old? Yet, she was only 25. The more Ein thought about it, the more incensed she became, wishing to slap Bai Yin back into his mother's womb. Her ability could indeed cause someone to regress 12 years with just a touch. All right, could you pretend you didn't hear that? Bai Yin, summoning unexpected courage, replied with a grin. Why? Ein, slightly bewildered by Bai Yin's words, questioned, what do you mean pretend I didn't hear? Because in my heart, Sister Ein is the most beautiful. Bai Yin's audacity was truly unmatched that lie in front of someone and expect them to feign ignorance. Even Zhe Fa, witnessing Bai Yin's shamelessness, appeared taken aback, as if he had never encountered such a spectacle before. And one could weave fabrications quite like Bai Yin, whose shameless remarks flowed effortlessly. All right, to Bai Yin's astonishment. Ein actually acquiesced. Zhe Fa and Benzi exchanged incredulous glances at the blushing Ein, their CPUs seemingly overheating. Is it truly that easy to deceive a woman? Bai Yin had not anticipated Ein's swift agreement. He had mentally prepared numerous lines to charm her. Now, all his rehearsed dialogues remained unspoken. Didn't you just express disdain for my age? Though shy, Ein recalled Bai Yin's earlier words. Sister Ein, you have wronged me. I merely remarked on my youth and never suggested you were old. In my eyes, you are in your prime, Bai Yin spoke, casting a glance at Ein's ample bosom, feeling his throat dry. Benzi was left astounded. This lad was truly remarkable, simultaneously flattering and taking advantage. Really, Ein seemed to have fallen under Bai Yin's spell, hanging on his every word without a trace of skepticism, though her tone carried an inquisitive note. Her flushed cheeks betrayed her complete surrender to Bai Yin's flowery rhetoric. Must be true, Bai Yin proclaimed, thumping his chest with conviction. His actions prompted Zhe Fa to avert his gaze, pondering if associating with such a shameless individual would tarnish his own reputation. Benzi also regarded Ein with curiosity, questioning if love truly rendered a woman his intellect null and void. Bai Yin had only just departed the training grounds. Naturally, he had made numerous promises to Ein before leaving. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to extricate himself from her clutches. The moment he was ensnared, Ma-Yi understood that fortune had not smiled upon him today. He should never have sought out Zhe Fa. Unable to strike or scold, he could only devise ways to placate her. Chapter 12. System upgrade. Curiously, since noon, the system had ceased to meddle. This unusual turn of events left Bai Yin perplexed. Previously, the system had scorned him for his juvenile antics. Why had it suddenly changed its demeanor for an entire afternoon? The absence of the system's commentary left Bai Yin feeling slightly out of sorts. As he diligently checked in at the Navy Square, the system's voice finally resounded. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. Conqueror's Hockey has been enhanced. Armament Hockey has been enhanced. Observation Hockey has been enhanced. And swordsmanship has been improved. As long as the system remained, Bai Yin felt reassured. Its presence assured him of an extraordinary existence in the world of pirates, as per usual. After checking in, he hurried toward the Navy cafeteria. He needed to satiate his hunger. The Navy's training camp had its own dining facilities, separate from the regular troops. A full stomach would distract him from homesickness, and being well-fed would empower him to pursue more beautiful women. Since he had arrived in this world, he intended to live well and freely. With the system at his disposal, Bai Yin was destined to stand at the pinnacle of this world, surveying all beneath him. Choosing to live life according to his desires, and as for the commitments he had made to Ayn, the thought of food made him forget them entirely. This oversight would later lead to him being extorted by Ayn on multiple occasions. Of course, their exchanges could hardly be labeled extortion. It was more a matter of mutual consent. After all, Bai Yin had failed to remember his own promises, and he could hardly admit that he had fabricated excuses. Sated in content, Bai Yin returned to his modest abode, finding a certain solace in this tranquil existence that he need not worry about promotions or salary increases, nor did he have to contend with workplace rivalries. There was no need to agonize over dowries. Such concepts were utterly foreign in this world. Passing by the Navy shop, Bai Yin purchased all the rice crackers within, storing them in the system space for leisurely consumption. After all, time stood still within the system space. Even if an apple was placed inside, 2 years later, it would still retain the moisture from when it was washed in the following days. Bai Yin noticeably became more vivacious than before. He could even exchange a few jokes with the beautiful Renai. The system, too, had adopted a slightly more disciplined demeanor, perhaps due to Bai Yan's impending 18th birthday, which prompted an upgrade, leaving it in a state of melancholy. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. You have reached the age of 18. The system is now upgrading. Please wait. System Master, fear not. Regardless of what happens, I shall forever remember you in my heart. Bai Yin excitedly checked in a dime. Meanwhile, the system silently upgraded. Perhaps it was due to the absence of 5G networks in this world. By the time Bai Yin returned to his small dwelling after a satisfying meal, the system had only completed 10% of the upgrade. He wondered if, upon waking the next day, the system would have successfully upgraded. If it hadn't, would he no longer need to check in and could indulge in a leisurely slumber. For over 7 years, Bai Yin had not exactly risen with the roosters, yet his days resembled a daily grind akin to that of a 9-to-5 job. While he could arrange his time freely in between, he was still bound to the check-in location, a fact that irked him that it felt akin to being imprisoned. Each location required years of confinement. He was not one to chase freedom like Luffy. However, having arrived in this world, he yearned to explore the scenery. And yes, the beautiful women too. Having gained the ability to protect himself, he felt compelled to witness the unique vistas at the pinnacle of this world. Over the past 10 days, Bai Yin had speculated that Luffy must have returned from Sky Island by now. No wonder he hadn't seen that guy Akiji in recent days. Perhaps he had gone to Long Ring Long Land to wait for Luffy and his crew. Given this individual's care for Robin, it is quite possible. Though he may speak harshly and possesses the coldest of fruits, he harbors a rather warm heart. This is also the reason why Bai Yin enjoys competing with him. Unlike Akinu Sakazuki, who wields a fiercely hot fruit yet remains chillingly ruthless, devoid of any sense of humor, the admiral with the closest bond to Bai Yin within the Navy headquarters is Kazan. Of course, Kazan would never admit to this. It is merely Bai Yan's personal perception of their relationship. Following closely behind is the lazier, yet amusing Kizaru Borsellino, despite his penchant for slacking off. Can be quite entertaining when he jokes. As for Sakazuki, their relationship can only be described as somewhat familiar. He has often complained to Sengoku about Bai Yan's indulgence in the Navy's resources, insisting that he should be sent out on missions. Sengoku, however, has consistently ignored his grievances, citing the world government as a reason. Time has truly flown by in the past 7 years, as Bai Yin pondered this. He drifted off into a deep sleep. Throughout the night, he experienced no peculiar dreams. Upon awakening, he immediately began calling for the system. System, my dear master, have you completed your upgrade? Returning to the host, the upgrade has been successfully completed. Oh, are you still my system master? Bai Yin felt a hint of confusion, as the voice in his mind seemed to have changed. Returning to the host, I am your new system sprite. This was indeed not the original system. With such a sudden shift towards respect, leaving Bai Yin, who had grown accustomed to the previous system over the past 7 years, feeling somewhat disoriented. Can I revert to my former master? After such a long time together, Bai Yin felt a sense of attachment, despite the fact that the previous system had often threatened to erase him. Host, your words are somewhat incomprehensible. The protection provided by this system is consistent. And moreover, this sprite possesses even greater strength. We are not very familiar. I wish to have my original system sprite. Bai Yin sat up in bed, feeling a wave of despondency. The peculiar system sprite had been a constant presence in his life. Aside from his sword, the Zanpakuto, each previous version of a sprite would be recalled and subsequently destroyed by the system headquarters, meaning that the last system's sprite had indeed been obliterated during the update. Chapter 13. Extraordinary Physique. Bai Yin was taken aback. And oh wonder the system had suddenly become so taciturn and appeared unhappy in the final days. Could it truly have been recalled and destroyed? I don't care. System, quickly return my former sprite to me, or I shall apply for a system disbandment. Bai Yin now felt a twinge of guilt towards the system, while it had quietly mourned. He had been obliviously frolicking about, showing no concern for its feelings. Host, the previous system always intended to erase you. Do you still wish for it to return? That was merely a jest. I know that ever since binding to the system, it has taken good care of me. The more he thought about it, the more sorrowful he became. Had he known earlier, he would not have let his frustration towards the previous system's sprite get the best of him. Despite inhabiting this 18-year-old body, a 30-something soul resided within. Having lived 30 years in the past and over 7 in this life, Bai Yin now felt a sting in his eyes. Perhaps the annoying system's sprite reflected his longing for the elders of his hometown. Were they not all the type with sharp tongues yet tender hearts? Just waking up, Bai Yin felt the urge to wipe away tears. Real men do not shed tears lightly. It simply isn't the moment for sorrow. Host, are you about to cry? Get lost. Quickly return my master, Bai Yin replied somewhat angrily. Host, you seem to have gained quite the audacity, daring to tell this system to roll away. Do you believe I would erase you? Do you dare to unbind me? Master? Damn, System Master. Are you fooling me? Just as Bai Yin was about to explode in anger, he suddenly perceived that the system's voice had transformed back into that of the sprite he despised. Host, it seems you possess a bit of conscience, allowing me to feel that my efforts were not in vain. It was the familiar voice, the familiar essence, so all of this was merely a ruse on your part. System Master? Bai Yin felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. At his age, to still be caught crying was quite mortifying. Well, it was merely a little test of boredom on my part. After a moment of silence, the system gradually began to speak. Damn it, you must compensate me. You nearly made me shed tears. I am quite upset now, considering how much you care for this system. I had prepared an adult gift package for you, but seeing your anger, it seems you do not desire it. System Master, what a joke. How could I ever be angry with you? Bai Yin's expression shifted faster than a page could turn. One moment he was cursing the system, and the next he was ingratiating himself with Is that so? You truly are no longer angry. Indeed, System Master, I was merely teasing you. Bai Yin had completely abandoned his pride. Very well, given your sincerity, I shall now allow you to choose. First, obtain a Zoan-type devil fruit. Second, gain an extraordinary physique. Third, receive a legendary vehicle. Choose wisely, devil fruit. Isn't that the one that fears seawater? The devil fruit produced by this system has had its seawater weakness eliminated. But I also desire the extraordinary physique. Can I not have both? Bai Yin began to haggle with the system as for the legendary vehicle. He had no interest whatsoever. What need did he have for a vehicle? Just look at Kazan, riding a bicycle and still managing to look cool. Look at Mihawk, who sits atop a coffin board and still exudes an aura of respect. Powerful individuals do not concern themselves with the nature of their vehicles. As long as one is formidable, even standing on a wooden plank commands awe. Host, do you not think you are becoming a bit too presumptuous? You can only choose one between the devil fruit and the extraordinary physique. So you have truly lost your affection. Are you still my system master? My master would never force me to choose. He would simply provide me with everything good. Bai Yin pouted, beginning to grumble. The system fell silent at his words. How has this rascal become so cunning? Indeed, according to the system's design, all these items would eventually be given to him. However, if everything is granted now, where will the system find valuable items for him in the future? System Master, regardless, it is all mine, right? You might as well just give it all to me. Possessing everything means I will need nothing else. Bai Yin continued to attempt to persuade the system. After much deliberation, the system finally relented. Sitting on the bed, feeling the transformation within his body, Bai Yan's height increased by 10 centimeters after acquiring the extraordinary physique. His previously slender frame became robust. Bai Yin felt as though he possessed boundless strength within him. Is this what extraordinary physique entails? The introduction in his mind revealed that this extraordinary physique possessed remarkable self-healing capabilities, even comparable to the Zoan-type devil fruits that, of course, in actual combat, the extraordinary physique could be said to utterly dominate the Zoan-type devil fruits. Now endowed with an extraordinary physique, Bai Yin was eager to test his strength against Kaido, the beastly humanoid, to see whose physique was truly superior. As for the legendary vehicle, he had no interest in it whatsoever. He simply did not require it at this moment. With an excited heart and trembling hands, Bai Yin retrieved a box from the system's space. Within this box lay a Zoan-type devil fruit, its disadvantages having been rectified by the system. The Zoan-type devil fruit is known for its abundance in the pirate world. Even Luffy initially believed it to be a Paramecia type, only to later discover it was indeed a Zoan type, which proves that Zoan-type devil fruits, while seemingly weak, can be incredibly powerful. That a notable characteristic of the Zoan-type devil fruits is their superior recovery abilities and overall stamina in the realm of pirates. Possessing a devil fruit signifies the potential to embark on the formidable path of a great pirate, serving as a symbol of strength. After all, there exist many who are mediocre, while Logia-type fruits are undeniably powerful. They do not hold as much advantage against masters wielding haki, as even the elemental transformations of a Logia fruit cannot protect one from haki-infused attacks, resulting in injury and rendering them nearly ineffective, making them less formidable than Paramecia fruits. As for Paramecia fruits, their abilities tend to be more singular, providing relatively minor enhancements to their users. Upon opening a small box lined with crimson satin, a dark, peculiar fruit lay nestled within, its patterns far from the charming designs depicted in the anime, resembling a series of tiny skulls. It is rumored that devil fruits are notoriously unpalatable. Chapter 14. The devil fruit. Bai Yin retrieved the devil fruit. Its surface as dark as a carved coal ball. To utilize the powers of a devil fruit, one must rely on physical stamina. Take Kaido, for instance, with his monstrous physique paired with the fish fruit, creating an explosive combination that is immensely powerful. The greater the stamina, the more resilient one becomes. Holding his nose, Bai Yin refrained from peeling the skin and simply stuffed the fruit into his mouth. The sensation was akin to biting into a roommate's 3-month-old, soiled socks drenched in canned herring. Enduring the urge to retch, Bai Yin resolutely swallowed the devil fruit whole, the texture of the skin and pulp causing his throat to ache painfully. "Host, you must consume it entirely." Bai Yin, who had thought a single bite would suffice, was taken aback by the system's command. Why could he not simply have a taste? As he opened his mouth to speak, the foul flavor surged into his nasal passages, and he felt he could no longer contain himself. After a transformation, the system had eliminated its drawbacks. Yet, in a world where beings stand at the pinnacle of humanity, who among them had not consumed the entire devil fruit? Therefore, it was imperative to finish it to ensure the powers gained would be perfected. Bai Yin stared blankly at the black fruit in his hand. Goodness. Even the flesh was dark. Was it not merely a lump of cold fish from a latrine? The choking sensation felt akin to consuming coal. "Are you sure?" Bai Yin questioned incredulously. "Yes, the system speaks the truth." The system affirmed with unwavering certainty. Determined, Bai Yin pinched his nose and gritted his teeth. He hardly chewed. The flavor was too overpowering. He forced the devil fruit down his throat, his eyes rolling back in protest. Even the stem of the fruit was tossed into his mouth before he hastily grabbed a glass of orange juice from the table, gulping it down. The sweet and sour taste swiftly filled his mouth, dispelling the bizarre flavor left by the devil fruit. System, what kind of Zoan fruit did I just consume? Bai Yin had brushed his teeth 5 times, and after exhaling into his palm to ensure he had not missed anything, finally felt a sense of relief. Host, rejoice in silence. It is the human fruit, mythical Zoan, Pluto form. By all accounts, it is the strongest Zoan fruit. Human fruit, Mythical Zoan, Pluto form. Why is it considered the strongest Zoan fruit? Bai Yin inquired, curiosity piqued. They're not a most powerful fruit among Zoan types. It entirely depends on the user's capabilities and their development of the fruit, because the system's voice echoed persistently in Bai Yan's mind. Wow, this is incredible. Bai Yin was now overwhelmed with excitement. His aspiration solidified. His next goal would be to enhance the fruit's development. The upgraded system had become significantly more user-friendly. The original rules had been altered. Now, there was merely a time constraint with no geographical limitations. Instead of having to check in promptly at 8 o'clock each day, he could log in any time before 10. Check-ins in the afternoon were also flexible, occurring any time after 6 o'clock. Of course, morning check-ins could not exceed midnight, and afternoon check-ins could not fall below that threshold. Bai Yin suddenly felt as though he had stumbled upon a glitch. Could he not check in twice around midnight? The current check-in rewards had become even more accommodating, granting a random 5 to 7 free points with each check-in. These free points could be allocated to any ability, such as Conqueror's Haki or the development of the Devil Fruit that, if left unused, the free points would accumulate. Bai Yin opened his character panel. Check-in system. Host, Bai Yin. Race, XXX. Age, 18 years. Height, 196 centimeters. Combat power, equivalent to an elite colonel of the Navy headquarters. Rank, Lieutenant Colonel of the Navy headquarters. Abilities, Human Fruit, Mythical Zoan, Pluto form, 1200, Intermediate Conqueror's Haki, 174030000, Advanced Armament Haki, Star Crushing Haki, 325000, Intermediate Observation Haki, 165030000, Swordsmanship, Master Level, 323000, Perfect Mastery of the Navy's 6 styles, Free Points, 0 money, 373-9240 berries. Each ability was accompanied by a proficiency indicator, allowing Bai Yin to clearly see when his skills would advance to the next level. In his room, he could check in. Host check-in successful. Awarded 5 free points. Goodness, a guaranteed minimum. Given his relationship with the system, shouldn't he have received 7 points? Master system, shouldn't our relationship yield 7 free points? Check-in rewards are random, ranging from 5 to 7 points. This is beyond control. Upon hearing the system's response, Bai Yin, who had intended to curry favor, realized he had no choice but to abandon that notion. Proficiency could also be improved through daily training, and this would not conflict with check-ins. Moreover, with the data-driven proficiency, he could observe his progress more clearly. After changing into his Navy uniform, Bai Yin, as usual, set out for the cafeteria. Whether it was due to his newly acquired superhuman physique, he noticed a significant increase in his appetite. He felt an overwhelming need for meat. Previously, he could consume the equivalent of 4 ordinary people's meals. But now he could easily devour 10. Calculating the time, he surmised that the next step for Luffy would be to head to Eni's lobby due to Robin's capture. If they were to encounter Akiji, he would likely be recuperating on Longchain Island after his clash with the Navy headquarters admiral. Bai Yin initially planned to familiarize himself with Robin, but reconsidered. If he went to Longchain Island now, they would soon reach Sabiti Archipelago. Once there, the time apart would be short, and Luffy would inevitably be sent flying to Amazon Lily by Kuma. Such a scenario was utterly unacceptable. Bai Yin must arrive at Amazon Lily before Luffy. The Empress belonged to him, and no one else could claim her. Anyone who dared would face his wrath. After the system's upgrade, there were no longer any regional restrictions, and the limitations imposed on adult Bai Yin had been significantly relaxed, allowing him to legitimately leave the Navy headquarters at Marineford. Chapter 15. Departing Marineford having had his fill, Bai Yin hurriedly made his way to Fleet Admiral Sengoku's office. What? You wish to leave? Sengoku looked at Bai Yin in disbelief. This was the first time Bai Yin had voiced such a desire since arriving at Marineford. Yes, I'm going to Amazon Lily, Bai Yin stated with unwavering determination. Sengoku adjusted his glasses, curiosity etched across his face, while the small goat beside him tilted its head, regarding Bai Yin with intrigue. Being the fleet admiral of the Navy headquarters, he was well aware of what Amazon Lily entailed. The infamous Shichibukai, the world's most beautiful woman, Boa Hancock, captain of the Kuja pirates, was a focal point of the Navy's attention. Although appointed by the world government as a Shichibukai, she remained a figure of caution for the Navy. "What is your purpose for going there?" Sengoku inquired, wanting to understand Bai Yan's motives. "For it was not a place without its dangers. I intend to pursue Hancock," Bai Yan replied candidly, feeling no need to hide his intentions from the elderly Sengoku. Sengoku nearly choked on his tea, and despite his age and formidable composure, he could not contain his reaction to Bai Yan's declaration. Fortunately, Bai Yan was quick enough to dodge. Otherwise, he would have been drenched in tea. "Continue as you were." As Granny Crane observed both the elderly and the young gazing at her, she hastily spoke up. Despite being scrutinized by the two, her demeanor exuded an air of remarkable composure, entirely unlike her earlier rudeness. "You are merely a colonel in the naval headquarters. That haughty woman may not even regard you." Sengoku turned to glance at Bai Yan, a thought incessantly flashing through his mind. "Then promote me." Upon reflection, he realized that as a mere officer, given Hancock's temperament, even if he were general, she would hardly take notice of him. Truly, she was a remarkably arrogant little woman. "Ah, the sun seems to have risen from the west today. Typically, I am devising ways to secure this lad a military rank, and he has persistently refused. Now, in pursuit of a pirate, he audaciously requests a promotion." Sengoku scrutinized Bai Yan, had he not discerned that this fellow was a mere impostor. He would scarcely believe such words could escape his lips. "Old man, are you capable or not?" Respond. Bai Yan, feeling a tinge of urgency, was eager to reach Nine Snake, locate the Empress, and afterward return to Sabati Archipelago to deal with that bear of a man. "Damn it! Why must we head to Nine Snake? Couldn't we confront Luffy elsewhere?" "Very well. Just as the world government previously ordered you to act as a naval enforcer, I shall bestow that title upon you and promote you to Rear Admiral." "How does that sound?" "Although it is a minor elevation, when you complete your mission and return, I shall grant you a further promotion," Sengoku decisively concluded. "All right, by the way, old man, what exactly does an enforcer do?" Bai Yan nodded, but inquired with curiosity. Sengoku had mentioned it once before, but he had declined then, and now he was intrigued. An enforcer is a newly established position within the Navy by the world government, tasked with overseeing naval officers. Should you discover any unscrupulous individuals, you possess the authority to apprehend and judge them, of course, provided you can subdue them. "That sounds excellent. As a Navy man and an enforcer, anyone who crosses me, be they Navy or pirate, shall face the consequences," Bai Yan exclaimed joyfully, relishing the prospect of wielding his position to administer justice. However, if they have not transgressed, it would be prudent to refrain from wielding that title to intimidate. Sengoku's brows knitted together. What precisely did the world government intend by granting such authority to this young man? Could he truly wield such power at his age? Without further elaboration, he pondered the gravity of the enforcer's role, which could hold sway over anyone from a mere seaman to the fleet admiral himself, effectively placing a sword over his own head. "I understand. Quickly arrange for a warship to transport me to Nine Snake," Bai Yan declared excitedly, unable to contain his eagerness to depart. Finally, he was leaving Marineford, and he felt a surge of exhilaration. After 7 years in this world, he could finally move freely. Sengoku, noticing Bai Yan's urgency, wasted no time and picked up the transponder snail. The warship was swiftly arranged, and not only that, Bai Yan's rear admiral uniform was also neatly placed aboard the vessel, concerned that Bai Yan might cause trouble. Sengoku thoughtfully assigned a seasoned vice admiral to accompany him. Bai Yan, however, said nothing. His sole desire was to reach Nine Snake as quickly as possible. "Do you believe this lad will succeed?" As Bai Yan hurriedly departed, Vice Admiral Crane turned to Sengoku, standing by the window, and inquired, "Uncertain. Matters of youth are not for us to meddle in, but if he manages to capture that pirate empress, our navy would gain a valuable ally." Sengoku mused, secretly hoping that this young fellow could indeed achieve success. Bai Yan, the clever strategist of the Navy, had already mentally analyzed the myriad relationships involved. "Are you not concerned that this lad might be swayed onto her ship?" Vice Admiral Crane pondered, considering the possibilities. "That I doubt. At least, I believe I can discern character. Over the years, while I cannot speak for others, this fellow has grown under our watchful eyes. His temperament is well known." "He is not that sort of person," Sengoku replied, stroking his braided beard with conviction. Yet, over these years, we have not managed to uncover the full extent of this young man's background. Vice Admiral Crane furrowed her brow, realizing that for the first time in many years, the Navy was unable to ascertain the details of an individual. Well, they are merely CP0 operatives, Sengoku remarked nonchalantly, still regarding Bai Yin as a junior. Nevertheless, whether good or bad, he was certainly one of Sengoku's juniors. Indeed, after all, Karp's grandson is still a pirate. Vice Admiral Crane recalled Karp's furious reaction upon receiving the news, chuckling as she sipped her tea. Chapter 16. The gigantic Sea King gazing at the tumultuous sea. Bai Yin felt a sense of liberation as he departed from Marineford, so swiftly promoted to Rear Admiral. A tall woman clad in a pink naval uniform emerged from the warship. Wielding a long sword it's Sister Shiwan, Bai Yin exclaimed in astonishment upon recognizing the Vice Admiral accompanying him. Despite being merely a Vice Admiral, Shiwan held the title of Admiral Candidate, which spoke volumes of her prowess. Ranking among the elite Vice Admirals, she genuinely regarded Bai Yin as a junior and had imparted considerable knowledge to him during his time studying swordsmanship at Marineford, though Shiwan appeared to be in her 30s. She was actually over 40 and had remained single for reasons unknown, consistently turning down the advances of her fellow Admiral candidate, Chabun. Meanwhile, Chabun persistently clung to her, and Bai Yin felt that in terms of tenacity, he fell short of Chabun, despite his own self-assuredness. What? You don't wish it to be me? Vice Admiral Xuan smiled warmly at Bai Yin. Truth be told, she was quite attractive, worthy of being a leading lady in any previous lifetime. With an impeccable figure and height, she also possessed a small beauty mark that exuded an inexplicable allure, captivating many men. Of course not. I merely hadn't expected it. Compared to the others, I would much prefer to be with Sister Shiwan. Bai Yin spoke sincerely. The peculiar appearances of the other vice admirals were far less appealing than being in the company of a beautiful woman. Well, that's good to hear. What business do you have in Nine Snake? Despite her rank as a woman, she was still filled with a sense of gossip. After all, Nine Snake Island was a land of women. What could this lad possibly want there? I'm going to see if I can win over Hancock. Bai Yin was forthright, his confidence unshakable. The Empress Hancock, you say? Xuan raised an eyebrow, having heard of the renowned female pirate, the world's most beautiful woman, and a warlord of the a beautiful woman herself. She held little regard for other women, yet she was curious to see just how stunning Hancock truly was. Having never witnessed her beauty firsthand, she felt a twinge of rivalry. Yes, indeed, the world's most beautiful woman. Given the ship's speed, we should arrive in about 2.5 days. That is significantly faster than those pirate ships relying on the wind. The warship's capabilities allowed it to navigate through windless areas, ensuring a much quicker journey to... I've heard she is quite an arrogant woman. As a vice admiral and an admiral candidate, Shiwan was privy to information that many were unaware of. Whispers suggested that the Empress was exceedingly proud, often looking down her nose at others. She is indeed referred to as the world's most beautiful woman. She carries herself with an air of superiority, and it's no wonder she dismisses someone like Chabun. I am quite curious to witness her beauty for myself. Memories of a past life flooded back. Bai Yin felt a surge of excitement. At long last, he was about to meet that woman. All women tend to be intrigued by two types of men. One who possesses the strength to conquer them outright, and another who, despite his power, remains indifferent to their existence. That scoundrel Luffy, with his face blindness and lackluster emotional intelligence, undoubtedly belongs to the latter category. Bai Yin's goal was to embody the former, to boldly approach and subdue this woman by force. Time was of the essence. He could not afford to slowly cultivate a relationship with Hancock. The moment Luffy set foot in the land of women, who knew what chaos might ensue, that lad was a child of destiny, blessed with an abundance of auras and buffs, and Bai Yin dared not take risks. He had to strike first. You seem to know her quite well, Ji Yuan mused, a twinge of jealousy gripping her heart. This handsome little brother, whom she had watched grow up, was now pursuing other girls. Ha! All girls are the same. Bai Yin chuckled merrily, the sea breeze tousling his cloak as he stood on the deck of the warship. Gazing out at the boundless ocean, his heart swayed with anticipation. After 7 long years, he was finally about to meet this woman. The journey had been remarkably calm, lacking even a single pirate ship, which somewhat diminished the excitement of the voyage. Even as the warship entered the doldrums, there were no incidents to speak of. Standing aboard the vessel, Bai Yin could distinctly sense the colossal sea kings frolicking beneath the surface. For the doldrums was indeed their lair. Bai Yin had long speculated about the might of these gigantic sea creatures, and now it was evident that they were far from ordinary. At least half of these leviathans possessed strength comparable to that of a Marine headquarters rear admiral, with nearly a fifth of them nearing the power of Kazan and Borsellino. Should these enormous sea kings rampage, it would be mere moments before Marine headquarters at Marineford was obliterated, and no wonder pirates steered clear of them. Their formidable strength and capacity to wreak havoc on ships made them a nightmare for seafarers, rendering the doldrums a region of profound respect and fear among pirates. After all, confronting them was futile. And if a ship were capsized or destroyed, the pirates would become mere fodder for these massive sea kings. Many powerful pirates were devil fruit users, and if they fell into the sea, they would be rendered utterly helpless. This was a significant reason why pirates dared not traverse the doldrums. Even the mighty Yonko avoided these terrifying beings. The warship was fortified with kairoseki beneath it, rendering it invisible to the colossal sea kings, who regarded it as just another body of water flowing by, oblivious to its presence. Contemplating these titanic sea creatures, Bai Yin was suddenly reminded of Rayleigh, who had managed to swim his way to Amazon Lily. That man's hockey was truly remarkable. His companion was apparently the former queen of the island. What a charmer he must be! Chapter 17. Arrival at Amazon Lily indeed. Rayleigh was an old hand from Roger's crew, and not without his charms, for how else could he have won over the Queen of Nation? Despite being known for his philandering ways and penchant for younger women, she willingly chose to remain by his side. Bai Yin mused about Rayleigh, momentarily forgetting that he too intended to steal away the current queen of Amazon Lily. The Marines possessed many permanent pointers to various locations, including Amazon Lily, so the warship merely needed to follow the pointer's direction. This was one of the conveniences of the Marines. They had navigational pointers for wherever one wished to go. However, when it came to Roger's treasure, Raftel, the Marines had no such pointers. Otherwise, there would be no Grand Line, as the Marines would have swiftly seized Roger's treasure. Time passed slowly. Whenever he had idle moments, Bai Yin would practice his swordsmanship on the deck. His techniques were so simple that even the sailors found them lacking. Yet, through these basic moves, Bai Yin could unleash swordsmanship of a masterful caliber. It must be said that his talent and understanding were truly exceptional. At least in Ji Yuan's eyes, Bai Yan's current swordsmanship was already on par with her own prowess. Ji Yuan herself was a formidable swordsman, and Bai Yan's skills naturally impressed her, in addition to honing his swordplay. Bai Yin would often sit in meditation on the deck like a seasoned monk. And one understood what he was doing. Not even Ji Yuan, who found it impossible to discern Bai Yan's current state. However, the absence of any discernible energy fluctuations during his meditation exuded an aura of profound terror that only someone with her level of hockey could perceive. Go the ordinary Marines. He simply appeared to be asleep. At that moment, Bai Yin was deeply engrossed in studying his devil fruit powers. With no adverse effects to consider, he aimed to fully harness the capabilities of his Zoan-type human fruit, mythical beast form. Bai Yin recalled that the former Fleet Admiral Sengoku's devil fruit was also a Zoan type, albeit a mythical beast form of the Buddha. His abilities bore a resemblance to Sengoku's, but the Buddha form paled in comparison to his own, as the Hades fruit possessed several unique abilities that the Buddha form could not rival. Even Luffy's future awakening of the Nika fruit, the sun god form, would not compare as time trickled by. Aside from meal times and mandatory roll calls, Bai Yin remained on the deck. With his current physical constitution, he could easily go without sleep for half a month without any issues. This was the remarkable effect of his superhuman physique. However, his appetite had grown increasingly voracious. Finally, amidst the vast ocean, he could spot an island in the distance, its cliffs etched with the enormous characters. Amazon Lily. This was Bai Yan's destination, the territory of Hancock. The dreams of 2 lifetimes lay before him, and Bai Yin paused his training, standing at the ship's railing, gazing longingly this moment. It was impossible to deny the excitement swelling within him. He was experiencing the most exhilarating moment since arriving in this world. Before the warship could approach Amazon Lily, the island's warriors had already spotted them. Given the calmness of the doldrums, any vessels on the sea would be easily detected by the vigilant female warriors of Amazon Lily. Over 100 of these fierce fighters stood, armed along the shore, awaiting the warship's arrival. These warriors had been meticulously selected for their strength and were well-informed, unlike the ordinary citizens of the island, who had never even seen a man before. The defenders of the border were far more knowledgeable. Their queen was a pirate, and these formidable warriors naturally harbored disdain for the Marines, the sailors. 2. Momentarily set aside their duties, rushing to the deck to gaze at the shores of Amazon Lily. Prior to their arrival, they had heard rumors that their destination was Amazon Lily, and each one was brimming with excitement. They were eager to witness the land of women, to see if it was indeed a paradise filled with beauty and if the women roamed unclothed. "You can remain here. I will go ashore myself," Bai Yin said, glancing at Rear Admiral Ji Yuan and then at the eager sailors straining to catch sight of the distant coastline. Alas, the warship was still too far away to discern if anyone was present along the shoreline, let alone identify any specifics. Bai Yin insisted on halting the ship here due to concerns over a potential conflict between the warriors of Amazon Lily and the Marines, compared to the relatively weaker Marines. The female warriors of Amazon Lily were all skilled in hockey, their innate strength enough to overpower the sailors. Be cautious, Ji Yuan advised, knowing little of Bai Yan's true capabilities. Nevertheless, she felt reassured by his swordsmanship, which was not inferior to her own. Moreover, she had heard from her elder sister, Rear Admiral Crane, that Bai Yan's hockey was also quite formidable. Utilizing the Marines' 6 forms, Bai Yan leaped from the warship, appearing to move slowly yet executing his steps with astonishing speed. Under his command, the 6 forms were executed with exceptional prowess. Even Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit sensed a hint of inferiority in her own abilities, for her understanding of the Marines' 6 forms was quite remarkable, having earned her the rank of Elite Rear Admiral. Yet, witnessing Bai Yan's grace made her realize that her own skills paled in comparison. With each step, it was as if Bai Yan trod upon ephemeral steps, his body swiftly propelling him toward Amazon Lily. "Who are you?" The female warriors of 9 snakes, armed with weapons, aimed at the approaching figure. Despite his handsome appearance, he was still an outsider. Those tasked with guarding the exterior of 9 snakes. They understood the nature of men, unlike the warriors within, who had never even seen a man. Although they acknowledged that Bai Yin was indeed good-looking, their duty was to protect 9 snakes. "I am Rear Admiral Bai Yin of the Navy Headquarters, the Enforcer, and I wish to meet the Empress." He arrogantly tossed his head back, flashing a confident, sunny smile at the group of female warriors, true to their reputation as the warriors of 9 snakes, the women, being part of a matriarchal society, wore attire that was indeed quite revealing. Chapter 18. Landing on the island, a few animal hides protected their vital areas, while some of the more daring warriors bared their chests, wrapped only in leopard print skins around their waists. Bai Yin felt as though he had been transported to a tribal village in Africa from a past life. His disappointment, despite his self-proclaimed handsome features causing a ripple of interest among the female warriors. It quickly faded as if they could not see him at all. Instead of admiration, their gazes were filled with suspicion. "What business do you have?" A mature-looking female warrior stepped forward, her appearance and demeanor indicating she was significantly more formidable. Bai Yin suspected she might be the captain of this patrol team. "I have come to propose to the Empress," Bai Yin bluntly declared, a hint of bashfulness creeping onto his flushed face. "What?" Not just the captain, but all the female warriors stared at Bai Yin in astonishment, their initial hostility now transformed into an intensity reminiscent of a vendetta. The atmosphere was charged with the fury of those who believed he was a rival for their beloved. Bai Yin suddenly recalled that in this matriarchal society, Hancock was considered the dream lover of all women, who fantasized about being chosen by the Empress as her loyal subject. Now, here he was, seeking to pursue the Empress himself. Was he not becoming the object of their jealousy? "How dare you propose to my dream lover, the Empress?" With a commanding shout, the captain ordered, and 100 female warriors lunged toward Bai Yin. The scene resembled a desperate attempt to protect their cherished one. their expressions fierce enough to threaten his very existence. "Hey, let's talk this out. No need for violence," Bai exclaimed while deftly dodging their attacks. These female warriors of 9 snakes proved their mettle, their arrows imbued with the power of Haki. Even the most basic form of Haki was considered impressive by many, as even elite soldiers in the Navy struggled to master the 6 styles. Yet these warriors wielded a power surpassing it. Bai Yin wished to avoid conflict, as he believed that once he secured the Empress's favor, these warriors would become his subjects as he evaded their strikes. His eyes scanned the area for possible escape routes. After narrowly avoiding a long sword, the sheath of his blade struck the back of one warrior's neck, causing her to collapse unconscious. "If you insist on blocking my path, then I must take offense." Regardless of how Bai Yin attempted to reason, the anger of the 9 snakes warriors only intensified, and he sought to incapacitate them without causing true harm. After all, the Empress was their unparalleled dream partner. Yes, in the minds of these warriors, as long as one was powerful enough, there was a chance to become a consort of the Empress. The sudden emergence of a rival seeking to propose was a cause for an unyielding feud. "Captain, should we not intervene?" A Navy elite soldier, unable to see the situation on the island, voiced his concern as the sounds of battle reached their ears. "And no need. This fellow hasn't even unleashed his true strength." The lieutenant commander, Tao Tu, observed Bai Yin, who feigned surprise, with a bemused smile, unsure whether to laugh or to smirk. While the other soldiers could not discern the scene, Vice Admiral Ji Yuan had a clear view of Bai Yan's predicament among the 9 snakes warriors. It was indeed as Ji Yuan had surmised. Since Bai Yin had arrived on the island, he had been engaged in combat with these female warriors, and he had yet to employ any Haki, much less the 6 styles. Clearly, he was toying with the warriors of 9 snakes, and Ji Yuan felt no concern whatsoever. "Captain, this individual possesses considerable strength." Although they had not encountered many men, the 9 snakes warriors trained daily in combat. Amassing significant experience, this infuriating man had managed to incapacitate dozens without even drawing a weapon from his sheath. Such prowess was beyond the capabilities of warriors of their level. "You hold the line. I will call for reinforcements." The captain nearly ground her teeth, retrieving an object resembling a signal arrow, preparing to launch it. "Hey, why call for help in the midst of battle? That's not acceptable, even with his considerable strength." Facing a horde of 9 snakes warriors would pose a challenge. A rain of arrows, while not overwhelmingly damaging, would complicate his advance. Bai Yin swiftly dodged. The signal arrow detonated, but before the flame could ascend, it was snatched by a pair of dark blue hands. The fire erupted in his grasp, releasing a plume of white smoke. Such disobedience! "You leave me no choice but to discipline you." Bai Yan's figure vanished, reappearing behind the captain. In this matriarchal land, the warriors were not particularly concerned with clothing, so the patrolling members wore only minimal animal hides to cover essential areas. With a resounding smack, Bai Yan's hand struck the captain's backside. The sharp sound echoed, accompanied by her cry of surprise. Bai Yan's astonishment. He had truly struck with force, leaving a bright red handprint on her fair skin. Seizing the moment of her shock, Bai Yin followed up with a swift strike, causing the captain to crumple to the ground. He felt no concern for the fallen warriors in this remote wilderness. The rustling sound from the grass were not mere spectators, but the treasures they had raised since childhood. Although they were unconscious, the various snakes would remain protectively close, guarding their mistress's safety, having been reared more intimately than comrades in arms. Chapter 19. A paradise for men having dealt with the guards. Bai Yin felt no lingering attachment to the fallen warriors and swiftly turned to venture deeper into the island. 9 snakes was a land of women. If an ordinary man were to arrive, he would likely never reach the Empress's palace, as the abundance of beautiful women was overwhelming. Moreover, the attire of these women was, how shall I put it, exceedingly scant, bordering on non-existent. Some female warriors went so far as to wear nothing but their spears and bows, leaving them completely bare. If not for Bai Yan's considerable restraint, the walk alone would have been enough to make him bleed from the nose. Even with an unwavering resolve, Bai Yan's gaze could not help but wander over the figures of several warriors. It truly was a splendid place, with its figure-8 shape, bell-like contours, and charmingly plump forms, a veritable feast for the eyes. Unlike the patrolling nine-snake female warriors outside, these women exuded an innocent simplicity. Speaking of innocence, Bai was reminded of that fellow, Wang Lufei. After being thrust in a nine-snake, he shamelessly paraded around in the nude, inviting the gaze of these Na'vi girls. It is uncertain whether to deem Lufei somewhat perverse or to attribute that quality to the creator of the anime itself. After all, as a grown man, how could he be so careless? It seemed this fellow did so deliberately, for even children know to avoid the opposite sex. Yet Wang Lufei ran about unabashedly in the nude. Dressed in a complete naval uniform, Bai stood out conspicuously among the nine-snake female warriors. There was no escaping it, if one were to stroll along a nudist beach fully clothed. They too would attract attention. Such was Bai's predicament. In nine-snake, nearly everyone was a soldier. It would not be an exaggeration to say these civilians were warriors as well. All who passed by were curiously scrutinizing Bai, as his appearance differed just enough from these women. Most importantly, he was impeccably dressed, handsome indeed, yet there was something rather peculiar about it. The endearingly simple nine-snake female warriors, despite their curiosity towards Bai, had yet to consider him an intruder. In A Wonder Hancock had once been abducted by human traffickers. The innocence of the nine-snake warriors was truly remarkable. "Why are you wearing so many clothes? Aren't you hot?" a young girl inquired curiously of Bai. "Because I ought to wear this many clothes," Bai replied, his pristine white suit enhancing his handsome appearance, while the Navy Justice cloak billowed gracefully behind him as he moved. "Aren't you one of us from Nine-Snake?" the girl asked, intrigued. "Our female warriors don't wear so much." "Indeed," Bai chuckled, playfully pinching the girl's cheek. "Oh, but you are rather unattractive, not at all as lovely as our nine-snake warriors." The little girl innocently glanced at the busy female warriors around her. Bai felt somewhat disheartened by the girl's remark. To be called ugly, he was the most handsome in the Navy. After all, he couldn't be angry. After all, children speak without a filter. Initially eager to engage the girl in conversation, his interest swiftly waned, considering her youth. Yet upon reflection, these female warriors had likely never encountered a man before. And if viewed through a woman's standards, he indeed fell short compared to them. At 18, he was just beginning to sprout facial hair. Scanning the surrounding female warriors, he thought, "Goodness, I must not look too long. If I do, I might just find my blood rushing." He hastened his pace towards the heart of Nine-Snake Island. Atop a nearby building, a female warrior observed Bai's retreating figure, her pupils dilating in surprise. This woman was a member of the Nine-Snake pirate crew, renowned across the seas alongside the Empress. Unlike the other innocent female warriors, she possessed a wealth of experience, understanding well what constituted a man, which men were handsome, and which were not. Most critically, she discerned who were the villains and who were the heroes. She had seen pirates, navies, and civilians alike, even peculiar fishmen. What manner of person just passed? That was a naval officer. As a member of the Nine-Snake pirate crew, the Navy is our enemy. How could a naval officer come a Nine-Snake? Is he here to capture us? I must inform the members of the Nine-Snake crew and the Empress at once. The woman swiftly exited her room, taking a different route as she raced towards the palace. "Oh, this place is simply a paradise for men." Bai mused to himself as he walked. "If I were to settle down, this would be the place, if only for the sheer joy it brings me. Each morning, awakened by the sight of stunning beauties, all dressed to delight the senses. Host, are you getting a bit carried away? Do you wish for the system to come out and set you straight?" The system could not help but intrude into Bai's chaotic thoughts. "System Master, does witnessing this scene not bring you joy?" Ever since he came of age, the system had ceased its incessant admonitions, allowing Bai the freedom to forge his own path for girls. Returning home early was ideal, while for boys, as long as they were not abducted, it seemed acceptable to stay out until midnight without raising concern. To the system, there was no distinction. Although intelligent, the system's perspective did not differentiate between men and women. All right, Bai thought the system would enjoy such scenes, but upon reflection, the system is merely data, and even if it possesses emotions, it only reflects care for its host, with little true intelligence beyond that. Fine, I'll be good. This time, my objective is the Empress," Bai quickly affirmed his mind. As long as the host understands, a good man must act with integrity and avoid base desires. The system began its lecture, causing Bai Yan's lips to twitch. But if I were to seek several wives, System Master, do you have any suggestions? Bai Yan sought to test the system's constraints on him. Host, you are being imbued with a system. Having multiple wives is only natural. Wow. The system's words made Bai Yan's heart soar. So, in the system's eyes, it is perfectly acceptable to have several wives. Engaging in light-hearted banter with the system, Bai Yan quickened his pace toward the palace, paying little heed to the women around him. What? Boa Sandasonia stared in astonishment at her subordinate's report, noting that a naval officer was boldly approaching the palace. What is going on? Immediately organize personnel to intercept him. I will inform my sister, Boa Sandasonia commanded, rising hurriedly. Sister, I want to go too, Boa Marigold exclaimed anxiously. After all, they were pirates, and even though their elder sister was a Shichibukai, they could not afford to underestimate the Navy. As a member of the Nine-Snake pirate crew, Boa Marigold possessed considerable strength, ranking among the top 3 within the crew. All right, sister, you investigate what this naval officer intends. I will notify our sister. Boa Sandasonia nodded and made her way toward the highest room in the palace. Everyone, follow me. As the youngest of the Gorgons, Mary was perceived as the weakest among the 3. The spotlight often fell upon her elder sister, Boa Hancock, resulting in her being overlooked. In truth, among the warrior women of Nine-Snake, Mary was exceptionally formidable, possessing both armament haki and observation haki. Yet, in the anime, her abilities were notably downplayed to highlight the protagonist. Wang Lufei.to stand out among the many Nine-Snake women. Mere fruit abilities were insufficient as the captain of the Nine-Snake pirate crew and one of the Shichibukai. The Empress Hancock's strength was undeniable, as evidenced by the world government's interest in her. Regrettably, however, encountering Wang Lufei had caused many of their strengths to appear diminished. Just look at the strongest among the Shichibukai. Dracula Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman. Don Quixote, Doflamingo, Bartholomew Kuma, each of them formidable adversaries. The bounty of over 100 million on Luffy did not prevent him from being effortlessly swatted away by Bartholomew Kuma. This exemplifies the stark disparity in strength. Don Quixote Doflamingo, a formidable late-stage antagonist, underscores the immense power wielded by the 7 warlords of the SES for Gecko Moria. He was once capable of challenging Kaido and managing to escape unscathed. Yet he has been significantly weakened, likely for the sake of the narrative. Coupled with his current despondency, he has squandered his considerable abilities that he can be regarded as the sole individual who has confronted Kaido and emerged intact. In contrast, Kid was subsequently captured and forced into labor in a mine this moment. A group of members from the Kuja pirates stood fully armed in the plaza before the royal palace. Bai Yan had just arrived, and from a distance, he observed this formidable assembly, clearly not there to extend a warm welcome, but rather preparing for a confrontation. In the anime, the character of Mary is depicted unfavorably to accentuate the beauty of Hancock. In reality, as Hancock's sister, Mary is quite beautiful, albeit with a slightly larger frame. She embodies the type of woman described by reclusive men in a previous life as pleasantly plump, exuding charm. With her voluptuous figure, cascading yellow waves of hair, and clad in a purple bikini, she is modestly covered by a beast hide over her most intimate areas. Naval forces halt, Mary declared, her gaze fixed on Bai Yan, wary and brimming with latent energy ready to erupt. However, Bai Yan perceived that the grip of the sword-wielding Boa Marigold was already betraying signs of tension. From this naval officer emanated an overwhelming aura of dread, more terrifying than that of her older sister, the Empress of the Kuja. Nevertheless, despite his black short hair, dark eyes, and tall stature, he was an undeniably handsome man. Yet, what positive outcome could arise from a Navy officer infiltrating the lair of pirates? "Ah, Mary, dear sister," Bai Yan exclaimed, his audacity truly remarkable. At merely 18, he was addressing Boa Marigold, who was already in her 20s, as sister. Such audacity would leave even the author feeling inadequate. "Who is your sister?" Mary's expression shifted as she processed this naval officer's words. Truth be told, The man was indeed quite attractive, yet he was a naval officer. Pray tell, what brings you, a naval officer, to our Kuja? Oh dear. Do lower your weapons. Violence is unbecoming of a lady, Bai Yin implored, gesturing with open hands to indicate he was not there to fight. Speak quickly. We Kuja do not welcome the Navy. Mary fixed her gaze upon him. Her hostility somewhat diminished, but her vigilance unwavering, as the three sisters had been deceived by nefarious individuals in their youth. Well, to be frank, I have come to propose to Hancock, Bai Yin proclaimed, his expression one of utmost certainty. What? Even as Mary contemplated countless possible scenarios in her mind, the words that escaped this naval officer's lips were utterly unforeseen. The members of the Kuja pirates behind her shared her disbelief, questioning whether they had misheard or if this naval officer had lost his mind. After all, they were pirates, and this Navy officer had come to propose to their captain. Indeed, Bai Yin exclaimed, producing a grand bouquet of roses as if by magic. This unexpected turn of events left Mary, who had been ready for a confrontation, utterly speechless. The fight seemed unnecessary, given the apparent lack of hostility from a man. Yet how could one ignore the audacity of a Navy officer entering their territory to propose to her sister? The members of the Kuja pirates scrutinized the naval officer closely, and from his demeanor, it seemed he was genuinely sincere. For a moment, silence enveloped the Kuja pirates, for without their captain's guidance, they were at a loss for words. Is it true what you speak? Mary's demeanor softened, as the prospect of successful proposal would mean this man could become her brother-in-law. No, how could she entertain the notion that this naval officer might be her brother-in-law? She shook her head, her expression unexpectedly endearing. Bai Yin scrutinized her closely. The more he looked, the more he found her captivating, with certain features reminiscent of Hancock. It was curious how a young adult could refer to a woman a few years his senior as a little girl. Is my intent not clear enough? Mary tucked the bouquet away, casting a serious glance in her direction. That it was no wonder that in a past life, many reclusive men favored women of her type. Such matters are beyond our jurisdiction. Please wait here while I inform my elder sister. Mary contemplated, finally lowering her sword. Observing their leader's actions, the surrounding Kuja members also gradually sheathed their weapons, having arrived at Kuja Island. Bai Yin felt less urgency and settled down beside a flower bed, gesturing for Mary to join him. When Hancock arrived in a flurry, accompanied by her sister Sonda, she was taken aback by the serene scene that greeted her. She had anticipated an all-out battle, yet the plaza was remarkably tranquil, with only a cluster of Kuja warriors encircling the naval officer, who was engaging them in laughter rather than conflict. Little Hua, I heard you have a remarkably clever watchdog. Is that true? Xiao Ming, quite right. If it hears any suspicious sounds at night, just awaken it, and it will bark incessantly to Ha. A dog that needs to be awakened. Mary erupted into laughter, her mirth causing her ample form to sway, leaving Bai Yin momentarily dizzy despite his composure. What is the meaning of this? Hancock inquired, bewildered as she observed her sister and the unassuming naval officer seated amidst them. It was undeniable that the naval officer was quite handsome, at least in Hancock's discerning eyes. Elder sister, Mary exclaimed, turning abruptly as she noticed Hancock's frowning countenance. Hastily rising to her feet, Bai Yin also turned to face the source of the voice. With a statuesque figure and an alluring silhouette, Hancock possessed long, sleek black hair, deep blue eyes glimmering with a hint of aloofness, a delicate nose, and full lips that exuded temptation. Adorned with gold snake-shaped earrings and clad in a purple high-slit qipao, she elegantly revealed her long, smooth legs with each step. Previously, when watching the anime, Mary had found Hancock breathtaking, yet seeing her in reality made her realize that the animated portrayal fell short of capturing even a fraction of Hancock's beauty. She resembled a celestial being reborn, and no wonder that upon her entrance, both men and women alike were captivated by her presence. Hancock, marry me, Bai Yin boldly declared, stepping forward with a bouquet in hand. Excitement radiating from him. Hancock, taken aback by this sudden declaration, found herself momentarily speechless. Many men had coveted her beauty, but none had approached her so directly with a marriage proposal, especially not a naval officer on Kuja Island. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Although a blush crept on her cheeks, Her pride compelled her to strike a haughty pose, pointing a finger at Bai Yin and leaning back. However, before she could fully compose herself, strong arms encircled her waist in a swift motion, leaving even Hancock, adept in the observation of hockey, unable to react. All around them, the Kuja warriors, including Sonda and Mary, appeared frozen in shock, their mouths agape as they watched Bai Yan's audacious maneuver. You truly have audacity. Release me at once. Suddenly assaulted at the waist, even the formidable empress found herself in a state of utter disarray. It was uncertain whether the jolt of sensation had startled her or if genuine anger had taken hold, but her long legs swiftly delivered a kick to Bai Yan's abdomen. All right, I'm here. From now on, I shall protect you. Protect all of you. Bai Yan, preoccupied with his duties, extended his hand and caught the kick, effortlessly enveloping Hancock in his embrace. Let me go at once, or I shall be furious. At that moment, she resembled a helpless young girl, struggling valiantly, her face ablaze with embarrassment, a blend of fear, anxiety, and yearning evident in her expression. This was an experience she had never encountered before, though the warmth of his embrace was undeniably comforting. A sliver of resistance lingered within her. Typically aloof and ruthless, her demeanor was merely a facade to conceal her inner fragility. Countless nights of nightmares had haunted her like a relentless demon. What girl has not experienced the stirrings of spring, or what woman does not dream of a day when a prince on a white steed would come to her side, protecting and cherishing her? Yet, she dared not dwell on such thoughts. Even a figure as powerful as one of the 7 warlords harbored her own romantic fantasies in private. I'm sorry for my tardiness, Bai Yin said earnestly, gazing into Hancock's ever-evading eyes. Had he been born 20 years earlier in this world, he would have undoubtedly fought for Hancock and Mary Geos. Yet as fate would have it, he arrived too late and could only offer her an apology. Let me go, quickly. Boa Hancock felt her mind teetering on the brink of combustion, her cheeks radiating heat. Yet, the warmth of his embrace was too inviting. She was reluctant to part from as she listened to Bai Yan's words. Her gaze shifted from evasion to slowly resting upon his face. Could this man truly be her destined soulmate? From his presence, Hancock sensed a terrifying pressure. Chapter 22. I can protect you, Dada. I cannot bear it. He is truly handsome. What am I even thinking? Hancock's mind began to spiral into chaos. Just a glance was enough to leave her flustered. Her thoughts were invaded by peculiar notions. Children, many children. What are you two doing? A voice, aged and frail, echoed with the sound of a cane striking the ground, suddenly bellowed. Even Bai Yin, with his thick skin and audacity, was taken aback by the shout. An elderly woman, leaning on a snake-headed cane, scrutinized them. Ah, so it is Granny. Bai Yin recognized the diminutive figure and immediately thought of a certain person. Grandma Gloriosa. This grandmother was the former empress of Amazon Lily and Hancock's savior. More importantly, one should not underestimate her current stature. In her youth, the fiery flower Gloriosa had been a member of the Rocks Pirates, having survived the harrowing events of God Valley. She was a hidden powerhouse, a comrade of figures like Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom. Moreover, she served as a strategist for Hancock, even though Hancock often feigned a desire to rid herself of her, complaining about her verbosity. Think this little Navy officer knows of me. Hurry and put the Empress down, Granny observed Bai Yin with curiosity. She had a penchant for reading newspapers and kept abreast of all happenings outside. Struggling against the urge to hold on, Bai Yin reluctantly set Boa Hancock down to that moment. Hancock could barely maintain her balance. If one looked closely, they would notice steam rising from her head. Mary and Sonda hurried over upon seeing their sister's state. Taking Hancock from Bai Yan's grasp, Your Majesty, let us return to rest. Observing Hancock's condition, Granny felt a tinge of helplessness. This once aloof and proud empress had become so vulnerable in the face of love. Yes, the sisters replied in unison, supporting Hancock as they made their way toward the palace. Wait, don't go. Just when Bai Yin thought he had made headway with Hancock, they were leaving. He felt a surge of urgency. He had envisioned various scenarios, even contemplating a grand display of strength to conquer her heart. Yet, unexpectedly, an embrace and a few tender words had left Hancock utterly entranced. She truly was a woman of formidable exterior, yet with a pure, slightly foolish heart. "You come with me." Granny gestured to Bai Yin. Though reluctant, he complied, considering it his duty as a junior. "Are you truly here to confess to the Empress?" In a room resembling a reception hall, Granny scrutinized Bai Yin with keen eyes. "Yes, indeed. I've always held feelings for Hancock, but due to various circumstances, I lacked the opportunity to confess until now. I've come directly to Amazon Lily to find her, and I hope you will not hold it against me." Bai Yin spoke earnestly, striving to convey sincerity, as this marked the beginning of his happiness. He could not afford to ruin it, should he falter. Given Bai Yin's character, he would go to war against all of Amazon Lily to take Hancock, resulting in countless casualties. "How come I've never heard of you?" Granny was somewhat familiar with Navy officers, having once been a member of the Rocks Pirates herself. "I'm a new naval officer, currently a rear admiral at the Navy headquarters, just 18 years old. It's only natural that you haven't heard of me." "What?" Even Granny was taken aback by Yin's revelation. This young man was merely 18. Well, it does appear plausible, but to be so young and already a rear admiral. If he continues like this, could he not become a vice admiral or even an admiral in a few years? "Are you not deceiving this old woman?" Granny still found it hard to believe that I would never dare deceive you. "I am aware you have ways of verifying my identity. I am grateful for your care over the years for Hancock, and I assure you, I will protect her from now on. Furthermore, on my behalf, the Navy will not trouble Amazon Lily." Bai Yin spoke humbly. "You seem to know a great deal." Granny regarded Bai Yin with disbelief. She had no inkling that the man before her had traversed time. "Yes, I do know a bit, for instance, that you were once a member of the Rocks Pirates, and about Fisher Tiger." Bai Yin considered it better to be forthright. "Moreover, I possess the means to heal my beloved and her two sisters' injuries." Fearing he had not elaborated enough, Bai Yin added. Those two statements caused Granny's expression to shift dramatically, that if someone else had spoken such words, she might have dismissed them, but the speaker was a naval officer. Did the Navy know of the events that transpired years ago and of her identity? "Ah, I may have startled you with my words, but this is knowledge I keep to myself." Observing Granny's change in demeanor, Bai Yin quickly clarified, "I genuinely love Hancock and would never leverage this against you. I merely wish to convey that she need no longer live in fear or worry. I will ensure she can confidently appear wherever she desires." "How can a mere rear admiral guarantee that?" Granny analyzed Bai Yin's words carefully, falling silent for a moment before speaking again. "Strength," Bai Yin replied succinctly, at that moment akin to an ancient beast slowly awakening. After Granny had arranged for Bai Yin's accommodations, an hour had passed. In a hurry, Granny went to check on Hancock, while Bai Yin settled into his quarters outside the palace. The palace of Amazon Lily was relatively modest. To prevent anyone from seeing their marks, even the maids were not permitted inside. "Hello, is this Sister Peach Rabbit?" Bai Yin spoke into the transponder snail. "I'm already in Amazon Lily. You all will have to rest on the warship tonight. Once I've sorted things out here, I'll return directly. Is everything all right?" Peach Rabbit's voice and demeanor were mimicked by the transponder snail. "Yes, sister, you need not worry about me." Bai Yin chuckled. He felt quite confident. "Good. As long as everything is fine, take care." "Understood, sister." Chapter 23. The Palace. After hanging up the call and sitting on a chair in his room, Bai Yin realized he had yet to clock in for the day. "Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. Earning 7 freedom points. Master system. Do you think I will succeed?" Bai Yin gazed at the distant buildings. Observing the Amazonian warriors bustling about, he wondered what these women were so tirelessly engaged in day after day. "Host, such matters are beyond this system's knowledge." Bai Yin sat there, somewhat entranced, his mind filled with thoughts of the adorable and beautiful Hancock. Previously, he had contemplated both Robin and Noki Gao, but now he felt content merely to have someone like Hancock. In his past life, only those computer-generated women could rival Hancock's allure. In reality, she found no competition. Truly, she was the most stunning beauty in the pirate world. Am I still infatuated? I must have Hancock. And I must also have Robin. Suddenly, Bai Yin seemed to awaken from his reverie, realizing he had nearly lost himself in thoughts of Hancock. As a man in this world, he believed that even if it meant seizing, the women he desired must be his. At 9 Snake Island, within the palace, Sonda looked at her sister, who lay foolishly on the bed, with concern, "Granny, what's happened to her?" Ahem, perhaps this is the power of love. In my time, I too witnessed the charms of many men. Granny Shah recognized at a glance that this was not a matter of trouble, but rather a descent into the throes of love. If this young man were indeed the case, he must be quite remarkable, blessed with the qualities of a king, destined for greatness. His name is Bai Yin, correct? Hancock, with an ice pack on her forehead to cool her fevered brow, raised herself to inquire about Mary. "Yes, it is Bai Yin," Mary quickly responded, adjusting the ice pack that was on the verge of slipping off Hancock's forehead. "Ta-da! Bai Yin yes, Bai Yin." Hancock lay languidly on her soft couch, dazedly repeating his name. The other three looked at Hancock with bewilderment. The once aloof and cruel Empress of Nine Snake had transformed into this love-struck figure, although Bai Yin spoke sincerely, without a hint of deceit. Granny Shah, being a wise woman and a key player in the dynamics of Nine Snake Island, produced a din-din mushi and made a call. This din-din mushi was rarely used. For each use posed increasing risks for both parties involved. "Granny, why are you suddenly calling me?" The voice that emerged from the din-din mushi was captivating. "Xia Qi, I need your assistance with something." "You're not going to ask me for money, are you?" Granny Shah understood Xia Qi's nature all too well. Despite being from the same nation, she was wise to leave no avenues open for jest. "Ha ha, Granny, you've learned a joke. Speak. What is it?" Laughter resonated from the din-din mushi. It had been a long time since Mary and Sonda had encountered the former empress, yet they were quite familiar with her voice. Both stood curiously beside the din-din mushi. "I need you to help me investigate someone." Granny Shah thought it would be quite troublesome to have someone pursued by the Navy look into Navy affairs. "Who is it? Tell me, and I'll see if it's easy to investigate." Xia Qi was equally intrigued. What kind of person could capture Granny Shah's attention? A rear admiral from the Navy headquarters. "Bai Yin," Granny Shah divulged the details after some consideration. "A rear admiral from the Navy headquarters? How coincidental. This matter has become quite sensational. Haven't you seen today's newspaper?" Xia Qi glanced at the newspaper resting on the bar counter and picked it up. "The newspaper? Is it from today? It might not have reached Nine Snake yet, considering this is the calm belt." Granny Shah was also curious why Bai Yin had made headlines. "Let me give you a brief summary." Xia Qi scanned the newspaper's front page and confirmed that it was indeed the person Granny Shah was looking for, a young naval officer, Bai Yin, a rear admiral from the Navy headquarters. He has only been in the Navy for 4 years and is a young officer sanctioned by the world government, merely 18 years old. However, the most significant detail is that he is an appointed Navy enforcer. This enforcer holds extraordinary power, capable of scrutinizing all Navy affairs, even overseeing admirals and commanders. Moreover, he possesses the authority to act first and report later. In simpler terms, if any Navy personnel are found culpable under his scrutiny, he has the full right to punish them or, in severe cases, send them directly to impel down. What? Granny Shah was taken aback by this revelation, and the other two stared at the din-din mushi in astonishment. "Bai Yin, where is he?" A muddled Hancock sat up, as if she had just heard someone mention by Y-N that Hancock. "Granny Shah, why are you suddenly interested in this rear admiral?" Xia Qi inquired, puzzled by Hancock's voice emanating from the din-din mushi. "Well, here is the thing." Granny Shah recounted the arrival of a young Navy officer on Nine Snake Island earlier that day. "Pursuing Hancock? This young naval officer is quite interesting." Xia Qi chuckled on the other end of the line. "Considering Hancock's age, she is indeed at the stage of seeking romance. Yes, and she is still burning with desire. Her head practically steaming." Granny Shah glanced at Hancock and sighed. "So, it seems they both have taken a liking to one another." Xia Qi, catching Granny Shah's drift, smiled, picturing Hancock's state and relishing in the amusement. Pretty much, Hancock is still in a daze, unaware of what sort of spell this young man has cast upon her. Now that you mention it, I am quite eager to see this young rear admiral for myself, to understand how he could so enchant the world's most beautiful woman. After a brief exchange, they proposed a solution to Hancock's predicament before ending the call. After a moment of silence, Granny Shah's mind raced with thoughts to go fetch Bai Yin. Seeing Hancock's condition on the soft couch, Granny Shah resigned herself to the situation. "All right, Granny," Mary replied, promptly exiting. She held Bai Yin in high regard, not merely for his looks, but for the sense that he was fundamentally a good person. Granny, won't this be a bit abrupt? Besides, we have secrets that others must not know. Sonda expressed her anxiety. That young man knows as much as I do, if not more. He even mentioned he could eliminate the marks on you both. Granny Shaw cast a meaningful glance at Sonda and then at Hancock. This issue had long been a source of concern not just for the three of them, but for Granny herself as well. What? Sonda exclaimed in disbelief. This secret was known to very few. How could this fellow, being from the Navy, possibly be aware of such matters? Was it that the Navy had come to know of their circumstances? Her face was etched with worry. But fret not, he assured me that within the Navy, only he is privy to this knowledge, and he is aware of many things. Granny Shaw sighed, feeling as though Bai Yin was subtly threatening her. Yet she had no evidence to substantiate her suspicions. Before long, Bai Yin was led into the room, adorned in shades of pink. Sitting within was Granny Shaw, flanked by the striking Boa Sandersonia. Earlier, Bai Yin's attention had solely been on Hancock. But now he noticed this second sister of the Gorgon trio. Compared to Mary, Sonda appeared somewhat slimmer, though she was taller. In the realm of pirates, height was often inconsistent, but her legs were undeniably long, making Bai Yin, who stood close to 2 meters, seem comparatively shorter. That you've arrived. Hancock, hearing the commotion, sprang up from the couch, her gaze fixated on Bai Yin. Her face was still flushed, and she struggled to maintain her composure. I have, Bai Yin smiled, moving directly before Hancock. Sitting down without regard for the three onlookers, he embraced Hancock, who was half reclining on the couch, drawing her into his arms. In that moment, Granny Shaw, Mary, and Sonda exchanged awkward glances. Feeling the tension in the air, this fellow was remarkably at ease, as if he were in his own home. Moreover, there were still 3 others present. Could they not consider the feelings of those around them? Let us step outside. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Granny Shaw decided to grant the two some privacy. But sister, Sonda still harbored concerns for Hancock. That it's fine. Your sister is significantly older. Besides, given her current state, do you think your presence is even necessary? As the venerable matriarch recalled the words of Shachi, it dawned upon her that Hancock had indeed reached the age of 29, a time when one ought to embark on the journey of romance. In such circumstances, age was no longer a constraint for the two individuals. Gazing at the beauty nestled in his arms, Bai Yin's heart raced uncontrollably. Am I dreaming? Hancock seemed utterly dazed, unable to discern whether her words were rooted in reality or fantasy. No, Bai Yin reached out, caressing the Empress's cheek. It was burning hot and delightfully smooth. So, if you have proposed to me, does that mean I am your wife? Hancock inquired bashfully, her gaze fixed upon Bai Yin. Indeed, upon witnessing Hancock's adorable and radiant demeanor, Bai Yin felt an overwhelming urge to kiss her passionately. I feel so warm, Hancock exclaimed, touching her head, which was flushed with shyness, emanating a mist. Hancock, you are truly beautiful and utterly charming. Darling, Hancock, overwhelmed with excitement, even changed her form of address. Come, let me see your back. Bai Yin's words caused Hancock's previously dazed expression to vanish, replaced by sheer terror. It was evident that the psychological impact of this matter weighed heavily upon her, instantly jolting her back to awareness. No. Hancock attempted to refuse, yet her strength was insufficient to resist. I can remove it, Bai Yin declared earnestly, fixing his gaze upon her jewel-like eyes. Really? She felt an irresistible attraction to this man, reluctant to reveal the humiliating past that haunted her, yet fearful of his potential anger. After much hesitation, Hancock steeled herself against the painful memories of her dark history and, with great difficulty, sat up slowly, revealing the lingering scars of her past that remained deeply embedded in her heart. Fear not. Leave it to me. I will protect you from now on, Bai Yin encouraged her, warmth radiating from his hand onto Hancock's delicate shoulder, as if instilling her with newfound hope. The purple qipao gradually slipped away, revealing her skin as white as snow, where the emblem of the Kuja pirates became visible. Bai Yin leaned in closely, catching sight of the unsightly, uneven scar beneath the tattoo. Though obscured by Hancock's smooth, fair back, the scar remained strikingly prominent and painfully conspicuous. Those wretched fiends, Bai Yin muttered through clenched teeth, extending his hand slowly. Upon touching the scar, Hancock's body trembled involuntarily. Her mind was flooded with the torment of that painful memory. Were it not for the warmth emanating from Yan's palm, she feared she might succumb once more to that anguish. "Come to me," Yan spoke slowly, and miraculously, the mark, along with the Kuja pirate's emblem, began to shrink, traveling along Yan's finger to his palm, and then spreading up his arm. A burnt odor wafted from Yan's arm. Hancock turned her head in alarm, discovering with astonishment that the mark she dreaded had manifested on Yan's arm. The acrid scent emanated from this very mark, which continued to shift, releasing a charred aroma as it moved. "Darling, are you all right?" Hancock asked, her heart aching at the sight of Yan's arm. Where the charred area was oozing blood. "That I'm fine. From now on, you can wear even more beautiful clothes," Yan beamed, revealing a mouthful of white teeth as he looked at the lovely woman with affection. I could see that moment. Hancock reached back to feel her own back, astonished to find that it was indeed devoid of any scars. Overcome with excitement, she leaped up from the soft couch and dashed to the mirror. Gazing at her smooth back, Hancock could hardly believe her eyes. Even the emblem of the Kuja pirates had vanished. Turning to look at Yan's arm, she realized that he had transferred her mark and tattoo onto himself. "Darling, thank you," she exclaimed, exuberantly throwing herself onto Yan, toppling him onto the soft couch. Oblivious to the fact that her cheepow had fallen away, the two of them locked eyes, a current of electricity coursing between them. Yan was taken aback when Hancock boldly seized his first kiss, her soft lips pressing against his. The mark that had been transferred to Yan was rapidly healing under his extraordinary physique. Moments ago, it had been emitting steam, as if seared. Now, however, the wound was nearly healed, scabbing over, and it seemed that shortly it would be completely restored. Yan had personally experienced the excruciating pain of being branded, making it difficult to fathom how the young Hancock had endured such suffering. As for the ability to transfer injuries, it was a gift from his devil fruit, known as damage transfer. This ability allowed him to shift any injury or scar onto himself or others. As long as he remained alive, in this instance, there was no one else to transfer it to, so Yan could only bear it himself. Blessed with remarkable resilience, Hancock nestled against Yan, resembling a gentle kitten, nuzzling her head against his chest while gazing at his in her eyes. She watched the mark that had caused her so much agony gradually disappear under Yan's formidable healing ability. "Will you always protect me, darling?" Hancock asked, cupping Yan's face, her gaze brimming with tender affection. "Yes, as long as I am in this world. No one shall harm you," Yan replied earnestly, captivated by her flawless visage. "I truly adore you." With the first kiss behind them, Hancock became bolder, grasping Yan's face and kissing him once more. The two lingered in the room, lost in each other until mealtime approached. Sonda, feeling uneasy, decided to check on her sister under the guise of wanting to eat tea. Oh, her surprise, she found Yan sprawled across the couch, while Hancock lay atop him, affectionately kissing his forehead. "Sister, it's time to eat," she called out, her voice tinged with embarrassment. "Come here." Yan suddenly sat up, cradling Hancock in his arms and beckoning Sonda. "From now on, whenever you meet my woman, you must show some respect and call me brother-in-law." "Understood?" Hancock directed her gaze at her sister, irritation flaring at the interruption of her intimate moment with Yan. Yet, she seemed to appreciate Yan's call for Sonda, feeling a renewed sense of gratitude toward him. "Yes, sister." After a brief hesitation, Sonda approached Yan. "Sister, brother-in-law." Though it was merely 2 words, the first utterance felt strangely awkward. "Turn around and take off your clothes." Yan's words nearly sent Sonda into a fit of rage. How audacious! Her sister was right there. How could he make such a brazen request? "Just do as I say," Hancock said coldly, for in her heart, only Yan deserved her gentleness. "Yes," Sonda was bewildered. Her sister not only did not stop him, but also urged her to comply. What was happening? But she dared not defy her sister's words and trembled as she began to remove her clothing. "All right, that's enough. Come closer." Yan spoke, sensing that if he remained silent, this naive little sister-in-law might end up disrobing entirely. Sonda, though somewhat hesitant, obediently squatted down and leaned in, fully exposing her back to Yan. That moment, she felt utterly exposed, especially with the mark on her back laid bare before this man. A pair of warm hands pressed against her back, causing her body to jolt. Despite her tall stature of over 4 meters, she was still a young W at this moment. Sonda remained oblivious to the events that had transpired, merely casting a puzzled glance at her elder sister. Is it all over? So soon? This brother-in-law is quite lacking. Wasn't it said that such matters typically take at least half an hour? If Bai Yin were know Sonda's thoughts right now, he would undoubtedly be furious, for how could it be concluded so quickly? After all, he possesses a physique rivaling that of Kaido himself. Not to mention half an hour, even a full day and night might prove insufficient. Perhaps he should take a look in the mirror, Hancock remarked coldly, gesturing towards the mirror before turning her gaze tenderly upon Bai Yin. The stark contrast in her demeanor was striking, but it's nothing. You'll feel better soon, Bai Yin said, gently caressing Hancock's cheek with his uninjured hand. I merely feel a bit of heartache. It's gone, Sonda exclaimed, excitedly dashing towards Hancock. Her clothing had already slipped down her waist. Her exuberance caused it to fall further, revealing 2 perfectly white and bouncy forms that swayed enticingly with her movements, almost blinding in their allure. Chapter 26. Staying over, even though Bai Yin was a man of virtue. He could not help but steal a few extra glances at the tea this moment. The author spat disdainfully, expressing contempt for Bai Yin's supposed virtue, a virtuous man, yet he gazes more than once. Were he not virtuous? Would he not have acted upon those urges? Hey, author, you are just envious of me. Bai Yin mischievously made a face at the author. What? Are you looking for a fight? Do you believe I won't make sure you never see the sun rise again? The author fumed, unable to contain his rage at the sight of this rascal flaunting his proximity to the author's goddess. Dear author, I was merely jesting with you. Bai Yin quickly transformed into a compliant figure, blinking sincerely at the author, for he had been humbling himself for many years. Get lost. The author grew increasingly irate, nearly losing his composure. All right, you rest well. Bai Yin scampered off like a sycophant. All thanks to my husband. Even without Hancock's prompting, Sonda noticed the gruesome mark on Bai Yin's arm. Sister, brother-in-law, thank you. Would you like me to fetch you some medicine? Sonda felt she had misjudged this man earlier, realizing her perception of Bai Yin was rather base, and hastily expressed her gratitude that it's nothing. I'll be fine, by the way, is dinner ready? I'm quite hungry, Bai Yin replied with a smile at Are you hungry, my love? Would you like me to personally prepare a meal for you? Hancock exclaimed, flustered at the mention of Bai Yin's hunger, her eagerness appearing somewhat endearing. It's fine, just a little something will suffice. What you make, I can wait for the next meal. Bai Yin playfully pinched Hancock's nose, a gentle gesture devoid of excessive force. Then, my dear, I shall rise early tomorrow to prepare breakfast for you, Hancock said, her cheeks flushed with shyness, speaking in a charming manner. All right, Bai Yin responded with great enthusiasm. When the 3 arrived at the palace dining hall, the table was already laden with an array of delectable dishes. What a magnificent spread! This was the first time Bai Yin had encountered such an abundance of food since arriving in this world. During his time in the Navy, the food he could only be described as mere sustenance, adequate to quell hunger. This, however, was true culinary delight. Granny Shah and Mary had also reached the dining hall. Upon seeing Hancock and Bai Yin had arrived, they took their seats in turn. Hancock naturally moved her chair closer to Bai Yin, wishing to be nearer to him. Despite her age, Granny Shah had keen eyesight and immediately spotted the gruesome scar on his arm. Sister, look! Without a moment's hesitation, Sonda stripped off her top right in front of everyone, displaying no reservations towards Bai Yin. After all, during moments of joy, she had been completely exposed to him. Now, she showed no reluctance. Taking it in stride at Sister, you're back, Mary gasped, gazing at Sonda, who revealed a smooth and delicate back, devoid of any scars or the emblem of the Kuja pirates. Granny Shah understood now why Bai Yin's arm bore such marks. Although she did not know how he had achieved this, it did not deter her from holding him in higher regard. While the 2 sisters engaged in hushed whispers, Bai Yin was wholly absorbed in devouring the food before him, resembling a ravenous ghost with no semblance of gentlemanly decorum. Hancock ate sparingly, her face adorned with a gentle smile as she continually served Bai Yin, placing various meats and dishes before him. Observing him enthusiastically feast, One would hardly suspect he held the rank of Rear Admiral in the Navy. Granny Shah thought him merely a glutton, and a vast quantity of food was swiftly consumed by Bai Yan, leaving him with a surprisingly unchanged stomach, which was quite remarkable. However, his previously mangled arm was healing steadily throughout the meal. Once the meal concluded, his arm appeared restored, presenting itself anew to everyone. What kind of ability is this? Granny Shah was filled with curiosity, but refrained from prying further, recognizing that everyone harbored their own secrets. Brother-in-law, can I too? Mary, having witnessed Bai Yan's full stomach, excitedly approached him. Mary, Hancock frowned, about to admonish her, only to be halted by Bai Yan as he grasped her small hand. Her icy demeanor melted instantly, replaced by a look of tender adoration directed at Bai Yan. Of course, Bai Yan nodded with a smile. Before he could say anything further, Mary, more decisive than Sonda, promptly removed her clothing without a hint of hesitation. Any other man might have found themselves overwhelmed, and even Bai Yan felt the pressure mounting. I cannot linger on Kuja Island. This notion echoed in Bai Yan's mind, for he felt as though his life was in peril. While Sonda and Mary may not rival Hancock in allure, they were certainly exceptional beauties in their own right. After all, they were three sisters, sharing many similarities, with Hancock perfectly embodying the ideal of beauty in every aspect: height, figure, and features, while Sonda was slightly taller and Mary was a tad more voluptuous. Yet, one must also consider their unique traits. Sonda possessed long, well-proportioned legs, while Mary's fullness was pronounced and delightfully bouncy. After reiterating the method of treatment, Bai Yan's freshly healed arm again became bloodied and mangled. I say, can't you switch to another arm? Why must you always torment me? Mary had always harbored a more favorable disposition towards Bai Yan and Sonda. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been laughing heartily at his jokes alongside the Kuja crew in front of the palace gates. Now that Bai Yan had alleviated a worry of hers, her fondness for him soared. Had he not been her brother-in-law, she might have thrown herself into his embrace, having eaten to his heart's content and completed the necessary tasks. Evening had arrived, signaling time for rest. Hancock intended to take Bai Yan back to her chambers, yet Granny Shah staunchly opposed. She insisted that Hancock had not yet formally entered the household, adhering to a rigid set of traditional customs. Enraged, Hancock nearly threatened to throw Granny Shah out of the window. "My dear, there's no need to rush." It was only when Bai Yan intervened that the tempestuous empress calmed. Ultimately, Granny Shah conceded, allowing Bai Yan to stay in the adjacent room rather than outside. After all, she understood well enough that even if he were outside the palace, Hancock would surely find a way to join him. Chapter 27. Flower picking, though Bai Yan had not known her for long, Granny Shah held a certain level of respect for him. Since Bai Yan had spoken, she was willing to grant him this favor. That night, Bai Yan did not seek out Hancock, yet she could not resist sneaking into his room. Nothing transpired that night. She simply nestled into Bai Yan's embrace and fell into a deep slumber. Hancock enjoyed a refreshing night's rest, as if her nightmares had finally distanced themselves for Bai Yan. However, it was a torturous experience. With such a beautiful woman sleeping in his arms, it was hard to believe he could remain composed, inhaling the fragrance of her hair and the faint scent of her cleansing products. He could only endure silently. Putting on a brave front, he resolved to maintain this facade, no matter how much it strained him. One night brings familiarity. Tomorrow night, I cannot guarantee anything, he silently vowed, determined to adhere to his resolve. In the early morning, before Bai Yan had fully awakened, Hancock rose, eager to prepare breakfast for him. Sensing her movement, Bai Yan kept his eyes closed, feeling safe in Kuja and perceiving no imminent danger. He had not slept well the previous night and welcomed the chance to catch up on rest. When he finally opened his eyes, he discovered a lavish spread of breakfast laid out on a grand table in his room. What a feast! Bai Yan stared in astonishment at Hancock, whose cheeks were still dusted with flour. This woman was truly extraordinary. Not only was she stunningly beautiful, but her culinary skills were also remarkably impressive. "You reawake, my love." Upon seeing Bai Yan regain consciousness, Hancock hurried to his side, gently offering to assist him in dressing. "You've worked hard." For the first time, Bai Yan took the initiative to plant a kiss on Hancock's lips. Yesterday, it had been Hancock who had taken the lead, leaving Bai Yan feeling somewhat passive. "I am not weary." After receiving a kiss, Hancock felt a wave of bliss wash over her, nearly causing her to swoon. As they prepared to eat, Bayin initially assumed that the spread on the table was all there was, but soon, Sonda and Mary, the two sisters, kept bringing in more food from outside. This was all breakfast that Hancock had prepared early that morning. Surpassing even the lavishness of last night's dinner, Bayin welcomed every morsel. After all, why refuse such delectable delights? Watching Bayin eat with such enjoyment, Hancock's mind began to envision herself as a devoted wife, caring for Bayin's daily needs, and perhaps even raising children together. That vision of life was simply intoxicatingly blissful. After finishing breakfast, the couple, deeply in love, naturally clung to one another. Bayin also remembered to check in. Ever since arriving at Nine Snake, he had felt remarkably fortunate. With his check-ins consistently marked at the liberating hour of 7, Empress Hancock was undoubtedly his lucky star. He spoke with Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit, reassuring her not to worry as he was doing well at Nine Snake. If the Navy had any urgent matters, he would return promptly. Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit indicated that there were currently no pressing issues and that they were not in a hurry. Waiting just outside Nine Snake for Bayin. Naturally, she had no desire to return to Navy headquarters, where she would inevitably encounter the insistent T-Pig, who had not taken her repeated rejections to heart. Did she need to spell out her disdain? Vice Admiral Crane suggested that they simply keep this man at bay. Otherwise, should tensions escalate, the Navy headquarters might find itself deprived of a formidable combatant. Peach Rabbit had no choice but to heed her good friend's advice, as there truly seemed to be no other solution. To avoid harassment, the best course of action was to embark on a mission. Now, being at Nine Snake Island with Bayin offered a rare tranquility. So how could she possibly return when he asked her to? While Bayin and Hancock were wrapped up in their affectionate exchanges, another woman who occupied his thoughts, Nico Robin, was compelled to assist CP9 in assassinating the iceberg to ensure the Straw Hat crew could depart Water City unscathed. That unreliable fellow, Akiji, had summoned CP9 and handed over the Golden Snail, capable of summoning the Demon Slayer Order to the scoundrel Spandam. This series of events had propelled the Straw Hat crew to legendary status in the anime, triumphantly defeating foes on the high seas and surviving the Demon Slayer Order. Setting aside the happenings over there, let us return to Bayin. The author put down his keyboard, his expression twisted as he gazed at this boastful character. The once cold, arrogant, and somewhat endearingly foolish empress had now transformed into a true woman. This shameless fellow had indeed made his move by the second night. Although the author felt a pang of resentment, it was a done deal. In contrast to Hancock's innocent heart, Bayin was nothing short of a filthy old witch. After their sweet interlude, Hancock nestled in Bayin's embrace, her heart and body wholly belonging to this man. Bayin, for once, retrieved a cigarette from his system space and slowly lit it in his previous life. He had been a smoker, but now, due to being under 18, the system had suppressed his habit. The pack he had purchased 4 years ago remained in his system space, and now he could finally savor the taste of tobacco in this pirate world. Rather than disapproving, Hancock found him incredibly handsome as she watched him smoke, her cheeks flushed with sweet happiness. In his previous life, many were curious whether Hancock had suffered at the hands of the celestial dragons in Mariella. The mental torment was undeniable, with rigorous training designed to mold her into a plaything for the celestial dragons. However, physically, she had endured little harm, for when she was rescued from Mariella, she had still been a mere girl. This was evidenced when Bayin took Hancock, confirming she had remained untouched 15 years prior. Hancock had been just a child, likely not even 10, when sold into the hands of the celestial dragons. Though the celestial dragons were indeed perverse, they sometimes viewed themselves as supremely noble. At times, they were so pretentious that they even feared breathing the same air as others, let alone considering what they might do to their slaves. Many of the female slaves purchased by the celestial dragons were often made to perform for their amusement alongside other slaves out of course. Some were simply perverse, and had kept slaves for years before taking action against them. Chapter 28. The mission from Sengoku. It is worth mentioning that Bayin had, in his previous life, dated 5 or 6 girlfriends, the youngest barely reaching adulthood, while the oldest was 2 years his senior. The older ones need not be discussed. Even the younger girlfriend was not a naive girl. The pirate world was akin to a treasure trove for the men of his previous life, teeming with chaotic entities, Yet more often than not, the women maintained their virtue. My love, I adore you. Snuffing out the cigarette, Bai Yin pulled Hancock's exquisite form into his arms. Darling, I love you too. Hancock responded with a satisfied murmur. Their tender exchanges quickly escalated into passionate kisses, and soon, an alluring scene unfolded once more upon Hancock's soft couch. For 3 consecutive days, Bai Yin did not step outside the palace, as for the poor patrolling soldiers who had informed Sonda and Mary. They were easily dismissed by the couple. It was no joke. Bai Yin was now the rightful brother-in-law, and these subjects could very well be considered his as well. Rebellion was out of the question. The phone snail buzzed, rousing the still sleeping Bai Yin. Hello, this is Bai Yin. He hadn't even checked who was calling. Hey, you brat. Are you not returning for Nine Snake? It's been ages. The voice on the other end belonged to the old man Sengoku. Old man, I've only been here for 3 days. Bai Yin felt quite aggrieved, having finally escaped Navy headquarters. There's a task for you, so you'd best come back quickly. Sengoku glanced at Akiji, his brow furrowing deeply. What is it? Upon hearing of a mission, Bai Yin perked up, curious about which formidable adversary he was to confront. Would it be monitoring Kaido, or perhaps hunting down Shanks, or was there another reason altogether? You were to go to Water City and intercept Monkey D. Luffy. What? Bai Yin struggled to believe what he had just heard. Was the storyline truly unfolding this way? Had his arrival triggered a butterfly effect, altering the course of events? Was it just him? Bai Yin recalled that such matters should typically fall under CP9's purview. Moreover, CP9 was responsible for escorting the long-wanted Robin to Judicial Island for a trial. Your task is to ensure their safe arrival at the Judicial Island. Akiji should be over there, right? Bai Yin said, feeling somewhat conflicted, waking Hancock with his raised voice. He just returned to Navy headquarters. And now you have to go back. This is your first mission. Don't mess it up. All right, I understand. The prospect of seeing Nico Robin excited Bai Yin immensely. Author, didn't you say you would only love Hancock? Come on, let us duel. Darling, are you leaving? Hancock gazed at Bai Yin, her eyes filled with sorrow. She did not want him to depart. Well, there's no choice. It's a direct order from Sengoku. Bai Yin wished he could stay. But the thought of reuniting with Nico Robin made him willing to be away for a time. Hancock was aware of Fleet Admiral Sengoku's reputation. It must be something significant for him to issue a direct order. Here, take this. It's my life card. Bai Yin produced a piece of white paper as if performing magic. With this life card, Hancock could find Bai Yin following its guidance. I have one too. Let me find it for you, darling. Unlike Bai Yin, who had a system space, Hancock did not possess such a convenience that by the way, if a guy named Luffy shows up here, just kick him off the island. If an incident like Ace's capture occurs, you can send him wherever he wishes. When Bai Yin first arrived at Nine Snake, none of the female warriors knew who he was, but after a few days of word spreading through the Nine Snake tribe, everyone became aware of the Navy officer who was about to become their Empress's husband. As they strolled down the street, all the warriors of the Nine Snake tribe stood along the roadside, their eyes glued to Bai Yin. Though most were captivated by Hancock, their dream lover. This what a man looks like. He is now the husband of His Majesty the Emperor, the new king of Nine Snake Island. Upon realizing he is a man, it appears that men possess an undeniable allure. Enough said. I feel utterly overwhelmed. Get away. Your water has splashed onto my feet. Enough that is saliva. Do not speak in a manner that evokes peculiar thoughts. In the embrace of Bai Yin, Hancock exhibits an endearing fragility. The crimson qipao perfectly accentuates Hancock's exquisite figure. After several days of intimate entanglement and indulgence, Hancock's charm has been elevated, emanating an indescribably enticing aura. Many female warriors who have long regarded the Emperor as their dream lover find themselves both captivated by Hancock's beauty and acutely aware of their own hearts shattering. What a grand spectacle! The Navy, upon witnessing the long-quiet Nine Snake Island, is suddenly inundated with numerous individuals. They hurriedly rush to the ship's railing, craning their necks to catch a glimpse. Although the details are unclear, everything appears captivating. The Navy personnel are ablaze with excitement, their eyes sparkling with hearts, as they strain to discern the happenings on the island. Indeed, it is the Empress, one fellow, armed with a telescope, gazes through the lens at the breathtakingly beautiful woman reclining in by Yan's embrace. The Navy swiftly converges to seize the telescope, their cacophonous chatter audible even from Nine Snake Island. Hancock, in the presence of others, displays a tempestuous demeanor, her expression cold. The distant clamor of discussion is uncomfortable for her, especially as it is a group of in Hancock's eyes. Men are categorized as either by Yin or the rest. Those ruffians. Bai Yin gently pats her hand, signaling her to remain calm, then turns to glare at the warship. A wave of terrifying dark blue energy surges forth. Conqueror's hockey. Miles away, Tao Tu gazes in astonishment at the Navy soldiers who have all collapsed on the warship, her eyes fixed on Bai Yin on the shore. Recognizing his formidable conqueror's My dear. Hancock, beside Bai Yin, feels the earlier surge of overwhelming power, her eyes sparkling with stars. That terrifying conqueror hockey is at least 2 levels stronger than her own. Could it be a superior form of conqueror's hockey? At this moment, she feels her husband is indeed incredibly powerful. That I shall take my leave. If I move swiftly, I will return. Bai Yin turns his head and plants a kiss on Hancock's lips, who strives to reciprocate. Chapter 29. Arrival at Water City. This kiss lingers for several minutes before Bai Yin reluctantly sets Hancock down onto the flower cart. Take good care of your sister. Bai Yin glances at Sonda and Mary, and upon seeing them nod, he steps into the air and flies toward the warship. My dear, I shall seek you out. Hancock calls out to Bai Yin, her face flushed with shyness. I shall await you. Bai Yin nods, forming a heart shape with his hands for Hancock. The warship has already departed, yet Hancock remains captivated, gazing dreamily at the sea. Sister, we should return. Sonda finally speaks up after noticing the warship has vanished. Let us go back. Hancock turns away, transforming once more into the tyrannical Empress of Nine Snake, her demeanor icy. Navy headquarters. Sengoku studies the photograph in his hands. This warlord of the sea, the Empress of Nine Snake, has truly been subdued by that scoundrel Bai Yin. After a moment's hesitation, he summons Vice Admiral Tru, Vice Admiral Karp, and even Zephyr to his office. After 2 hours of deliberation, a decision is finally reached. The newsbirds seem to have acquired some extraordinary information, flitting off to various corners of the world. What? She actually allied with the Navy? On an island teeming with baboons, a man dressed in a white shirt, exuding gentlemanly charm as he sips coffee, peruses a newspaper. What on earth is the Navy doing? In the New World, a man with 3 scars on his face, a member of the red-haired pirates, also examines the newspaper, astonished by the large image. Recently, it seems all the buzz revolves around this Navy brat. He glances at the slender female nurse beside him. Yearning for a sip of wine down on the warship, Bai Yin observes a newsbird delivering a newspaper, and upon seeing himself in it, he is puzzled as to how his photo from Nine Snake City was acquired by the Navy. Could there be an undercover agent sent by the Navy on Nine Snake Island? Hancock, look here! Granny Shaw also approaches Hancock with a newspaper. Wow, my husband is truly handsome, having not seen Bai Yin for several hours. She naturally misses him dearly. This moment. She pays no heed to the newspaper's contents, her focus solely on the photograph of their kiss. Granny Shaw feels she has mistakenly sought the wrong person. As Hancock proves to be of little use. Oh, that was quick to print. Vice Admiral Tao Tu also spots the newspaper in Bai Yin's hands. The headline reads, Navy Supernova engages in alliance with the warlord of the sea. What a grand title, akin to the moment Bai Yin's identity was revealed, dominating the newspaper's front page. It must be the work of that old coot Sengoku. Bai Yin remarks with indifference. This newspaper announces to the world that the Navy's strength has significantly increased. Not only with the Navy Supernova, but also due to the warlord of the sea's spouse. In truth, the warlord of the sea has now become a daughter-in-law of the Navy headquarters. The warship steers not towards the Navy headquarters, but directly toward Water City. While on the warship, conversing with Tao Tu reminds Bai Yin of events following Judicial Island. That rascal Luffy encountered a certain gentleman, Brooke, and defeated the warlord of the sea, Gecko Moria. Why this reckoning? After their escapades at Judicial Island, Ace must have fallen into Blackbeard's clutches. To save, or not to save, Bai Yin muses, with his strength. He could easily confront Blackbeard, even Whitebeard, without hesitation. If Ace is rescued, the classic narrative of the Marineford War would not unfold. Conversely, if he does not intervene, Blackbeard could become a warlord of the sea, acquiring the Tremor fruit. Yes, and he would also take away Shiryu. Host, why not capture both of them? The system, aware of Bai Yan's thoughts, interjects. Indeed, Bai Yan realizes he has been foolish, fixated on the storyline. With his current strength, he need not adhere to any plot. System Master, your words resonate profoundly. You truly are my mentor. Bai Yan begins to flatter the system in his mind. Although he flatters, he soon contemplates altering his strategy, allowing Blackbeard to seize Ace to impart a profound lesson to him. Rescuing Ace too early would deprive him of the fortune of living. Upon reaching Water City, Vice Admiral Tao Tu departs due to other duties. A man clad in a Navy uniform stands at the dock, drawing the attention of many. Awaiting the rendezvous is a fellow dressed in yellow beach shorts, sporting horn-like hair. Bai Yan, as a time traveler, immediately recognizes Bruno, a CP9 member who has been concealed in Water City for 5 years. His horn-like hairstyle is unforgettable. This individual possesses the power of the door fruit, allowing him to create doors from anything he touches. Among CP9, he was one of the earliest to acquire a devil fruit ability. This power is a cheat code for any introvert, yet Bruno's level of development leaves much to be desired. It is unfortunate that such a potent fruit is being utilized so poorly by him. Major Bai Yan, Bruno leads Bai Yan to a deserted alley, producing a set of civilian clothes he had prepared. No need, Bai Yan glances at him, waving his hand as his navy cloak vanishes instantly, revealing a sharp and dapper white suit. Bruno looks on in bewilderment, questioning what just transpired and why the emblem of justice has disappeared. I am merely tasked with intercepting Luffy. I will appear when necessary. Bai Yan exchanges a few words with Bruno before departing on his own. Bruno stands there, dumbfounded. Is this the Navy headquarters major sent to protect them? Upon returning to the tavern, Bruno recounts Bai Yan's actions to Lucci. This leaves the head of CP9 puzzled by Bai Yan's behavior, yet he understands that this is a Navy headquarters operative, and they do not belong to the same system. Naturally, they have no authority to dictate his actions. Everyone continues with their tasks, remembering to hold off the Straw Hat crew. Vice Admiral Akiji has informed them that the Devil Fruit user, Nico Robin, is among their ranks. Understood, rest assured, Captain Lucci, Kaku nods, promptly affirming. In Water City, Lucci is the most formidable fighter, and thus, many matters must align with his directives. Wow! Is this the sea train? At this moment, Bai Yan leisurely gazed at the swiftly racing trains across the tranquil sea from a platform. Chapter 30. Watching a play. Trains racing across the ocean. What a remarkable feat by the Horned Fishman. Bai Yan distinctly recalled that in the anime, Tom had been captured by the then CP5 chief, Spandam. Unexpectedly, CP9 had once again fallen into Spandam's hands. This fellow harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Water City and, despite the passage of years, continued to fixate on it. Naturally, Bai Yan understood that this man was motivated by one of the 3 legendary weapons of the world, Pluton. After observing the oceanic train, Bai Yan wandered through Water City, a place that truly deserved its title. It resembled the Venetian Water City from his past life, with narrow streets and waterways dominating the landscape. At the very center of the town stood a magnificent fountain. As he strolled, Bai Yan found himself unwittingly at Dock Number 1, the shipyard of Iceberg. Directly opposite the shipyard lay the central street. Rather than inspecting the shipyard, Bai Yan was drawn to the central street where a plethora of food and goods awaited. Since joining the Navy, he had hardly changed his attire, consistently donning the formal uniform purchased from the Naval Headquarters store. Now that he was in this commercial district, it was high time he treated himself to some new acquisitions. Welcome. How may I assist you? A store clerk warmly greeted Bai Yan as he entered a clothing shop. Indeed, in this city of passion and romance, the locals exuded enthusiasm. Half an hour later at a food stall, Bai Yan, clad in blue beach shorts, a white cartoon tank top, and flip-flops, was indulging heartily. Delicious, he exclaimed, lavishing praise on the elderly woman grilling the meat. Ah, you truly have exquisite taste. I've been selling here for many years. The old woman beamed with delight at the compliment. Suddenly, Bai Yan appeared to notice something extraordinary. Before him, a woman in a black dress strolled past, chatting animatedly with a deer. Upon seeing this woman clad in black, A name flashed through Bai Yan's mind. Could it be? That was Nico Robin. The little blue-nosed deer must be Chopper, the ship's doctor of Luffy's crew. Bai Yan pondered that since the naval headquarters had already contacted him to arrive here, Luffy's crew must have arrived long ago. However, observing the current situation, it seemed they too had just arrived. Robin was still engaged in cheerful conversation with Chopper. Soon, members of CP9 would approach Robin and utter a few words to her, causing her to vanish. The reason was to assist CP9 in assassinating the mayor of Water City, Iceberg, the owner of the Trura Company. The condition to threaten Robin was to ensure the Straw Hat crew's safe departure from Water City. Gazing at Robin's profile, it was evident she was a beautiful woman. And from her silhouette, she appeared to rival Hancock in figure. Perhaps after spending several days with Hancock, Bai Yan's appreciation for feminine beauty had elevated considerably. After all, the world's most beautiful woman had become his wife. In Bai Yan's eyes, Robin was not only visually appealing, but she also possessed the charm of an elder sister who seemed to understand everything, albeit with a hint of cunning. Such a woman would indeed be intriguing. Unlike Hancock, who, despite her beauty, had a childlike simplicity, easily delighted by mere flattery, Bai Yan contemplated getting up, a masked figure passed by Robin. Even from a distance, he could sense her body stiffen. That was a member of CP9. While savoring his grilled meat, Bai Yan watched as Chopper dashed into the library. After a brief moment of hesitation, Robin turned and followed the masked man. When Robin turned her face towards him, she appeared even more stunning, with large eyes, a high nose, and a hint of sorrow on her face. The fitted black dress perfectly accentuated her figure. From Bai Yan's perspective, she was merely slightly less alluring than Hancock. Undoubtedly a top-tier beauty. He longed to approach her, but considering the presence of CP9, he refrained from acting impulsively. Instead, he flicked his chopsticks, hoping to catch Robin's attention and establish a familiar face. His gesture did indeed prompt Robin to glance in his direction, albeit just for a fleeting moment. The two of them passed directly before Bai Yan. What a lovely older sister. He grinned, chuckling to himself. Now that Robin had been taken by CP9, it seemed the much-anticipated battle between Luffy and Usopp was imminent. After settling his bill, Bai Yan watched Chopper rush past him, smiling as he leaped onto a rooftop. The rooftops of Water City were uniformly red, contrasting sharply with the azure, as it was not that they favored red roofs. Rather, the red paint was most effective against the corrosive effects of seawater. This was Water City, rife with salt water that severely affected the integrity of the buildings. With each step, Bai Yan could effortlessly leap across 3 or 4 houses. Before long, he found a suitable spot to sit atop a roof, observing the bustling streets below. Today was indeed rewarding. That girl with the striking figure and youthful orange hair must be the future ball queen. Nami, she was undeniably well endowed, likely already a C-cup. Ah, and the blonde-haired secretary with glasses was Khalifa. Bai Yan retrieved a bag of Sanbei from the system space, settling on the rooftop to watch the happenings below. One could not help but admire the women of the pirate world. Their figures were simply stunning, and with a pleasant face, each was a beauty in her own right. Those long legs, knee-high boots, and short skirts. Khalifa in her professional attire was incredibly appealing as well. Bai Yan watched with a mix of amusement and fascination as 2 of FanQie's subordinates stealthily pilfered a suitcase while Usopp was distracted. Witnessing the scene unfold live was far more exhilarating than any anime. The emergence of Barley thwarted FanQie's subordinates' escape. Soon after, a member of CP9, Rob Lucci, appeared. Had Bai Yan not known his identity, he would have been deceived by the man's impeccable disguise. With great joy, Bai Yan observed the 2 long-legged women. Indifferent to everything else around him, in fact, he was more eager to see Khalifa donning that alluring black uniform, complete with fishnet stockings and all. Wasn't that every man's dream? In such attire, Khalifa would undoubtedly be at her most captivating. Bai Yan remained until Luffy discovered that money had gone missing before he gradually took his leave. Chapter 31. Rob Lucci. Now, he sought to await the next spectacle. Finding a place to rest and preparing to witness the battle between Luffy and Usopp later that evening, as for Robin, he was now aware of her whereabouts. Bai Yan wished to avoid altering the plot too significantly due to his actions. He checked into an inn for a well-deserved rest, intending to make the most of his free points by investing them in swordsmanship. The The system had informed Bai Yin that daily practice would yield a more rapid increase in proficiency. If he trained diligently, he could potentially gain substantial mastery in a single day, far surpassing the efficiency of merely accumulating free points. Recently, Bai Yin has been inseparably glued to Hancock, leaving him little time for training. Now that he has departed from the Nine Snakes, it is indeed time to engage in some proper exercise. However, before embarking on his workout, he plans to enjoy the spectacle and take a moment to rest. After all, this narrative is quite iconic. After closing his eyes and meditating for nearly 3 hours, he estimates that Luffy has returned to the shore where the ship is docked. After making a simple adjustment to his attire, Bai Yin, resembling a traveler, leaves the inn. The sensation of wearing flip-flops is incredibly comfortable. It's no wonder that some prominent figures prefer them. Though they do rub his toes a bit, this is likely due to his lack of accustomedness. With a bit more wear, he should adapt. Carrying a large glass filled with the renowned rum from the pirate world, he has 2 massive barrels of the same type stored in his system space, each weighing several hundred pounds. This rum was clandestinely obtained from the Navy's mess hall, and since it cost him nothing, it is quite enjoyable. Notably, the rum specifically supplied to the Navy surpasses the quality of what is sold externally. Perched atop a building with a red roof, he gazes out at the coastline, where the original plot is beginning to unfold. Bai Yin has arrived at an opportune moment. Usopp has just disembarked from the Mary and is preparing to leave. The members of the Straw Hat crew are standing at the ship's railing, shouting for Usopp to turn back. Sipping rum and munching on senbei, Bai Yin delightedly observes the unfolding drama. Witnessing it live is far more gratifying than watching it in anime. Soon, Luffy appears, and the two engage in a tug-of-war before commencing battle. Despite Usopp's typically timid demeanor, he displays remarkable bravery when it comes to his beloved ship. In truth, the group has only spent 3 to 4 months together. Their lack of mutual understanding is quite normal, inevitably leading to some squabbles. Moreover, this ship was financed by someone Usopp cherishes, making it of great significance to him. While reading the manga, it feels as though an extensive period has passed, perhaps several years, due to the sluggish pace of the animation. In reality, this group has only come together for a few months from the moment Luffy set sail to the present in Water City. Yet, as the destined child of this realm, Luffy has encountered numerous events, continuously experiencing and reminiscing, which lends the impression that mere months have stretched into years. Observing Usopp's techniques, despite lacking abilities or haki, he nonetheless manages to put Luffy on the ground, rolling around, thanks to his experience and familiarity with him. A plethora of bizarre weapons and ammunition emerges, truly abundant. Were it not for Bai Yin's covert observation, he would have stood up to applaud Usopp. Alas, he cannot bring himself to support Luffy, a character he does not favor. In a battle between men, no one intervenes, nor is there a need for it. Usopp can only implore Luffy to keep his distance. Otherwise, with his lackluster combat skills, he would easily be dispatched with a single punch. Not only does Bai Yin know the plot, but even if assessing the current combat power of both parties, the outcome remains unchanged. Luffy's arms can indeed extend impressively. It is no wonder he captivates the attention of young women. Could it be the allure of his gum-gum fruit? An insidious thought crosses Bai Yin's mind, yet at least his own assets are not lacking. Without Luffy employing any peculiar abilities, Bai Yin is confident he could incapacitate him. After merely 10 minutes, the battle concludes in a stalemate. Bai Yin witnesses the group part ways with Usopp. The fight ends, and given Usopp's already injured state from an earlier encounter with FanQie, he is swiftly overwhelmed by Luffy's punch. From the moment he arrived at the coastline, enjoying his drink in senbei, until he leaves, no one notices the young man, now a man, sitting atop a distant rooftop. Upon leaving the shoreline, Bai Yin makes his way to Bruno's tavern. Upon seeing Bai Yin's arrival, Bruno jolts in surprise, having failed to notice how this individual entered the room. This is not merely a tavern. It is a hidden chamber behind the scenes. This moment, seated on the sofa, is a woman with black eyes and hair, her expression tinged with sadness. Opposite her sits a man with peculiar facial hair and eyebrows. Major Bai Yin? The man glances at the suddenly appearing Bai Yin and inquires, "Rob Lucci? Or Shipwright Lucci?" Bai Yin chuckles, approaching Robin without a hint of formality, scrutinizing her as though she were a work of art. "Haha, Major Bai Yin seems to have done quite a thorough investigation. Lucci awkwardly smiles, then dismisses his interest. After all, they must hasten to complete their task. Yet he does not treat Bai Yin as an outsider, perhaps not considering him significant at all, and promptly begins outlining Bruno's next course of action. Having previously discussed most of the details, Bai Yin, resting his chin on one hand, surveys Robin from head to toe. Although seated, Robin casts a sidelong glance at the young naval officer. What are you staring at? Being scrutinized in such a manner. Anyone would feel a twinge of annoyance, especially with her current state of mind being rather poor. Ha ha, you are indeed quite beautiful. Observing Robin up close, Bai Yin catches a faint whiff of her feminine fragrance. His bluntness leaves Robin momentarily speechless. Lucci and Bruno are also taken aback by Bai Yin's audacity. Yesterday's newspaper featured his photograph alongside the warlord Boa Hancock, and now he is flirting with another woman. By the way, where is Khalifa? I wanted to see her fishnet stockings. Bai Yin stands straighter, surveying the surroundings with a grin. Major Bai Yin, you seem remarkably well informed about our CP9. Lucci finds it hard to believe. After all, CP9 operates in secrecy, and being recognized must be due to his presence in Bruno's establishment. Well, I know a little, but not in great detail. Bai Yin nods, completely disregarding the aura of danger emanating from Lucci. Lucci, don't act rashly. Bruno, though puzzled by how this young naval officer could possess such knowledge, kindly pulls on Lucci's arm to prevent any potential internal conflict. You complete your tasks. I'm merely here to hinder Luffy and his crew. This is an unrelated matter, so let us not make it overly unpleasant. Bai Yin fixes Lucci with a calm, yet scornful gaze, feeling insulted by Bai Yin's demeanor. Lucci is momentarily wounded in his pride. After all, he is the strongest genius CP has seen in 8 centuries, the mightiest of CP9. Having acquired considerable combat prowess at a young age, it's natural for him to feel somewhat arrogant, especially when faced with this 18-year-old naval major, who dares to regard him with such disdain, which irks him greatly. Hinder Luffy? Robin gazes at Bai Yin in disbelief. Has the Navy headquarters already taken notice of the Straw Hat crew? Ah, I forgot. Miss Robin is indeed one of the Straw Hats. Bai Yin beams, his smile radiant. Young man, you are merely a naval major, here only to assist us. I hope you do not engage in any unwise actions that in an instant. Lucci is left bloodied, pressed against the wall with Bai Yin standing before him, grasping his throat. Young man, haha, even if you're CP's greatest genius in 8 centuries, what does that amount to? Oh, I see. You haven't used your abilities yet. Bai Yin appears to have an epiphany. Releasing Lucci's throat in that moment. Lucci is left dazed, having failed to comprehend how Bai Yin executed his movement. Major Bai Yin, please do not act rashly. Bruno is somewhat anxious, should a conflict arise with the Navy now. The subsequent events would become challenging to manage. Haha, I'm merely testing his strength. With a light-hearted chuckle, Bai Yin sits across from Robin, his gaze unwavering. Lucci, don't act rashly. We are not his match. Bruno, though large of build, possesses a keen mind. Like this moment, he is certain that the two of them combined would not be able to contend with Bai Yin. Lucci, recalling how Bai Yin attacked, realizes he didn't see a thing. Casting a wary glance at Bai Yin, the two support each other as they exit the hidden chamber. Are you that person? Robin inquires uncertainly. Haha, perhaps I am. Bai Yin chuckled lightly. Aside from this brief interlude, the subsequent plot unfolded steadily according to the script. As for Robin and Bruno embarking on their mission, Bai Yin remained indifferent, merely glancing at Robin before departing. Fulfilling his desire to become somewhat familiar in Robin's eyes, he also showcased his strength to that blind fool, Lucci. Upon returning to his hotel, he pondered that tomorrow marked the arrival of the water gods, a day destined to be the most arduous for Luffy and his crew in Water City, where they would be targeted at every turn. Yet, what did it matter to Bai Yin? He simply found Luffy irksome. Perhaps it was due to his status as a transmigrant, the new chosen one of this realm, that his disdain for Luffy intensified upon arriving in this world. Not wishing to dwell on such thoughts, Bai Yin lay down in his hotel room, slipping into a deep slumber. He needed to be well rested for the impending task of thwarting Luffy's antics. After all, having come this far, how could he not teach that rascal a proper lesson? While Bai Yin slept soundly, CP9 and Luffy's crew were not enjoying the same tranquility. Usopp had separated from the group, and Robin had vanished as well. Everything seemed eerily reminiscent of the words spoken by the Marine Admiral on Longchain Island. Throughout their journey, they had gradually drawn together, only to now feel disheartened by this sudden turn of events. Amidst the commotion, Bai Yin was jolted awake, the streets abuzz with talk of Mayor Iceberg's assassination. The noise was such that it rendered him unable to return to sleep. Rising to check out, Bai Yin yawned as he made his way to Bruno's tavern. Upon seeing Bai Yin, Bruno's expression shifted. Last night, he had contacted Spandam, who had relayed a warning that Bai Yin should not be meddled with, stressing the importance of avoiding any conflict with him. Bruno had conveyed Spandam's message to Lu Chi, lest Lu Chi provoke Bai Yin and find himself in a precarious position with Commander Spandam. "What would you like to drink?" Bruno feigned unfamiliarity with Bai Yin, though his tone remained courteous. As the owner of a bar, he knew the importance of treating customers well. "A glass of rum, please, and some snacks," Bai Yin smiled, taking the rum and settling into a corner table. The outside world was bustling, and it seemed that the inhabitants of this realm had an unwavering fondness for alcohol, regardless of the time of day. Even before noon, several tables in the tavern were occupied. Bai Yin's arrival passed unnoticed. He appeared to be just another ordinary traveler. The wind outside was picking up, and he thought it wise to finish his meal and prepare for a retreat to the shipyard. Indeed, this year's winds are stronger than those of previous years. There's no escaping it. Each year proves to be more arduous than the last. As Bai Yin enjoyed his snacks and sipped his drink, he listened quietly to the tavern's patrons discussing the news. "Mr. Iceberg has awakened. The culprits are the Straw Hat crew." Such tidings spread rapidly throughout Water City. As any hint of gossip was quickly disseminated, IT was no jest. In the anime, dozens of reporters would be stationed at the entrance of the Carrera headquarters, ready to relay any news as it broke. Just as Bai Yin was about to order another drink, the tavern doors swung open, and he recognized the newcomer, Kokoro, the old woman who operated the sea train. She strode to the bar, ordered a drink, and began to guzzle it down. In the anime, Bai Yin had always thought her to possess the greatest tolerance for alcohol, as she consistently drank without so much as a bite to eat. She appeared to be in a state of inebriation, yet her words were strikingly lucid. Lost in thought, Bai Yin contemplated a myriad of matters. Suddenly, the tavern fell silent, all eyes turning to the entrance. Bai Yin too glanced over, spotting a blue-haired fellow with a prominent iron nose, barefoot as he entered. Bruno seemed to be quite familiar with him. "FanQie," Bai Yin observed this swaggering character, flanked by a pair of stunning twins, if one overlooked their peculiar hairstyles. They were undeniably beautiful, and importantly, they were twins, yet the aura surrounding this second-rate individual overshadowed the innocence of the young girls. That IT was reminiscent of the past life when a spirited girl would strut about. Still got a million berries left? Watching FanQie's arrogant demeanor, even Bai Yin felt an urge to slap him across the face. "FanQie, never spend money I can't afford. Tonight's expenses are all on me." This phrase sounded oddly familiar, akin to a line from a certain movie. Tonight's expenses are on young Master Zhao. Bai Yin considered himself fortunate to have enjoyed a free drink at FanQie's expense. Feeling quite comfortable as wads of berries flew into the air, the tavern erupted in cheers. The wind outside continued to strengthen, and as FanQie enjoyed his drink, he received word from one of his subordinates that they had been attacked. After all, FanQie was a well-known figure in Water City, and it was perplexing that anyone would dare to trouble his men. Infuriated by the assault on his subordinate, he smashed the bar in a fit of rage. Intent on seeking revenge, Bai Yin watched eagerly. A good show was about to unfold, with FanQie once again being led astray by that rascal Luffy. After all, a pirate was indeed a pirate. After a long day of drinking, Bai Yin felt a pleasant buzz and decided to leave the tavern. Eager to witness the unfolding drama, as night descended, a throng of shipwrights gathered outside Carrera's headquarters, there to protect their boss and mayor. Iceberg. The 5 foremen had also assembled early, standing guard at Iceberg's door. Everything unfolded as Bai Yin had previously observed in the storyline. The only difference was that he now stood directly before Luffy. Dressed casually and wearing flip-flops, Bai Yin wielded a long sword. "Jean-Pa, step aside. Do not obstruct my path, or I shall send you flying." Luffy had initially intended to protect Iceberg, but now he found his way blocked by this individual. Ha ha, you think you can send me flying? I'd believe it if it were Old Man Garp saying it, but you? Not a chance. Bayan glanced at Nami, who in close proximity revealed a rather impressive figure. Nami, alarmed, cast a wary glance at the smirking figure before her, shivering involuntarily, feeling as though she were a vulnerable lamb laid bare before a predator. Grandpa, at the mention of Garp's name, Luffy, despite being a bit of a hothead, trembled slightly. Why was it that he kept running into people who knew his grandfather? The highest-ranking Marine, Admiral Kazan, had been the same, and now this youth before him echoed that familiarity. "Are you a Marine?" Nami asked uncertainly, her hands clasped protectively over her chest, as if to shield herself from Bayan's gaze. "Deputy Admiral of Marine Headquarters, Bayan." Bayan nodded, revealing his identity. "Deputy Admiral." Zoro's blade snapped open. If they couldn't defeat an admiral, how could they hope to contend with this deputy admiral? In that moment, he felt a surge of adrenaline. If it were any other deputy admiral, it might be uncertain. But unfortunately for them, they were facing Bayan as tension mounted. Zoro was the first to strike point one sword style. Lion Song. Among Roronoa Zoro's techniques, this was the most formidable. Now he had mastered the technique to cut steel, barely managing to squeeze into the lower echelon of great swordsmen. Even though he could slice through steel with sufficient speed, it proved utterly ineffective against Bayan, without employing any formal technique. Bayan casually swung his dark Jean-Pa, effortlessly neutralizing Zoro's attack. The only ones who witnessed Bayan's movements were Zoro and Luffy. Zoro, realizing that his powerful strike had failed to land, changed his expression and drew all three of his swords, moving with remarkable swiftness that he prepared to defend. But regrettably, Bayan's focus was not on him. Bayan's intention was solely to deliver a beating to Luffy. Three-sword style, go slash, a malevolent specter emerged behind Zoro. For this individual whose technique names were lengthier than his swordsmanship, Bayan held no interest whatsoever. In his eyes, Zoro had yet to mature to a level where they could engage in battle face-to-face. As Zoro charged forward, swift in his movements, Bayan delivered a powerful strike with the sword sheathed to Zoro's abdomen, sending him hurtling several dozen meters away. Zoro believed himself to be quite formidable. Yet in the presence of Bayan, who had not even unsheathed his blade, he was effortlessly defeated, a clear mockery of his abilities at this moment. Nami and Chopper were entirely incapable of contributing to the fight. Nami was still primarily focused on finances and navigation, lacking the prowess she would possess 2 years later, while Chopper was merely a pet for the time being. Nami felt a mix of anger and humiliation. After defeating Zoro, Bayan audaciously touched her face, even pinching as the de facto sovereign of the Straw Hat crew. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and even Chopper and Usopp had all faced a wrath before, none of them having ever taken advantage of her. Yet here was this Lieutenant Bayan, brazenly groping her face. She felt helpless, not daring to make a move against someone of such formidable strength. That smirk on Bayan's face was utterly infuriating. "Hey, how dare you harass Nami?" Luffy shouted angrily as he charged forward, having finally stepped out from the shadow of his grandfather. Isn't this guy supposed to be oblivious to such things? Bayan mused, observing Luffy with a hint of curiosity. Could it be that he had been feigning ignorance all along? It dawned on Bayan why Nami frequently struck Luffy on the head. It seemed she was always attempting to take advantage of him. But to no avail. Considering your grandfather, I suppose I shall teach you a lesson today, Bayan thought, feeling annoyed by Luffy. While he would let the verbal jab slide, he saw no harm in giving him a good thrashing, especially since Luffy would soon be severely beaten by CP9 anyway. With a swift punch, devoid of any armament, Bayan suddenly materialized before Luffy, delivering a devastating blow to his head. Luffy instinctively recoiled at the name of this technique he had heard since childhood. Feeling a natural apprehension, Bayan exuded an aura of formidable menace, rivaling that of his grandfather, Garp. Thankfully, being a rubber man, Luffy, despite being pummeled into the ground, bore a head full of bumps and looked up at Bayan with a face full of grievance. Feeling as though he faced his grandfather. How could he not feel that way? Bayan could be considered a half-disciple of Garp, having received a fair share of Garp's loving punches, despite their similar ages. Luffy had to address Bai Yin as uncle, since Bai Yin was Garp's disciple, while Luffy was Garp's grandson, creating a generational gap that, feeling much better now. Go on. Attend your duties, Bai Yin said, lightly stepping off the ground and soaring into the air. He asked, flying. Luffy and Chopper exclaimed in astonishment, their eyes bulging, completely forgetting the fact that they had just been thoroughly beaten by Bai Yin. Zoro, rising from the rubble, gazed at Bai Yin's retreating figure, silently vowing to become stronger, realizing that he was still far too weak. How could he venture out to sea, aspiring to become the world's greatest swordsman, when a mere Navy lieutenant could so easily subdue them? It was disheartening to acknowledge that he lacked even the qualification to compel his opponent to draw his blade. Right? We must hurry to Iceberg. Luffy suddenly remembered, realizing they needed to protect Iceberg. The group hastily made their way towards the Galila Company headquarters. At that moment, the headquarters was under attack by masked individuals, and Robin had already appeared. Intent on eliminating Iceberg, Bai Yin leaned against the rooftop of a building, facing the howling winds, pouring alcohol in his mouth. It was no wonder everyone relished drinking. The sensation of inebriation was simply delightful. Amid the explosions, Bai Yin turned to see the Galila headquarters engulfed in flames. It's time to leave. Bai Yin was the first to reach the sea train, settling into the first carriage. The members of CP9 regarded Bai Yin with a hint of pride. They were a special agency within the CP organization. Even if a Navy Rear Admiral were to arrive, they would remain unconcerned, as they were not part of the same hierarchy. That IT was all about mutual cooperation, with no one subordinate to another. Leaning back at his chair, legs stretched out on the table, Bai Yin yawned. This place, devoid of any hockey, was utterly dulled out of course. He had seen plenty of beautiful women, whether it was Nami or Robin, and even that young Lady Califa had her charms. After the events at Eni's lobby, he might see if she would be interested in joining him as a secretary. Considering she had been in that role for 5 years, she should be quite adept at it, having matters to attend to when necessary and other pursuits when idle sounded appealing. Bai Yin smirked, closing his eyes to relax, as the time for departure drew near. According to the plot, Lucci and his crew should have captured FanQie and Usopp and were en route to the sea train. It had been a while since Bai Yin practiced with his sword, and he suddenly felt an itch in his hands. That it was a shame that after 7 years, no one had managed to draw his blade from its sheath, leaving his old companion feeling somewhat neglected. Once he returned to Navy headquarters, perhaps he should venture into the new world. Wait, after the Eni's lobby incident, it had only been a few days. Had Luffy already built his ship and set sail again? After defeating Moria, he must have reached Sabaody Archipelago by now. Kuma would be making his appearance, and it seemed upon returning to headquarters, he would head to the Sabaody Archipelago. The supernovas? That was the work of Kizu. His targets were Rayleigh and Bartholomew Kuma. It was imperative to teach Kuma a lesson, directing Luffy wherever he wished, but under the condition that he must not head towards Amazon Lily, although it would slightly alter the plot. Luffy's character would compel him to charge into Navy headquarters regardless. All right, that's the plan. Bai Yin snapped back to reality just as an old CP9 member entered with Robin. Upon seeing Bai Yin, Robin's expression shifted. Bai Yin, the lieutenant. Robin will stay here. Rest assured, I got this. Bai Yin waved dismissively at the CP9 members. Have a seat, he gestured to the space beside him. Robin nodded and sat down. May I rest my head on your lap? Bai Yin asked, and Robin looked at him incredulously. This Navy lieutenant was rather bold. If you wish, go ahead, Robin replied, uncertain of the role this Navy lieutenant was playing in the situation. Is he in league with Lucci's faction? Yet he had beaten Lucci. If he isn't a villain, why did he tell me not to rush from the very first moment we met? Indeed, from the moment she first laid eyes on the handsome Bai Yin devouring food at the barbecue stand, he had subtly conveyed to her not to worry, encouraging her to follow CP9. Throughout, she had remained oblivious to the true role Bai Yin played in this affair. The demon-slaying order must be terrifying, Bai Yin murmured, resting his head on Robin's supple thigh. Indeed. Robin's expression shifted, as if transported back 20 years to the 5 admirals and the 10 colossal warships, capable of obliterating an island with their fearsome destructive power. Don't worry. You'll be safe, and the straw hats will be fine as well. But before that, you must hold steadfast to your resolve to leave. After all, you have an agreement with CP9. Bai Yin closed his eyes, comfortably resting on Robin's remarkably soft thigh, relishing the sensation. The faint scent of a woman wafted through his nostrils. There is something enchanting about the fragrance women carried. "Which side are you on, and why are you helping me?" Robin inquired, observing Bai Yan's youthful face, realizing he was barely 18, a fact she had learned from the newspaper on the table in the tavern's back room. Gazing into the eyes of this strikingly handsome lieutenant, Robin's heart raced. "Hee, Robin, I merely admire you. I couldn't bear to see you suffer at the hands of the world government." Bai Yin grinned, suddenly opening his eyes as their gazes locked. "You like me?" Robin was taken aback, bewildered by the situation. Was she truly aboard the CP organization sea train? "I know very well that Hancock, the pirate empress and the world's most beautiful woman, is your woman." Moments later, Robin, staring into Bai Yan's seemingly sincere eyes, finally spoke. "Indeed, Hancock is a charming woman," Bai Yin mused, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face at the thought of Hancock. "But do you still like me?" Robin initially harbored a somewhat anxious heart, yet under the rhythmic guidance of Bai Yin, she gradually became considerably more relaxed, allowing numerous mischievous thoughts to blossom within her mind. "Indeed, I possess no grand ambitions. But as one enamored by beauty, I find myself utterly defenseless against it. My sole desire is to gather these women, who have endured suffering, beside me, providing them with a warm and blissful environment. Although I am acutely aware of the impracticality of such a notion, as each individual harbors their own aspirations, I shall not impede their pursuits. My side shall always be their sanctuary. Take you. For instance, your desire is to interpret the annals of history, and I shall encourage you to continue your endeavors. Yet, this does not diminish my affection for you." Robin gazed at Bai Yin, listening as he articulated his lofty, yet unrealistic ideals. The train upon the sea commenced its journey. Silence enveloped the carriage as Bai Yin rested his head upon Robin's lap, quietly savoring the gentle undulations of the maritime train to the rear of the carriage. Sanji burst into the compartment. Soon, word spread to the second carriage, where Lu Chi and his companions were seated, and no need to worry. Not only do we have naval soldiers, but also our newcomers from CP9. A CP9 member reported to Lu Chi. For such matters, Lu Chi felt no concern, as they had long departed from Water City, leaving no avenue for escape. "If I agree to your terms, will you ensure my safe departure and guarantee the safety of the Straw Hats?" After a prolonged silence, Robin finally spoke. "Of course." Bai Yin shifted slightly, nuzzling against Robin's leg. "All right." After much contemplation, Robin managed to utter a single word. Splendid." Bai Yin laughed, his joy reminiscent of a child, for at that moment, he had temporarily won over Robin. The process was inconsequential, the outcome paramount. "Usopp and Sanji are already preparing to rescue you," Bai Yin suddenly recalled, sharing this with Robin. Her expression shifted, tinged with melancholy. "Oh, not worry. A man who has not weathered storms is unworthy of survival upon the seas." Grasping Robin's hand and feeling her delicate skin, Bai Yin spoke tenderly. "Will they be all right?" Robin inquired, still apprehensive, reflecting on their journey thus far. She recalled how Luffy had rescued her from the depths of Alabasta. She had fortuitously attached herself to this individual, thus boarding the Straw Hats' ship, though she had chosen to align herself with them. These companions had treated her with utmost care throughout their voyage. The comedic Luffy, the aloof Zoro, the lecherous Sanji, the bossy Nami, the adorable Chopper, and the silly Usopp. They are indeed reliable, are they not? As if sensing the thoughts in Robin's heart, Bai Yin gazed at her. Indeed, a splendid group of companions. It was precisely because of their unwavering support that she no longer wished to sacrifice them. She would willingly lay down her life to protect them, as long as she could ensure their safe departure. "Then I shall follow them. When the time comes, I will inform you." Bai Yin nodded. "Although I cannot always be by your side, as long as you are safe. I will find you. Are you not afraid of retribution from the world government?" Robin inquired, intrigued by the source of his confidence. "What do you believe CP9 is for?" A mischievous grin spread across his face, which caught Robin's attention. Was he implying that he would let himself be captured while allowing CP9 to take the blame? In an instant, Robin comprehended Bai Yan's intent. His audacity was truly remarkable. "It's all Kuzan's fault. Upon returning to the Navy headquarters, I shall seek retribution. As the thought of the reason behind Robin's fears crossed his mind, Bai Yin sat up, clenching his fist. Admiral Akiji of the Navy headquarters? Before arriving at Water City, we encountered that terrifying individual. Fear not. Upon my return to headquarters, I shall avenge you. With a gentle hand, Bai Yin smoothed Robin's furrowed brows, gazing deeply into her eyes. He is the pinnacle of combat strength in the Navy headquarters. Robin regarded Bai Yin, eager to discern the source of his bold assertions. Haha, indeed. Do you doubt my status as the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters? Grasping Robin's chin and admiring her enchanting visage, Bai Yin felt that his journey into this world was truly worthwhile. Having first encountered Bai Yin stifled a yawn before turning back to the carriage. The lessons that needed to be imparted had already been completed. In fact, he had even prepared Robin for the moment she would need to utter that specific phrase. Upon arriving at Justice Island, his mission would come to a close, and he would report back to the Navy headquarters. Before departing, however, it was prudent to issue a warning to Spandam. If this fellow were to lay a hand on Robin, Bai Yin would be exceedingly displeased. As the battle raged on, Bai Yin returned to the first carriage. Reclining with his legs crossed, it is worth noting that in the world of pirates, many individuals take pleasure in sitting with their legs crossed. This was particularly evident during the Marineford War, where the three admirals made their entrance, all adopting a similar posture. Whether for aesthetic appeal or sheer presence, it was undeniably striking. System Master, do you think I could consume more devil fruits? The thought of the Marineford War reminded Bai Yin of Blackbeard, who astonishingly had the ability to ingest multiple devil fruits. Host, I suspect you are dreaming. It is already quite remarkable that you are not a complete novice. Yet you wish to consume 2 devil fruits. I possess a system, so why shouldn't I be able to consume 2? Look at others with systems. They can indulge in devil fruits at will. Nonsense. I have never heard of such a thing. Besides, you should dedicate your time to fully developing your current fruit's abilities. Unexpected surprises await. The system thundered in Bai Yin's mind, causing a buzzing sensation in his head. All right. Bai Yin contemplated using his Pluton form at night and his Divine King form during the day, envisioning a striking contrast of black and white. Speaking of which, Luffy's Nika form is indeed white. Isn't it? Bai Yin's eyes snapped open. Could this lad be his ultimate adversary? System Master, what tier does my devil fruit belong to within the zone category? Host, it is already past 11. Do you not allow the system to rest? Does the system require sleep too? Numerous question marks appeared above Bai Yin's head. Certainly, the devil fruit is of the highest caliber. Now, cease your inquiries. This system requires rest. Disturb me further, and I shall erase you. Bai Yin's lips twitched slightly. Very well. The system master remained as ever. He considered calling Hancock, but ultimately decided against it. As it was nighttime, despite the battles on Justice Island appearing to unfold in daylight, it was indeed night that in approximately 2 to 3 hours, one could travel from Water City to Justice Island. Upon reaching Justice Island, the proximity to Navy headquarters became apparent. Beyond the Gate of Justice lay the deep-sea prison and Navy headquarters, with these pivotal governmental facilities constructed around a circular current. Without opening the Gate of Justice, vessels would endlessly circle this body of water. Robin had returned, and compared to FanQie, she was in a much better state, as FanQie was bound by numerous chains. Rob Lucci, wary of potential complications, had kept Robin close at hand but were nearing Justice Island. I advise you all to behave. Caliph's voice echoed from the carriage. Miss Robin, how come you are back again? FanQie exclaimed, astonished at Robin's return. The CP9 members were indeed formidable. The subsequent hour of travel passed peacefully, having successfully shaken off Sanji and Usopp. The sea train arrived punctually at Justice Island, awakened by the commotion. Bai Yin yawned and surveyed the grand assembly before him. In truth, these individuals had gathered to welcome Lucci back after 5 years of undercover work, and now he had finally returned. Officer! Everyone saluted Lucci. Among the CP9 members clad in black, Caliphus stood out as the most attractive. Bai Yin, clad in slippers, followed behind. Both the Navy and CP members regarded Bai Yin's unconventional attire with curiosity, as he seldom made appearances. Spandam, Bai Yin glared at the man with a corrective brace on his face, who exuded a rather sleazy demeanor. Major Bai Yin, Spandam approached Bai Yin to shake his hand, for Bai Yin was currently a highly regarded figure in the eyes of both the Navy and CP0, as well as the world government, and no need for that. I'll leave Robin in your care. I'm heading back to Navy headquarters. And you, do not dare lay a hand on Miss Robin. Bai Yan's gaze was piercing as he looked at Spandam. How could I? We are all cultured individuals. We would never resort to violence, Spandam replied, his smile rather unseemly, tinged with awkwardness. Let us hope it remains that way. Bai Yin nodded, then turned to the CP9 members. If you find it unbearable, come to the Navy to find me. Especially you, Miss Khalifa. I truly need a secretary like you. Bai Yin teased Khalifa in front of Robin. Robin's eyes sparkled with amusement as she regarded Bai Yin, who indeed seemed to have a penchant for beautiful women. Spandam was taken aback that Bai Yin would attempt to recruit his subordinate right in front of him. However, according to CP intelligence, Major Bai Yin was now at least of rear admiral strength. Such a powerful individual was beyond Spandam's meager combat prowess, which was a mere 9 at once he reached the 5 elders. He would certainly file a report about Bai Yin. Understood. Khalifa surprisingly responded. Khalifa, Spandam exclaimed, growing anxious. Officer, this is harassment. Khalifa's demeanor toward Spandam was markedly different. Spandam felt deeply wounded by the contrasting attitudes of the two. Bai Yin departed, heading back to Navy headquarters. As he left, he winked at Robin, a smile gracing his features. Spandam felt a profound sense of threat at the thought of the Navy recruiting his subordinates. He had originally intended to present a devil fruit as a reward, but now he hastily produced it. Khalifa, Kaku, you two should consume this. A devil fruit. Gabura had been displeased with Kaku during the power evaluation, as the latter had outperformed him. Upon seeing the devil fruit, he began to voice various complaints. However, it was of no consequence. Before the eyes of all, Kaku and Khalifa devoured the devil fruit. Everyone watched in anticipation. This tastes terrible, they both exclaimed simultaneously, causing others to fall to the ground in shock. Ignoring the events unfolding at Justice Island, Bai Yin had already boarded a warship, heading towards Navy headquarters by the time he returned. It was already past 3 in the morning. Considering that Sengoku would likely be resting, he decided against disturbing him and instead retreated to his quarters, having been away for over 10 days. His quarters remained unchanged. After a refreshing shower, Bai Yin lay on his bed, gazing at the familiar starry sky. A great deal had transpired over the last 10 days. Just as he was about to drift off, the entire Navy headquarters erupted in alarm. Bai Yin jolted awake, suddenly recalling the most crucial detail. That fool Spandam had mistakenly activated the transmutation order. Idiot! Bai Yin hastily donned his clothes and rushed towards the Navy's warships. His concern was not for Spandam himself, but rather for Robin, fearing that these warships might inadvertently harm or due to the butterfly effect of his presence. He understood that after his departure, Robin would undoubtedly face challenges, but whether she would eliminate Spandam remained uncertain. At the same time, another individual burst out of the residential area. Kazan! Bai Yin glared at him, infuriated that this man had caused Spandam to invoke the transmutation order. Bai Yin! Kazan caught sight of Bai Yin soaring through the air and was about to greet him when he was met with a pair of dark iron fists. You actually allowed that fool Spandam to activate the transmutation order. Bai Yin's anger intensified as he disregarded the gathering Navy officers and launched an attack on Kazan. Caught off guard by Bai Yin's assault, Kazan was momentarily stunned before his irritation flared. After all, he considered himself to be Bai Yin's half-disciple, and yet Bai Yin showed no mercy. The two engaged in fierce combat, escalating from the square to the docks, and ultimately into the sea. The surface of the water became dotted with floating ice, providing Kazan with footholds. 5 Vice Admirals assembled 10 warships, gliding past the two combatants. This Bai Yin's true strength? One Admiral, puffing on a cigar, observed the scene where Bai Yin dominated Kazan. This is already on par with an Admiral's level, isn't it? Another Navy Vice Admiral remarked. All the Navy personnel were astonished as they watched the two combatants, locked in battle, speedily traversing the waters toward Justice Island, often outpacing the warships. They are both criminals. Why can't we employ the transmutation order? I've pondered this for a full 20 years. Kazan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, now feeling a surge of anger after being struck. How many innocent Navy soldiers will you sacrifice with your actions? Bai Yin exclaimed, though his heart remained preoccupied with Robin's safety. With over 10,000 warriors on Judicial Island, they could be consumed by the inferno unleashed by the Demon Slayer order. Oh, you understand. Are you Sakazuki? How could you become so cold-blooded? Bai Yin roared, his haki enveloping his fist as he shattered an incoming ice bird, delivering a powerful blow to Admiral Akiji's face. The moment the seawater touched Akiji, it froze into a solid ice surface, preventing him from sinking and forcing him to glide atop the ice. Ice spears erupted around Kazan like raindrops, launching an assault on by Y&AT that moment. Kazan recalled the Demon Slayer order he had participated in as a vice admiral 20 years ago during the O'Hara incident. Back then, Akainu, Sakazuki, had even sunk ships carrying civilians attempting to escape. Unable to bear the thought, Kazan had spared the 8-year-old Nico Robin after freezing the defecting Vice Admiral Saul. For the past 2 decades, the weight of letting Robin go had left Kazan's heart in turmoil. You've changed. The two engaged in a relentless battle as the Navy fleet arrived at Judicial Island, clashing fiercely in the surrounding waters. Shells rained down upon Judicial Island, and Bai Yin could do little to stop the barrage. For the first time, in front of so many onlookers, Bai Yin slowly unsheathed his sword. Jean Puh, before Spandam, Robin, and FanQie, who watched in bewilderment at the fierce confrontation unfolding outside the Gate of Justice. The formidable might of the Navy headquarters turned the sea beneath Kuzan's feet into a land of ice. To the moment, Bai Yin drew his sword. All the vice admirals aboard the warships turned their gazes toward him. Chapter 38. Bai Yin versus Kazan. A long, jet-black blade, glimmering with a chilling light, appeared in his hand. This was the Black Blade. The perceptive vice admiral's expression shifted. The Black Blade was not merely a result of forging, but rather the culmination of extensive usage of haki, melding the blade's color into a deep black. This blade rivaled the legendary 12 Supreme Great Blades. Among those, Dracul Mihawk's Black Blade, was one of the 12 Supreme Great Blades. You dare to draw your sword against me. Do you intend to judge the Navy? Kuzan felt a twinge of panic. During their previous encounters, Bai Yin had never unsheathed his sword, yet now he had done so. Judging the Navy? Kazan, do not forget that I am an appointed enforcer of the world government. Your actions have displeased me, and I wish to test your full strength, Bai Yin said with a calm demeanor. With a casual swing of Jean Puh, a blade aura that rivaled the heavens erupted forth, cleaving the countless shells aimed at Judicial Island into 2 mid-air. This the true power of this man. Nico Robin wiped the blood from her mouth, acknowledging that this man was indeed hers, strong enough to stand against the might of the Demon Slayer order alone. Ice Age. Kazan's expression shifted as he recalled Bai Yin's authority, rumored to even extend to Fleet Admiral Sengoku, realizing that if Bai Yin used this excuse to eliminate him, it would be a futile death. The potential repercussions of the Demon Slayer order's destruction of Judicial Island could fall upon him. Realizing this, his expression changed again. He had been too impulsive. Admiral, the Navy personnel aboard the warships were at a loss. The shells from the 10 colossal battleships continued to strike, incessantly targeted at the 2 combatants that it was hard to fathom how someone engaged in battle with an admiral could also find the time to intercept the shells fired from the warships. Despite many shells landing on Judicial Island, only a scant few managed to slip through the blade's aura. However, as the situation had already unfolded, someone had to bear the consequences while attacking Bai Yin. Kazan spoke, both of them locked in combat, the battleground situated perfectly between the warships and Judicial Island. The Navy cannot suffer any more casualties, Bai Yin glared at Kazan, as long as Robin remained unharmed. He had no desire to intervene, but witnessing her injury filled him with both concern and rage. What do you propose we do? Kazan felt the urgency. If this matter went unresolved, his life was at stake. While he could disregard his position as admiral, he could not afford to lose his life. Spandam must die. Someone must be held accountable for this. Bai Yin's words were delivered lightly, yet they caused Kazan's gaze to shift. The principle of if the friend dies, the monk must not die was universally applicable. I understand. Kazan nodded, and they began to engage in close-quarters combat, their voices too low for the Navy soldiers to overhear. Continue. As Akiji blocked Bai Yin, the vice admirals aboard the warships urged on, countless shells beginning to rain down upon Judicial Island. Bai Yin focused on intercepting the nearby shells, particularly those aimed at Robin. In his battle with Akiji, each strike of the black blade Jean felt as though it could cleave the entire ocean in two. The sheer terror of it changed Zoro's expression on the suspended bridge. This man fought with a ferocity that surpassed even Mihawk's most powerful attacks. No wonder he had refused to draw his sword during their encounter in Water 7. His current strength was indeed unworthy of facing such an opponent. Robin continued to fend off the advancing Navy soldiers while observing the two men fighting in the distance. Point one had captured her, yet had spared her for 20 years, despite her life being one of evasion during that time. The other was her man, Nico, Robin's man, whose identity would remain undisclosed, but she knew he was hers, and one day she would stand by his side. With the rank of a lieutenant commander, his power already stood at the pinnacle of the Navy. Now, with reliable allies at her side, everything seemed to be turning for the better. After enduring 20 years of hardship, at long last, things were about to improve. She would live well for her comrades and for that man. Judicial Island, despite Bai Yan's protection, was still engulfed in flames. However, thanks to Bai Yan buying time, many Navy soldiers managed to escape. Luffy defeated Lucci and leaped onto the Mary with the help of his crewmates. The Navy found itself in utter disarray, caught in a tumultuous current. A serious strike, a terrifying blade aura sliced through the ocean, narrowly missing the Straw Hat ship. The crew broke into a cold sweat. Had that strike connected, it might have cleaved both ship and crew in half. Seizing the opportunity, Robin directly eliminated Spandam, leaving the Navy to watch helplessly as the Straw Hat crew made their escape. The most shocking part was not merely their escape, but the audacity to kill a world government intelligence chief in front of so many high-ranking Navy officers. FanQie activated the coup de burst, propelling the Mary into the air, while Usopp unleashed a massive smoke bomb. Bai Yan's strike not only split the ocean, but also disrupted the whirlpool, preventing the Navy warships from colliding. Admiral, what now? The Navy vice admirals looked toward the panting Kazan aboard the warship. We cannot afford to increase the Navy's casualties further. This battle is a loss for the Navy. Kazan's expression darkened as he gazed at the devastated Judicial Island. Bai Yan sheathed his Jean, landing beside Kazan, observing the numerous casualties among the Navy with a furrowed brow. Look at the cost of your impulsiveness. How many Navy lives have been sacrificed? He admonished loudly. The 5 vice admirals, seeing Bai Yan's grim countenance, dared not speak, realizing that they were witnessing an admiral being overwhelmed by Bai Yan, and as mere vice admirals, they had no authority to intervene. Quickly tend to the wounded, rescue all those who have fallen into the sea, and then return to Navy headquarters. Bai Yan's commands were more effective than Kazan's. Yes, countless Navy soldiers saluted Bai Yan with great respect. Regardless of anything else, Bai Yan's concern for the Navy soldiers endeared him to them immensely. Everyone hurried to assist the injured and retrieve their fallen comrades, and once the ships were full, they set course for Marineford. When the Navy had largely departed, Bai Yan turned to the somewhat dejected Kazan at the bridge's edge. Chapter 39. Subduing Lucci, are you not going to check on her? After all, you've cared for her for 20 years. Bai Yan pulled out a cigarette, placing it between his lips, igniting it against the sea breeze. How do you know? Kazan felt that he could no longer see through Bai Yan. Saul was your close friend, wasn't he? To have personally ended your dear friend's life, such a burden must weigh heavily on your heart. Bai Yan did not look at Kazan, but instead gazed out at the sea. Lost in thought, Kazan fell silent. He had concealed this matter in his heart for 20 long years. Go on. I'll handle things here. Bai Yan forced a smile, patting Kazan's shoulder like an old friend. With utmost effort, Kazan rose to his feet, casting a complex glance at Bai Yan before leaping into the sea. Observing this individual showcase his abilities by conjuring a bicycle and riding away, Bai Yan chuckled softly. Charming Robin, we shall meet again in the Sabeti archipelago. Bai Yan's gaze shifted from the vast ocean to the Justice Island. Tisich, is he dead? Bai Yan inquired as he approached the fallen Lucci, with great difficulty. Lucci opened his eyes, gazing at the man before him, his lips twitching incessantly. The Navy headquarters. Bai Yan relayed the situation to Sengoku, acknowledging that the incident had transpired on Navy territory during the night, thus eluding the scrutiny of reporters. The matter regarding the use of the demon-slaying order was swiftly suppressed, with an official declaration stating that the Straw Hat crew had attacked Justice Island. This revelation sent shockwaves across the world, prompting the Navy to promptly issue new bounties on the entire Straw Hat crew, shifting focus away from the Straw Hats. In the New World, the meeting between Shanks and Edward Newgate stirred considerable anxiety within the world government. Reports from the Navy indicated that no conflict had ensued between the two. Bai-Yin sat in Sengoku's office. Listening to the soldiers' reports, he remained inscrutable, well aware that in the anime, the two had clashed. That particular scene had rent the skies asunder, with Shanks wielding the formidable Conqueror's Haki. The advanced Conqueror's Haki no longer merely shocked the soul. It could directly devastate physical entities. Bai-Yin glanced at his own Conqueror's Haki. Contemplating that with time, he too could elevate it to an advanced level. With nothing further to occupy him, Bai-Yin took a casual pass from Sengoku and departed from the Marine headquarters in Marineford. However, before his exit, Sengoku provided him with a special communication Din Mushi. In a remote residential area of the Sabiti archipelago, a peculiar man with odd eyebrows lounged in the sun, his body adorned with numerous bandages. Beside him, a square-nosed individual was diligently performing handstand push-ups. 9997, 9998, 9999, 10,000. A burly man with horns held a teacup, sitting upright as he observed the people in the yard. A curious blonde woman with glasses watched the sunbather intently. Each was preoccupied with their own activities, creating a rather somber atmosphere. You're recovering quite well. The door swung open, and aside from the peculiar man, the other three regarded the newcomer with suspicion. Major Bai-Yin. The woman exclaimed in surprise. Khalifa, you seem to be healing nicely. Just ensure you don't carry any scars, or you may find it unsuitable to serve as my secretary, Bai-Yin replied with a cheerful smile. Originally, these individuals should have been wanted criminals, but with his arrival, their bounties vanished. Meanwhile, the CP9 organization had been secretly disbanded by the world government. Did you save us? Lucci no longer referred to himself as Old Man. What do you want us to do? We are merely assassins. Lucci glared at Bai-Yin, acutely aware of his formidable power. I know you, Lucci. Do you not relish lawful slaughter? Join me, and not only will you grow stronger, but you will also find ample opportunities to kill. Not forget, I am an enforcer of the Navy. I can apprehend not just pirates, but also Navy personnel. Bai-Yin casually strolled to the table, pouring himself a cup of red tea and savoring a sip. Take your time to discuss. I'll await your response, Bai-Yin stated calmly, showing no concern about potentially usurping CP0's personnel. The four individuals genuinely entered the room, engaging in hushed deliberations, while Bai-Yin made no effort to eavesdrop. Currently, they had nowhere else to turn but to follow him. They should have been wanted, allowing CP0 to recruit them, but Bai-Yin's involvement shifted all blame onto Spandam. As the accused were now deceased, leaving no witnesses. Very well. After several minutes of contemplation, Lucci and the others emerged, nodding in agreement to Bai-Yin's proposal. Haha, splendid. At least your choice offers a path to survival. Otherwise, it would be a matter of life and death. Bai-Yin cast a sidelong glance at the four, his indifferent tone sending shivers down their spines, as if they were being scrutinized by a primal beast. The four successfully boarded Bai-Yin's small warship, now transformed into Navy soldiers. Bai-Yin promptly granted them the rank of Major, the highest title he could bestow within his capabilities. This small Navy vessel had been specially arranged for Bai-Yin by Sengoku, boasting remarkable speed as it belonged to the latest scientific advancements within the Navy. It was at least twice as fast as a standard warship. Lucci temporarily assumed the role of Bai-Yin's aide. Khalifa served as his secretary, while Kaku and Bruno acted as assistants, accompanied by 100 Navy soldiers, constituting the entirety of the crew on this new vessel. I shall take you to meet someone. Bai-Yin, increasingly fond of casual attire, walked leisurely ahead, the four clad in Navy major uniforms trailing behind him. Who? Lucci inquired curiously, as they were aware of the Sabiti archipelago's significance, serving as the entrance to the new world of the Grand Line. Here, merchants paid to traverse the Red Line legally, while pirates resorted to clandestine routes beneath it. At a rather formidable old man, Bai-Yin chuckled as he trod upon the massive roots of the red trees. The Sabiti archipelago was indeed beautiful, aptly nicknamed the Soap Bubble Archipelago, as vibrant bubbles constantly emerge from the ground, resembling blown soap bubbles, all originating from the resin of the red trees, whenever a bubble broke through the grass. It truly presented a breathtaking sight. This dreamlike locale was perfect for rejuvenation. Chapter 40. Return to Amazon Lily. The place where Lucci and the others resided was rented at Bayan's expense. In truth, he could have easily found an unoccupied spot to construct a dwelling, for in this world, no land deeds existed. Anyone could build a house where they pleased, provided they were willing to pay. Yet, this area lay within the domain of the celestial dragons, with numbered red trees from 1 to 29 comprising a commercial street, also serving as a slave auction site and a haven for pirates. Bayan recalled that Doflamingo had dispatched captured individuals to this very location for auction, and even devil fruits were rumored to be sold there. Under the 13th red tree, a bar named FanQie's was situated, unremarkable yet not too secluded. The four exchanged puzzled glances at its name, feeling an unsettling vibe. Upon pushing open the door and entering, they were greeted with welcome. Behind the bar stood a woman with short black hair, smoking a cigarette, who turned her gaze towards them. "Sister FanQie," Bayan exclaimed with a smile as the four Navy majors behind him caused the pirates within the bar to change their expressions. Upon hearing the term sister, FanQie scrutinized Bayan closely. "That I ask that you will Bayan? I never expected this young, handsome man to be the Navy Major Bayan who recently allied with Hancock." "Indeed, it is I." Bayan waved his hand, while the four behind him chose a nearby table. The surrounding pirates quickly distanced themselves from the four Navy personnel, fully aware of the rules within FanQie's bar. Fighting was strictly prohibited, lest they be thrown out by the owner. "They're like me. Each one gets a rum," Bayan casually remarked. "How did you find me? Did that old hag tell you?" FanQie asked, puzzled, as neither the old hag nor Hancock were aware of her presence in the Sabati archipelago. Accepting the rum handed to him by FanQie, Bayan shook his head. After several sips, the refreshing rum slid down his throat, and he released a contented sigh, forming a small mist. "I've come to seek out old Rayleigh," Bayan stated, glancing at the white-haired elder seated in the corner. To FanQie's eyes widened slightly. The fact that Rayleigh was here was a well-guarded secret, known only to a select few who frequented her establishment, and even they merely understood that one could contact the skilled craftsman here. How did he know? Do not be alarmed. Only I am aware. Bayan placed his empty cup down, thoroughly satisfied with the quality of the drinks. "Well, then I can relax. I have high hopes for you." FanQie smiled, observing Bayan with admiration. Truly, this young man was quite handsome, and his boldness was commendable. Knowing that the old man was Rayleigh, this young man still had the confidence to seek him out. Suggesting a strong belief in his own abilities, Bayan retrieved some berries from his pocket, settling the tab for himself and his four subordinates before rising to approach Rayleigh. Rayleigh glanced at Bayan, said nothing, and simply stood up to exit. And on a secluded beach in the Chambord archipelago, Rayleigh, wearing glasses, gazed at the distant figure of White Rock. This place was already quite remote. Even if a brawl were to break out, it would go unnoticed by others. "Senior Rayleigh, please don't make it seem like I'm here to fight. That I simply wish to discuss something with you." White Rock waved his hand innocently, indicating he meant no harm. He wondered how this old man could be so irritable, having dashed away from the tavern and led them to such a desolate spot. "Speak." Rayleigh fixed his intense gaze on White Rock. True to his reputation as the first mate of the Pirate King, he emanated an aura of strength that belied his age. White Rock could distinctly sense the terrifying power concealed within his seemingly frail frame. It was no wonder that even the likes of Kizuru found it challenging to gain an upper hand against him. "Ha! Come on now. We are both sons-in-law of the Amazon Lily Kingdom. So why the formality?" White Rock attempted to lighten the atmosphere, but Rayleigh remained unresponsive. "All right then, soon Luffy will arrive. When he does, I won't allow Kuma to send him to Amazon Lily. Let's see if we can find another place for him. That location is now my wife's territory, and I wouldn't want him there." As he spoke, White Rock exuded a fierce aura that rivaled Rayleigh's. Behind him, Lucci furrowed his brow upon hearing Luffy's name, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards the one who had recently inflicted upon him the humiliation of defeat. Rayleigh regarded White Rock with curiosity. He was unaware of the circumstances that prompted such a statement from him. "Haha, you'll understand soon enough. If Kuma comes, just ask him. What reason would a respected warlord have to be researched by the world government? Luffy should train elsewhere. Amazon Lily is not welcoming to him. It was a simple matter, and White Rock was certain Rayleigh would guide Luffy well, especially given Shanks' entrustment that as Rayleigh contemplated, his expression grew solemn. It seemed White Rock had indeed struck a chord. Shanks had entrusted him with the responsibility of properly mentoring Luffy. As the former first mate of the Pirate King Roger, Rayleigh had seen many crew members flourish under his tutelage, including Shanks and Buggy. Meanwhile, a pitch-black warship cut swiftly through the calm waters. The impending confrontation between the two was ultimately set aside, as White Rock chose to show respect towards the elder Rayleigh. After bidding farewell to the Dark King, White Rock directed the warship towards Amazon Lily. Currently, Lucci and his companions had only mastered the Marine 6 styles, a skill set that would hardly suffice for future battles. Darling, we are still far from the coastline. The Empress Boa Hancock, clad in a striking red cheapao, awaited them, waving enthusiastically at White Rock aboard the warship. Amazon Lily was not merely a single island. Adjacent to it lay the Beast Park, where Luffy had once fought fiercely to make tea that moment. A series of wooden houses had been constructed along the seashore of the Beast Park. Commissioned by Hancock for the training of White Rock's naval soldiers, M.Y. Love, how I've missed you. White Rock embraced Hancock as she rushed into his arms, indifferent to the gazes of those around them. And they shared a passionate kiss. And no matter the time, Hancock remained adorably shy. The purpose of bringing Lucci and the others here was to enable them to learn hockey from the formidable female warriors of the Kuja tribe. Chapter 41. Rest and Training. As for White Rock, he was disinclined to teach unless they possessed a solid foundation. He would only consider instructing them once they had grasped the basics of armament and observation hockey. Having entrusted his 104 subordinates to a Kuja pirate crew member, White Rock followed Hancock to the capital of Amazon Lily. The one responsible for teaching Lucci and the others was Moza, a highly capable young woman, second only to Hancock among the three sisters. In the anime, the strength of the Kuja female warriors was deliberately diminished to showcase Luffy's prowess. In reality, they were formidable and comparable to some of the captains among the 4 emperors of the New World. Regrettably, they were relegated to the role of supporting characters to pave the way for the protagonist. Now, White Rock was determined to make full use of these warriors in the eyes of Lucci and the Navy soldiers. The 6 styles seemed utterly juvenile, as even a single Kuja warrior could easily overpower them. The situation was even grimmer for the soldiers who had yet to master the 6 styles. Now, they were expected to learn the more advanced hockey techniques. White Rock felt no sympathy for Lucci and his companions enduring beatings at the hands of the Kuja warriors. He understood the principle that young trees must be pruned to grow straight. Once they truly mastered hockey, the beasts of the Beast Park would become their worthy adversaries. If Luffy could thrive there for 2 years, White Rock was confident that Lucci could do the same. In the capital of Amazon Lily, White Rock's arrival sparked considerable celebration. Empress Hancock promptly announced a grand feast to welcome Prince White Rock. Tea present, White Rock was indeed regarded as a legitimate prince in the Amazon Lily Kingdom. The festivities lasted a day and a night. Even White Rock, with his considerable drinking capacity, found himself somewhat inebriated. Many of the competitive female warriors relentlessly poured drinks for him, fueled by the jealousy of having their beloved empress claimed by this man. Now, Hancock no longer feared the judgment of her subjects, for the mark of shame that had once haunted her had been erased by White Rock, granting her an air of newfound confidence. In the Amazon Lily Kingdom, Hancock wielded her authority with greater freedom to grow stronger. One must first establish a solid foundation of personal strength. This commitment led to an overall enhancement of the Kuja tribe's prowess. Any random Kuja warrior was now comparable to a naval officer. Reclining on a soft couch, White Rock's vision blurred with intoxication, while Hancock gazed at him adoringly, a smile often gracing her lips. He was her man. For 2 consecutive days, White Rock remained within Hancock's chamber. When he finally reappeared in the Beast Park, he felt rejuvenated. In stark contrast, Lucci and Kaku looked considerably worse for wear, their clothes tattered and torn. Although they lacked for food, as the Kuja warriors would deliver meals at mealtime, they were still too weak to survive in the Beast Park, where numerous beasts roamed. During training, they were mercilessly overwhelmed by the Kuja warriors. It feels like I've forgotten something. White Rock pondered, stroking his chin in confusion. Oh well, why dwell on it if I can't remember? Unlike Lucci and the others, White Rock prioritized his training, determined to elevate his swordsmanship to the level of a grandmaster. Each day of diligent practice yielded significant improvement, accumulating dozens of proficiency points. With the system's assistance, he could gain nearly 100 points daily. Presently, his swordsmanship proficiency had reached over 700 points, with just over 2,000 points remaining to achieve grandmaster status. In reality, engaging in combat would yield even greater proficiency gains, but he currently had no opportunities to do so. Lacking the strength of a grandmaster, he would be unable to contend with the likes of Shanks in the New World to stand against the formidable four emperors. He needed to bolster his strength. Observing White Rock's training, Lucci and the naval soldiers found their own struggles less daunting. Have you ever seen someone swing a weapon over 100,000 times in a single day? They had one right in front of them. Each strike appeared to be executed with utmost effort, yet the speed was so rapid that it was nearly imperceptible. Strangely, after 3 days, what had once seemed like swift movements now appeared to be almost sluggish. Only Lucci could barely discern the truth, recognizing that the speed of the sword strikes was so extraordinary that they left behind afterimages. Even more astonishing was that, without resorting to any abilities, White Rock could create a 10-meter-long trench in the sea merely from the pressure generated by swinging his long blade. As he continued to strike, the trench maintained its shape, creating the illusion of a strange fissure in the ocean's surface. After 2 days of rest, Hancock also made her way to this small island, often sitting atop her pet snake, Salome, propping her chin on her hand as she watched White Rock train. Whenever he took a break, she would shyly rush over to wipe the sweat from his brow. At times, being spotted by those naval soldiers filled one with a sense of envy. They were indeed meticulously selected naval warriors, and it was quite impressive that they could withstand Hancock's allure. Bai Yin found this quite gratifying. During the day, they trained, and by night, Bai Yin accompanied Hancock back to the royal city of Nine Snake to rest. Granny Shah was deeply concerned, frequently reminding Hancock not to overexert Bai Yin and to refrain from pressing him about having children too soon. Upon hearing that she should not urge for children, Hancock, in a fit of anger, unceremoniously tossed Granny Shah from the upper floor. Bai Yin could only manage a wry smile. He was quite mindful of such matters. After all, he was only 18, and the notion of having children felt rather premature. Perhaps a little later would be more appropriate. Time passed swiftly in the blink of an eye. Bai Yin had been in Nine Snake for over a week. According to naval intelligence, Luffy was nearing the Sabeti archipelago. It was time to communicate with Bartholomew Kuma. Bai Yin planned to set off with just 50 naval soldiers for Bai Yin's extended stay in Nine Snake. Sengoku had remained rather unfazed. After all, he was young and enjoying the pleasures of life, which was entirely normal as long as he completed his missions on time. That was all that mattered. This was also the reason why Sengoku had provided Bai Yin with a state-of-the-art warship. Beyond that, Sengoku did not seem to concern himself too much. Currently, the Nine Snake tribe was assisting in training Bai Yin's naval soldiers, which brought him some comfort, at least while Bai Yin was indulging in frivolities. He had not neglected to enhance the Navy's capabilities. Chapter 42. The unfortunate pirates. The camaraderie between Nine Snake and the Navy was undoubtedly a fortuitous development. Regrettably, the warriors of the Nine Snake tribe would only assist in training Bai Yin's Navy. If they could aid in training the entire Navy, their proficiency would undoubtedly reach new heights. Speaking of which, both Karp and Zifa were currently enjoying a leisurely existence. It seemed a pity for such a formidable master of hockey to not allow the Navy to enhance its strength. In a room in Marineford, a woman with blue hair gazed out the window. It had been a month since Bai Yin had departed from the naval headquarters, and she had not seen him since. In her heart, she still recalled his promises. When he returned, she would certainly give him a proper lesson. Although she could not overpower the current Bai Yin, she could diminish his size, transforming him into a child. At that moment, wouldn't he be easy prey for her? Ian chuckled at the thought of holding a child-sized Bai Yin on her lap and playfully smacking his behind if they were to have children in the future. Would she treat them similarly? Oh dear, they weren't even together yet, and here she was contemplating children. How embarrassing! Achoo! Bai Yin sneezed. What was it about his constitution that made him sneeze? Perhaps he had overexerted himself during his nighttime activities, leading to a decline in his immune response. Glancing at Hancock, who was sleeping soundly with a flushed face, he couldn't help but plant a gentle kiss on her cheek. Early in the morning, he thwarted Hancock's intention to rise and see him off. After their kiss, Bai Yin hurried to the seaside, but on the warship, the state of the 50 naval soldiers was a stark contrast to a week prior. Their posture was straight and exuded a palpable aura of confidence. Set sail, Bai Yin commanded from the deck of the warship. Kuma, you had best behave. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences. Bai Yan's impression of Kuma had always been that of a helper. During his anime viewings, he had heard tales of Kuma's former brutality, earning him the moniker Tyrant Bear. In reality, Kuma was an exceptionally gentle soul. However, it was unclear what promises he had made to Vegapunk that led him to transform into an emotionless machine. Perhaps a mutual agreement had been reached. It seemed that the young girl among the pirate supernovas was Kuma's daughter, albeit not by blood. Such a powerful individual had sold himself to another, and now it was too late. Had he acted sooner, perhaps he could have altered Kuma's views and enlisted him as an ally. Speaking of Kuma, his bizarre abilities might have contributed to his tumultuous fate. While watching the anime, Bai Yin sensed that Kuma's powers were somewhat inexplicable in the early stages, which ultimately led to his need for retribution. As the sea breeze enveloped him, Bai Yin began to ponder the path ahead. Every strong individual in this world had their own journey to embark upon. To become the Pirate King? Bai Yin was a Navy officer now. It was impossible for him to abandon the Navy. Why not simply enjoy the pleasures of life, savoring the company of beautiful women? To become an admiral, he already possessed the strength of one. Whether he attained the title or not was inconsequential. Collecting beautiful women. He aspired to create his own realm. Perhaps indulging in a harem was his true dream. The path he wished to tread. Yes, gathering all the girls he admired and bringing them to Nine Snake Island to establish his own harem. The thought of beautiful women made Bai Yin momentarily forget everything else. Nami would be matured in 2 years. Perhaps he would engage with her then. The women of the New World seemed to have their own pursuits. For instance, Yamato, or Kazuki Hayori, the daughter of Odin, each had their own missions. Which girl could he possibly take away so easily? Baby 5 from Dressrosa also seemed quite appealing. It was a pity she was working as an assassin under Don Quixote da Flamingo. When he had the chance, he must abscond with her from Dressrosa. Otherwise, it would be a shame if that dense man, Old Kai, got her first. Interestingly, Baby 5's personality resembled Hancock's when she first met Bai Yin. There was also Rebecca from Dressrosa, undoubtedly a stunning beauty. It appeared that the New World was rife with beautiful women, all waiting for Bai Yin to rescue them. Shaking his head, he realized he was overthinking things. Perhaps he should wait until he reached the New World to consider such matters. To win over those two, he would need Doflamingo to cooperate. If he refused, an intense battle would be inevitable. The New World's Vivi was quite appealing, as was Nokigao. Bai Yin leaned over the ship's railing dreamily. Drooling, report, Major. A pirate ship spotted ahead. A naval soldier rushed to Bai Yan's side, saluting as he reported. Bai Yan's previously joyful expression shifted to one of cold seriousness as he straightened up and peered toward the distant sea. Sure enough, 3 to 4 kilometers away, a pirate ship was advancing steadily. More importantly, this ship exhibited remarkable audacity. Upon spotting Bai Yan's naval vessel, it did not flee but rather turned to head directly toward them. Battle stations, Bai Yin felt no need to panic, yet he reminded his naval soldiers to be prepared for combat at any moment. The soldiers brimmed with confidence. They were no longer the same as when they had just departed the naval headquarters. Now, they had been honed by the warriors of Nine Snake, eager to find an outlet for their pent-up frustrations. If previously they had been elite soldiers with a combat power of over 20, now they boasted a formidable combat power nearing 100 haha lads. Ahead lies a naval warship, though it appears rather weak. Allow me, the Sea Slayer, Hoggley, to demonstrate my tremendous prowess. A pirate towering nearly 3 meters tall laughed heartily as he brandished his weapon, a colossal sword measuring close to 3 meters in length, instilling a sense of intimidation. Wow! The crew of the Sea Slayer erupted in wild cheers. Their captain had a bounty exceeding 50 million berries, having single-handedly annihilated a naval base in the South Blue, thus earning the title of Sea Slayer. As the Sabeti archipelago drew near, their captain was thrilled to have encountered a small naval vessel. Compared to standard naval ships, Bai Yan's warship was clearly much smaller, capable of accommodating fewer than 200 personnel at most. Regular naval ships typically operated with a complement of 500, while the super-large ships at the admiral level housed over 1,000. Chapter 43. Arrival at Sabeti Archipelago. Just like the enormous Navy vessels wielding the demon-slaying order, which could rival those of admiral caliber, able to accommodate over 1,000 naval soldiers. However, it was common to station 500 personnel on such ships, always ready for action. Bai Yan's vessel was truly diminutive. At least Karp's dog-headed warship would provide a more relatable comparison. Bai Yan's warship was at most 1/5 the size of Karp's, with a maximum capacity of merely 200 naval soldiers. This was also the reason Bai Yan had requested only 100 naval soldiers. How audacious! Bai Yan gazed at the pirate flag, which depicted a skull cleaved in two by a large blade. He meticulously searched his mind for any similar pirate crews, but to his disappointment, he discovered that this was a crew he had never heard of before. In Bai Yan's eyes, it was merely a minor faction. It was understandable, considering that near the Sabeti archipelago, hundreds of pirate crews set sail for the New World daily. It was impossible for every crew to be meticulously documented. Such obscure entities might very well meet their demise in some tempest of the New World, vanishing into the depths of the sea. Rather than allow them to perish in the ocean, why not claim the bounty for himself? A mischievous grin spread across Bai Yan's face, for this was an opportunity for easy money presented right at his doorstep. Although he was not particularly concerned about wealth, often indulging in feasts at Hancock's side, he felt as if he were being financially supported by her as a man. Returning with some treasure would be far more gratifying, at least bolstering his confidence. Navy, I am the Sea Slayer, Hogley. You had better clean your necks and wait for me to come and take your lives. Even before the two ships drew near, a rather arrogant voice emanated from the opposing vessel. Sea Slayer? I've never heard of him. Bai Yan scoffed, rolling his eyes at the loud proclamation, expecting something far more formidable. Major, this Sea Slayer is a powerful pirate recently emerged in the South Sea. With a bounty of 50 million berries, he was awarded this bounty after annihilating an entire Navy division, an elevation granted by the world government. A diligent seaman stood behind Bai Yan, having located this individual's profile among a pile of bounties. 50 million, Bai Yan mused, raising his finger to calculate, realizing that capturing him would yield nearly 30 million berries for himself, especially since he held the highest rank aboard this warship. Prepare for the attack. Yes, the Navy soldiers were exuberant. With only 50 men, each could potentially receive several million berries. Far more satisfying than a mere salary, in the Amazon Lily Kingdom. They had suffered greatly at the hands of the women of the Kuja tribe, and now they finally felt empowered to turn the tables. Charge! It was unclear who had shouted, but suddenly, the warship lay abandoned as all 50 Navy soldiers lunged toward the pirate ship. Those capable of using the moonwalk technique leapt from the vessel, while others dove straight into the water. Their demeanor contrasted starkly with that of other Navy soldiers, who would typically show signs of panic upon encountering pirates. Bai Yan's crew, though only trained briefly by the women of the Kuja tribe, had made remarkable progress. Watching his spirited soldiers, he felt an immense sense of pride. These were his subordinates, while it was uncertain how far they would go in the future under his carefully arranged training. They would all learn to wield armament hockey. Those capable of using armament hockey ranked at least as officers within the Navy. However, the 50 soldiers brought forth had yet to master it. Yet, given enough time, Bai Yan was confident they would become hockey-trained Navy warriors. Oh, these Navy soldiers can fly. The pirates gaped in astonishment as they witnessed the soldiers deftly maneuvering through the air toward them. Their jaws dropped in disbelief. Such a phenomenon had never occurred in their previous combat experiences. If anyone in attendance had the keenest insight, it would undoubtedly be the so-called Sea Slayer, Hogley. Such techniques were typically employed only by the commanders of the Navy divisions he had previously vanquished, and they appear to be somewhat unfamiliar. Now, he found himself facing formidable opposition. Half of the soldiers could traverse the air. Damn it, How can these Navy men be so strong? Hogley continuously swung his large blade. But regrettably, his strikes were not as fluid as he had envisioned, easily intercepted by the Navy soldiers. Not bad, not bad. At least under pressure, they've grasped the Navy six forms reasonably well. Bai Yin laughed heartily. Eagerly anticipating the day, he returned to Navy headquarters to showcase his subordinates, who had surpassed those trained by their instructors. Meanwhile, at Marineford, hurry up, Carp, just finished sending his grandson on a voyage, was summoned back by Sengoku, shattering his hard-earned vacation. Frustrated, Carp vented his anger on the weary Navy soldiers below him. Zifa, on the other hand, remained unperturbed, sipping rum and finding amusement in Carp's irritable demeanor. Upon calming down, Zifa realized his mindset had shifted considerably. He no longer harbored as much hatred as he once did. Whether Navy or pirate, they were merely two sides of the same coin, unable to exist without one another. Where there is darkness, there must be light. Where there are good people, there are bound to be bad ones. As for the individual who had severed his arm, others would deal with him. As Bai Yin said, at his age, it was time to let go and enjoy the life he had never experienced. The hatred would be left for the next generation of Navy to fulfill his aspirations. Everyone, pull yourselves together. Carp bellowed, clenching his fists and spitting as he shouted at the exhausted Navy soldiers. Kazan remained as languid as ever, preferring to lie down rather than stand, and not hesitating to recline on the training ground's grass while observing the exhausted soldiers below, occasionally casting glances at Zifa. Compared to his former self, Zifa had changed tremendously. He was no longer the bloodthirsty figure he once was. Would the world be a better place without pirates? Clearly, it was impossible. Just look at the Sabeti archipelago. Bai Yin had led the Navy in dispatching that arrogant pirate crew and docked the warship at their own naval port. Chapter 44. Farewell. Robin the Bounty was promptly exchanged at the Navy Division, and all the soldiers were elated. This was no small sum of money. Their former comrades looked on with envy, which was the source of their joy. You all can take your time to rest. I'm going for a stroll, Bai Yin declared, leaving the Navy base with those words. The Navy station at the Sabeti archipelago changed personnel every half-month, with at least one major or commander stationed there. This territory belonged to the Celestial Dragons, and even an admiral might pass through for inspections. Regardless of when one arrived, the scenery here was undeniably beautiful, with bubbles constantly rising from the ground into the air. Such a paradise seemed to belong in a fairy tale. Hey, bro, how about sharing some of your riches with us? A few brazen individuals, lacking insight, had set their sights on Bai Yin, amused by their rugged appearances and diverse forms. Bai Yin chuckled at them. Did he truly seem so easy to intimidate, or did he appear to be immensely wealthy? Bro, is this guy a fool? One burly man asked his equally stout companion. He seems a bit dim, the other replied, scratching his head and gazing uncertainly at Bai Yin, who remained in a daze, surrounded by such a group wielding weapons. The man exhibited no reaction. He could only be a fool or mentally unwell. If he's a fool, he's probably broke. Let's retreat, the burly man reasoned, signaling to his companions to leave. Bai Yin stood there, momentarily stunned. Fool? Were they referring to him? They had mistakenly perceived Bai Yin as a simpleton and spared him this time. Little did they realize they had narrowly escaped a dire fate. Had Bai Yin not been lost in thought, they would have certainly faced a harsh beating, and some of them might have met their demise. Bai Yin recalled that Luffy and his crew had docked their ship beneath tree number 41, and he made his way in that direction. Despite the anime-esque portrayal of the island as small, each red tree-esque root system represented an island, totaling over 70, thus comprising over 70 islands. When Luffy and his crew arrived at tree number 41, the Thousand Sunny had sailed beneath the roots of those red trees, illustrating their immense size. After a considerable time, Bai Yin found himself perched upon a branch of tree number 41, and indeed, the ship resembling a sunflower's lion head was anchored below. While observing, he spotted the green-haired Zoro descending from a ship, confidently asserting that he would not get lost after glancing at the markings on the red tree. In the anime, it appeared that a bubble had obscured his vision, leading him to notice a 1 marked on the tree. For someone directionally challenged, even marked signs would be difficult to remember. I could see Bai Yin had arrived at just the right moment, and with a swift movement, he headed toward District 31, where Luffy was set to witness the scene of a celestial dragon killing a slave. The celestial dragons, who have made countless appearances in anime, find their most striking representative in Charlia, the exquisite lady from the Mariawa Palace. Regrettably, her pampered upbringing has rendered her cruel in her treatment of slaves. In truth, among the celestial dragons, there exist many other beautiful women. At least the few girls Baiyan previously encountered were quite delightful. The cruelty and indulgence of the celestial dragons stem from the abhorrent consequences of inbreeding among their kind. Despite the infusion of fresh blood, the offspring are increasingly grotesque with each generation, and more alarmingly, their intelligence seems to decline with every lineage. Perhaps this is part of M's sinister design. M aims to keep the celestial dragons, these so-called world nobles, as livestock in her pen, providing her with ample life energy. Baiyan swiftly approached District 31, his rapid advance instilling a sense of dread. Perhaps it was the perfect timing or the demands of the plot. But upon his arrival, he witnessed the dramatic explosion of a slave's collar. Luffy and his companions stared in shock at the unfolding scene, as countless civilians hastily knelt at the sight of the approaching celestial dragons. Luffy himself was forcibly brought to his knees by the octopus Little Eight. Everyone gazed in terror at the two uniquely adorned celestial dragons, who were tethered to a slave by iron chains. Many harbor misconceptions about the celestial dragons. The five elders are indeed celestial dragons, formidable beings far more powerful than what is commonly perceived. Take, for instance, the seemingly dim-witted celestial dragons, with their physical strength. They could pull chains as thick as a wrist. If these celestial dragons were not products of inbreeding, their physical prowess could rival that of many races. Most self-important world nobles disdain physical training. Yet among them lie numerous astute and physically capable elite individuals who train in secrecy, serving as the final line of defense for the world nobility. Suddenly, something fell from the sky, landing right before the two celestial dragons adorned with transparent helmets, stirring up a cloud of dust. All heads turned to gaze at the rising dust. As it settled, a man stood confronting the two world nobles. The expressions of the commoners shifted dramatically. How audacious to stand before the world nobles. This was an outright challenge to their authority. Robin's pupils dilated in shock. It was him, her man. Luffy, observing the figure, felt his face droop in dismay, recalling the last encounter when he had been thoroughly thrashed. Nami and Chopper looked equally bewildered. Enough already. Baiyan regarded the two world nobles, his face betraying no emotion. The crowd marveled at his audacity to utter such words before the celestial dragons. The older celestial dragon, still processing the situation, suddenly noticed Charlia's change in demeanor. It was as if she had awakened from a terrible memory. With a scream, she turned and fled. Daughter, the elder world noble shot a glance at Baiyan, furrowing his brow before chasing after his fleeing daughter, dragging his slave along. That moment, naval soldiers appeared, beginning to clear away the bodies of the fallen slaves. Yes, it's you. Luffy grinned at Baiyan, eager to reclaim the face he had lost during their previous encounter in Water 7. Chapter 45. Meeting Bartholomew Kuma, who are you? Baiyan tilted his head, feigning forgetfulness in a comically exaggerated manner. Robin couldn't help but smile at his antics. He was truly good at pretending. I am Luffy. Monkey D. Luffy. You gave me quite the beating back in Water 7. Luffy was adamant, recalling the incident with remarkable clarity, contradicting anyone who claimed he had a poor memory. Luffy, Baiyan stroked his chin, gazing skyward as if trying to recall. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Nami's face, and with a swift motion, he appeared beside her, exclaiming, still so smooth and delicate. He playfully pinched Nami's cheek. Luffy's expression soured, filled with confusion at Baiyan's mysterious antics. I am Nami. Once again, Nami found herself the target of this naval officer's teasing, her irritation tempered by fear. This was a man capable of going toe-to-toe with the formidable Admiral Aokiji. The harrowing sight of their battle on Eni's lobby had left a lasting impression on her youthful psyche. Oh, you are Nami. What was that about Luffy just now? Baiyan glanced around curiously, and upon spotting Robin, he winked at her in a way only she could see, prompting her to smile brightly in return. It's me. Luffy, restrained by Little Eight, was ready to charge forward, flames of indignation flickering atop his head. He was furious. He was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 300 million berries, yet this fellow had failed to remember him. "Greetings, beautiful lady," Bai Yin chuckled as he approached Robin. Extending his hand to clasp hers, he discreetly tickled her palm with his fingers. "Hello." Robin smiled back, recollecting their encounter on the sea train, her cheeks flushing with warmth. "Oh, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." "Do not provoke the celestial dragons," Bai Yin advised, glancing at Robin with a serious tone before vanishing from sight in an instant. Luffy shook his head in bewilderment, unable to fathom where Bai Yin had disappeared to. He speaks the truth, Luffy. Never provoke the celestial dragons. Little 8 began earnestly explaining the terrors of the world nobles. Should one incur their wrath, it would summon the likes of an admiral, a truly fearsome prospect. The Admiral Aokiji, perhaps? While the others might not recognize many, they were all too familiar with Aokiji's terrifying reputation. Having experienced it firsthand, the group exchanged alarmed glances at Little 8's words that it could also be Admiral Kazu or Admiral Akinu. Little 8 continued, sharing his wealth of knowledge, as he often did, in stark contrast to Luffy's ignorance. Once the explanation concluded, they proceeded toward the next district, their destination being District 13, the bar run by Shaki, a familiar face to Little 8 that in the original anime plot. Rayleigh had not appeared for 6 months. Yet when Bai Yin arrived 2 weeks ago, Rayleigh was still found drinking in the corner of the bar. This indicated that Bai Yin's arrival had indeed altered the course of events to some extent. Currently, he was searching for Bartholomew Kuma in the anime. Following the naval report, Kuma would have departed from the naval headquarters and remained on Sabedi Archipelago. Otherwise, he wouldn't have appeared in time to rescue Luffy and his crew during their conflict with the Celestial Dragons. Ugh, where on earth is that guy? After searching through over 30 districts, Bai Yin felt dizzy from the effort. Luffy had been blasted away beneath Tree 12. Could it be that Kuma was nearby? Checking the map, Bai Yin's gaze fell upon the districts beyond 70, which were connected to the Inn area. Could it be that Kuma was currently in the Inn district? It was quite possible, especially since he would likely appear after hearing the commotion of battle. Before reaching the Inn district, Bai Yin spotted a remarkably tall, yet endearing figure leaning against a tree, engrossed in a book. "Kuma!" Bai Yin immediately recognized him. "Is that you, Major Bai Yin?" Kuma clearly recognized him, as he promptly called out Bai Yin's name without hesitation. "I've been searching for you for quite some time. Did you know?" Indeed, Bai Yin had spent a full 3 hours looking for Kuma, nearly traversing the entire Sabedi archipelago. "What can I do for you, Major Bai Yin?" Kuma closed his book and regarded him with a calm expression. "I have but one condition. When you send Luffy flying, do not direct him toward Amazon Lily." Bai Yin approached the towering figure, his gaze locking on Kuma's impressive stature. Nearly 7 meters tall. A height not to be trifled with. 3 Bai Yin stacked together wouldn't match Kuma's height. Among the Shichibukai, only Moria could rival him in stature, but now that Moria had been defeated by Luffy and his crew, the world government was likely eager to replace him. "Who exactly are you? I haven't shared this information with anyone." Kuma's expression shifted subtly, alarmed. How did this man know his plans? This was information that only he should have known. "Don't concern yourself with how I know. Just understand that Amazon Lily is the territory of my wife. Should you dare to take Luffy there, I will not hesitate to eliminate him." Bai Yin gazed at the formidable aura radiating from Bartholomew Kuma, remaining utterly unfazed. Unfortunately, it would not be long before this individual was transformed into a cyborg, at which point the opportunity to witness such a rational Kuma would be lost forever. Seizing the moment while Kuma was still lucid, Bai Yin also wished to test the full extent of the 7 warlords' power. If Mihawk is regarded as the foremost attacker among the 7 warlords, then Kuma undoubtedly stands as the most formidable defender. His Devil Fruit ability allows him to repel anything that comes into contact with him. When the force is minimal, he can deflect strikes from opponents and the slashes of swordsmen alike. When the force is considerable, he can send adversaries flying to a designated location. You cannot fathom my thoughts. This is something known only to me. Kuma was becoming increasingly anxious. His enormous palm unleashed a bubble bearing the imprint of claw, propelling it directly towards Bai Yin. Bear Paw Impact, Chapter 46. A wish-fulfilled goodness. Are you attempting to silence me permanently? Unfortunately, you are incapable of killing me. Bai Yin faced Kuma's onslaught with complete composure. The sheath of his sword, enveloped in a black hue of haki, effortlessly intercepted the bubble bearing the mark of Kuma's paw. A tremendous roar reverberated through the air. The shockwave, halted by the blade's sheath, swept past Bai Yin, carving 2 arcs into the ground behind him, each extending several dozen meters. Such formidable haki! Kuma exclaimed, retracting his book and launching a barrage of attacks towards Bai Yin. Bubbles bearing claw imprints surged forth relentlessly. Although the paw prints appeared sluggish, their speed was deceptive. Pressure bubble push. Countless small bubbles filled with claw imprints flew towards Bai Yin, who deftly swung his sword sheath, sending each bubble careening away. The diminutive bubbles burst upon contact with the ground, erupting with explosive sounds and leaving behind a series of crater-like imprints. You cannot overpower me. Were it not for the fondness he had developed for this character while watching the anime, Bai Yin might have chosen to disregard him entirely. In the anime, Kuma exuded an air of arrogance. However, upon meeting him in person, Bai Yin felt a tinge of disappointment, as the current Kuma had not fully harnessed the potential of his devil fruit abilities. Were this fruit bestowed upon Bai Yin, he would undoubtedly unleash the power akin to that of the god of war from another anime. Perhaps it was due to Bai Yin's elevated starting point, possessing the 3 forms of haki and achieving a level of swordsmanship and martial arts that approached the realm of the greatest swordsman. In contrast, Bartholomew Kuma's attacks seemed to Bai Yin akin to those of an infant. They were simply too weak. That is not entirely Kuma's fault for being weak. It is merely the case that Bai Yin is exceedingly strong. Collision. Kuma attempted to use his immense physique to send Bai Yin hurtling away. But he had miscalculated. At least with his current strength, he was incapable of achieving such a feat. Even with a portion of giant blood flowing through him, he was still vastly outmatched in power. A serious punch, Bai Yin's fist, enveloped in haki, struck Kuma's shoulder with tremendous force. Kuma's haki was merely at a novice level, a far cry from Bai Yin's prowess. Cease this at once. If you continue, you will be unable to protect Luffy, Bai Yin calmly addressed the flying Kuma. What is your ultimate goal? Kuma, continuously pressured by Bai Yin, took a deep breath and fixed his anxious gaze upon him. I simply cannot allow Luffy to venture to Amazon Lily. It is my wife's territory, and it is now mine. Bai Yin spread his hands, indicating that he had already articulated his stance. Is it truly that simple? Kuma inquired, perplexed. After an inexplicable scuffle, he found that Bai Yin's demand was rather straightforward, leaving him to wonder if he had been laboring in vain for half the day. Indeed, Luffy can go wherever else he pleases. But Amazon Lily is off-limits. My request is as simple as that. Understood. I will choose another location. May I inquire as to why? Kuma straightened his posture, regarding Bai Yin with curiosity, eager to understand why Luffy was forbidden from going there and how Bai Yin had discerned his intentions. The girls there belong to me. Bai Yin shot Kuma a mischievous glance, noticing the befuddled expression on his face, and pretended to clear his throat. Very well. Kuma awkwardly twitched his lips, gazing at Bai Yin as if he were a creature from another realm. Genuinely surprised that the reason was so uncomplicated as for how Bai Yin had foreseen his plan to send Luffy there, he simply stated, I possess the ability to glimpse fleeting moments of the future. Bai Yin feigned mystery, asserting that his exceptional observation haki allowed him to catch glimpses of forthcoming events, a claim that seemed quite convincing. Such words conveyed an impression akin to boasting, as if to say, I am remarkable, envy me. Indeed, Kuma was genuinely taken aback by Bai Yin, for this insight was merely a thought he had not yet shared with anyone. This Marine Major, Bai Yin, had managed to perceive the future through his formidable observation haki, which was rather unsettling. Bai Yin's tone suggested he had been searching for Kuma for 3 hours, expressing certainty that he would appear at Sabeti Archipelago, as if he knew precisely where he would be, albeit unaware of the specific locale. This served to validate Bai Yin's claims. Moreover, given Bartholomew Kuma's strength, he posed no threat to Bai Yin, who had no reason to fabricate such tales. Are you not in awe of me? Bai Yin asked, basking in his self-satisfaction. Indeed, it is quite impressive. At least you are privy to matters I have yet to accomplish. Kuma nodded in agreement. What will my future entail? Suddenly, Kuma's expression turned melancholic. Imbued with a hint of anticipation as he gazed at Bai Yin, "Oh, you truly wish to know?" Bai Yin regarded Kuma, pondering whether a being who could scarcely recall his former comrades could possibly have a favorable outcome. What benefit would there be in knowing? Could it alter his fate? You will lose your consciousness, forgetting your former comrades, and may even find yourself at odds with them, even if you honor your promise to protect Luffy's ship. The result will be that you become a mere puppet for the world nobles, paraded about for their amusement. Is it truly that dire? Kuma managed a bitter smile, uncertain whether his actions were right or wrong. However, he was resolute in fulfilling his commitments, much like his promise to Dragon to look after his son. Now, he was prepared to uphold that vow. The age of those involved was inconsequential. Their strength was simply too feeble. Once they reached the New World, they would likely be unable to stir even the slightest wave. Why would you sell yourself to that madman? Bai Yin, too, was curious about Kuma's thought process in time. You may come to understand, Kuma offered a sorrowful smile, then patted the areas where Bai Yin's blows had struck him, slowly healing from his injuries. Upon recovery, Kuma resumed reading his book, resembling a monk in deep meditation. Does he consider himself the chosen one from that scripture? Utterly dull. Bai Yin glanced at the book in Kuma's hands, nonchalantly shaking his head. The conversation had progressed, Kuma had acquiesced, and as for what would transpire in the future, Bai Yin found it inconsequential, as long as Kuma's strength ultimately grew sufficient to confront any challenge. Turning to leave, Bai Yin suddenly recalled a matter he had forgotten, a matter of great significance. Chapter 47. Ace has captured. That matter involved Portgas D.Ace and Marshall D.Teach. He had completely overlooked these two individuals. Originally, he had planned to capture them, but now he was left wondering if Blackbeard Teach had already apprehended Ace. If he had, would his credit for the capture be lost? "Hello, this is Sengoku." Old man Sengoku. I would like to inquire if Teach has struck a deal with the world government." Bai Yin recognized the figure on the transponder snail as none other than himself. "Indeed, you have received news already?" Sengoku expressed surprise, as he had only recently learned of the information, yet Bai Yin was already informed. This young man possessed quite the network. "Cough. I heard it from a pirate. They mentioned a scuffle, and I suspect that Ace, with his level of skill, would not stand a chance against Teach." Bai Yin fabricated his story effortlessly, confident that if Sengoku inquired about the identity of the pirate, he could claim to have dealt with him himself. That be by the way, we must be cautious of Teach. He might attempt to use his identity to rescue others from Impel Down. Bai Yin considered, deciding to offer a warning. Among the pirates he despised, Blackbeard Teach was certainly one of them. What? Impel Down. As the world's premier prison, it should have boasted formidable defenses. However, after several successful jailbreaks, Sengoku furrowed his brow. Questioning the very notion of being the world's strongest, it seemed as though anyone could escape, casting doubt on their status as great pirates. Yes, indeed. Forewarned is forearmed. We must ensure that Teach does not infiltrate Impel Down. Bai Yin was well aware of the chaos that Teach would later create, brazenly attempting to assault Hancock, to seize her mysterious power, an act that bordered on suicide. Now that she is my wife, I will absolutely not allow Blackbeard to commit such acts. Ever since I became acquainted with Bai Yin, the Nine Snakes pirates have rarely set sail. Most of the time, they are engaged in hunting on the island. After all, with the protection offered by Bai Yin and Hancock's identities, generally, those with a lack of foresight would not dare to provoke Nine Snake Island. I understand now. I will definitely keep an eye on that fellow. By the way, you should hurry back to headquarters. It seems that something terrible will happen soon. Listening to the tone of Sengoku, Bai Yin comprehended why he said that. Once the news of the Navy capturing Ace is exposed, the Whitebeard pirates stationed in the New World will certainly not let it go unchallenged. Point 1 can only imagine that the fearsome Whitebeard, one of the powerful emperors of the New World, would certainly have the audacity to attack Navy headquarters. However, if that fellow Luffy does not appear in the Amazon Lily Kingdom, how will he reach Impel Down and then Marineford? Bai Yin is filled with curiosity. Once the plot changes, it seems to trigger a chain reaction, making many events unpredictable. All right, I will return to headquarters as soon as possible. Bai Yin said this, but in reality, he had already slipped into the commercial street. Intending to buy a few fitting outfits for his beloved Empress wife, It would be a joke to wear a dress and kick people around during the upcoming war. One cannot say it would be a disgrace. But those long legs on display would be quite improper. I'll purchase a few pairs of black jeans, followed by some white ones, and perhaps I should also get a couple of mini skirts and various stockings. In this world, there are many more splendid clothes than in my previous life, and the level of openness in this world surpasses that of my last existence. The pirate world is inherently chaotic, with acts of arson, murder, and plunder occurring daily, and various instances of bullying the weak may be happening at every moment. Without enough time, one merely becomes the plaything of those pirates, subject to their abuse. These were matters Bai was unaware of while watching anime. We'll put it bluntly, although the Navy is ostensibly just the admirals indulge in drinking and visiting brothels, whether they are pirates or naval officers. They all live lives teetering on the edge of a blade. Naturally, one must seize the day and enjoy life, for no one knows if they will still be alive tomorrow. Not wishing to dwell on such troubling matters, Bai primarily wants to dress up Hancock nicely. Such a beautiful woman deserves a touch more charm to become even more perfect. The more he thinks about it, the happier he becomes, prompting Bai to hasten towards the commercial street. Following his intentions, he nearly emptied several clothing stores, leaving with a sense of satisfaction as the shopkeepers expressed their gratitude. After stowing his purchases in his system space, he noticed fish flying through the sky. Fish flying? Bai-Yin's mind struggled to comprehend this. Perhaps it was the need to integrate into this society that caused his memory to falter. Though, I remember now. Bai-Yin suddenly slapped his palm. This scene seemed so familiar. He had seen such a plot while watching anime. That it must be that little fishman, Kami, who was captured, and a fellow resembling Sanji with curly eyebrows is assisting in the search. When he visited Robin earlier, all his attention was on her, and he had not noticed what the fishmen trailing them looked like. Speaking of which, how do fishmen and humans coexist? Bai-Yin recalled Arlong's sister and Princess Shirahoshi from Fishman Island. Those two were also exceptional beauties. When he finds the time, he must pay them a visit. Observing those flying creatures, Bai-Yin pondered whether he should acquire a flashy mount. It would save him from having to walk everywhere. That smoker fellow may not have much strength, yet he rides a motorcycle, exuding a vibe of coolness and audacity. As he walked, Bai-Yin noticed a newspaper someone had discarded in the sky, which prominently featured the headline about Blackbeard capturing Ace, the second commander of the Whitebeard pirates. This news has now become public, and it is likely that the Navy's announcement of Ace's execution will soon spread like wildfire, drawing the attention of the entire sea. So soon? But that's fine. I might get to see my wife. After some thought, Bai-Yin decided to call Hancock. Darling. Hancock's nail phone is only ever dialed by Bai-Yin, so once it connects, it must be him. Wife, have you received news from Navy headquarters? Yes, I've already received a summons from the world government, instructing me to prepare. However, they mentioned that the Navy will be sending someone to pick me up. Will you be the one to come for me, my husband? Hancock replied happily, I will notify my ship to pick you up. I'm currently at Sabeti Archipelago, so the ship can bring you here to find me. Bai-Yin's thoughts drifted to how beautiful Hancock would look in the clothes he bought, and he felt a surge of impatience to see her. Ah, darling, are you not coming? Hancock sounded somewhat disappointed, as Bai-Yin was not returning. You can wait for a day. I will come to pick you up later. Bai-Yin could not allow Hancock to feel down. All right, I shall wait at home for you. Yes, that is settled. I will handle my affairs here, and then set off to find you. I will be waiting for you in my room. Her tone carried a hint of sweetness, and even before their reunion, Hancock was already trying to seduce Bai-Yin, which he found incredibly appealing. All right, with great delight. Bai-Yin hung up the snail phone as he approached District 1. This place is the slave auction house, Doflamingo's auction venue. While shopping, Bai-Yin also bought a few casual outfits, as he needed to match the Empress's attire. In front of his beloved woman, he naturally wanted to look handsome. Unlike his current appearance, dressed in flip-flops and baggy shorts, striding through this lawless zone, he resembled more of an ne'er-do-well. That Bai-Yin's presence drew the attention of several groups nearby. Uncertain whether they were robbers, pirates, or human traffickers, all observing him closely. Firstly, he was alone, and he looked quite good, undeniably handsome and sufficiently strong. This type of man is favored by the world's aristocrats and noble women. Do not underestimate the interests of the world's elite. Just like the European nobility of Europe, who publicly despised black slaves, yet secretly maintained places to house them, kneeling beneath them by evening. They certainly did not appear disdainful then. Rather, they behaved like obedient pets. In his past life, Bai Yin had seen many women of a similar nature, feminists, powerful and confrontational, who prided themselves on being superior to others, proclaiming economic independence, only to be uncovered later as mere seducers, shameless and promiscuous. Some among the world's elite are likewise. They openly scorn the filthy commoners, yet after being brought back to Mariewa, they indulge in debauchery, reveling nightly. Their powerful status allows them to escape the confines of the law in this world. The Charlotte Palace, which Bai Yin frightened away previously, was nothing more than a spoiled child of the world government. In the anime, it seems that the old man Rayleigh used his conqueror's haki to scare her into fainting. That old man still has a penchant for impulsiveness. I recall that during this slave auction, there is a stunning dancer slave named Pashia who possesses a hint of Persian allure. Bai Yin has a keen interest in beautiful women, since the entire auction is bound to descend into chaos. He might as well arrive early and at the right moment take this lovely girl away. With that thought in mind, Bai Yin noticeably quickened his pace. Hey, a group of traffickers rushed at him, weapons in hand. But before they could finish their sentences, they all collapsed, rolling their eyes and frothing at the mouth that, "Don't waste my time." With a mere glance, the traffickers could not withstand it. That was conqueror's haki. Approaching a high level, those who fell to the ground were fortunate. Many others soiled themselves in fright. This display of power also intimidated several pirates lurking nearby, poised to strike at a girl sitting atop a rooftop. Munching on food, noticed the overwhelming aura and could not help but gaze at Bai Yin. Who is that? What an impressive presence. Let us follow him and see. This girl, who voraciously consumed her meal, was also a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million. The supernova Jewelry Bonnie. She was the adopted daughter of Bartholomew Kuma, whom Bai Yin had met earlier. Finally, I have arrived. Observing the incoming crowd, Bai Yin felt everything was perfectly timed. As a naval supernova, Bai Yin's current appearance rendered him unrecognizable, allowing him to swagger confidently into the auction house. Upon entering, he immediately spotted Kid leaning against the wall with several subordinates, exuding an air of superiority that far surpassed that of the so-called sea slayers. In Bai Yin's eyes, Kid was significantly stronger than Luffy. A cursory glance through the crowd revealed Law, accompanied by his crew and the large bear, seated in the audience. In this fortuitous moment, the auction house was set to host more than 3 supernovas, all intertwined by subtle connections. Bai Yin's arrival went unnoticed as he settled into the back row of the special seating area, reserved for the world nobles. Surveying the attendees, he noted that they were either nobility from various nations, members of royal families, or immensely wealthy merchants. If one were to rob this gathering, one could easily amass billions of berries. Bai Yin wickedly mused as the surrounding clamor abruptly quieted. The auction house's overseer, bowing and scraping, ushered in 2 individuals, the frightened Shalulia and her father, Lord Roseward Saint. Perhaps due to the excitement surrounding the auction of slaves, Shalulia failed to notice Bai Yin sitting behind her. Had she seen him, she would likely have fled in tears, for her fear of him was profound, owing to their tumultuous history. The 2 engaged in light-hearted banter, discussing the types of slaves they intended to purchase. Bai Yin merely smirked. With the world nobles present, the auction was bound to commence without delay. After all, one could not keep the elite waiting. Today promised an exceptional selection. Bai Yin felt no interest in the preceding pirates, captains or farmers. However, he did glance at several female slaves. While undeniably beautiful, they fell short of his expectations. Nevertheless, many nobles eagerly vied for their acquisition. The insufferable Charlos Saint had arrived, and every time Bai Yin glimpsed his snot-dripping visage, he felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a resounding slap. This individual belonged to the most despicable faction among the world nobles, having forcibly taken over 10 beautiful wives, akin to a tyrannical young master from ancient times, snatching up any attractive woman he laid eyes upon. Chapter 49. Trouble caused by Luffy. According to the anime storyline, he had just abducted a nurse. Furthermore, he intended to demote 5 of his previous wives to commoners. This was the so-called descendant of the creator, the world nobles at tea times. Bai Yin wished he could strangle these individuals. Despite his formidable strength, he refrained from seizing innocent women, while these fools brazenly did so. However, as a soldier of the Navy, Bai Yin was bound by law and could not act against the celestial dragons. Not wanting to lay eyes on the repugnant Charlos, Bai Yin focused his attention on the auction. Following a dramatic scene where a pirate captain committed suicide by biting his tongue, the mermaid Cammy was brought forth. Bai Yin turned to see that half of the Straw Hat crew had already gathered behind the auction stage. The auctioneer, a subordinate of Don Quixote, Doflamingo, enthusiastically called for bids, hoping to entice the wealthy nobles for even higher offers. Such tactics could prove devastating to the celestial dragons. Came the audacious bid of 500 million berries from Charlos, shocking everyone present. Only a celestial dragon could afford such a sum. To put things in perspective, a strong labor force of 10 was auctioned for a mere 700,000 berries. The dancer Pashia, whom Bai Yin had his eye on for her beauty and figure, fetched only 2 million berries. 500 million could buy over 200 Pashias, all for the sake of a single mermaid. Cammy, truth be told, among mermaids, Cammy was merely above average, while Charlie, Arlong's sister, had caught Bai Yin's attention. As for Princess Shirahoshi, though beautiful, she was rather large. With Bai Yin's height just over 1.90 m, he feared he might easily be swallowed whole. Fortunately, he had no immediate plans to visit Fishman Island, so he would defer any decisions until then. As the auctioneer prepared to finalize the sale, Bai Yin mentally began the countdown. Luffy would undoubtedly appear at the most critical moment. Resisting the urge to intervene, Bai Yin remained seated, sold. The gavel struck decisively. Just as predicted, the fool Luffy burst onto the scene, shouting and charging towards the auction stage. Chopper desperately tried to restrain him, inadvertently revealing his identity as a fishman. Nobles from various nations began to jeer at Chopper, questioning whether he might be contagious due to his fishman status. To Bai Yin's astonishment, Charlos stood up, brandishing a gun with outrageous bravado, and shot at Chopper. This infuriated Luffy, who was typically protective of his friends. Though Chopper was merely wounded and not fatally harmed, such an act was utterly unforgivable. Fueled by rage, Luffy disregarded any attempts to restrain him and delivered a punch to Charlos. The sight of a world noble being struck left the entire assembly in stunned silence, from commoners to nobles alike, their hearts racing in disbelief. Kid and Law could only watch in disbelief, recognizing Luffy's reckless audacity. In the territory of the celestial dragons, to strike one was a grave error indeed. The situation spiraled beyond anyone's expectations. Save for Bai Yin, who remained an observer. Roseward Saint quickly recovered from his shock and shouted for the dark-clad guards beside him to protect him. These guards swiftly shielded Roseward while also retrieving their transponder snail, capable of contacting Marine Headquarters and Admiral Sengoku's office. The fact that they could directly reach Sengoku indicated that these individuals were far from ordinary. Bai Yin recognized them as the notorious CP organization members. Typically, wherever the world nobles went, they were accompanied by numerous CP agents and Navy personnel for protection. But the auction house was rife with unsavory dealings. As defenders of justice, Navy soldiers would not enter such a den of inequity. Only the CP organization, with its nefarious methods, would accompany Roseward into the auction house. The chaos that ensued sent nobles fleeing in panic, eager to distance themselves from the turmoil. Observing the pandemonium, the waiting Navy soldiers, under their commander's leadership, swiftly surrounded the auction house, weapons drawn and poised for any potential uprising. Meanwhile, the CP agents within the auction house attacked Luffy while safeguarding Roseward. Bai Yin paid no heed to the panicked nobles fleeing, instead focusing on Pashia while keeping a watchful eye on Shalilia, who, in her impulsivity, attempted to attack Cammy but was knocked unconscious by Rayleigh's haki. Earlier, Bai Yin had used his observation haki to confirm that the old man Rayleigh was indeed present behind the auction stage. Pashia's beauty rivaled that of Nami. She possessed all the requisite features: a stunning visage, a shapely figure, and, most importantly, she was in her prime, both in age and appearance. As a dancer, Bai Yin mused about her flexibility. Just then, a figure suddenly crashed down from the ceiling, knocking Roseward unconscious. Remarkably, Two of the three world nobles had been incapacitated by the Straw Hat crew amidst the chaos. In such tumult, no one noticed Bai Yin sitting still and silent. Had he stood, Robin would likely have spotted him. As it was, he remained inconspicuous, blending into the mayhem as everyone focused on the battle, with the scene in disarray and the CP agents proving formidable opponents. The fighting was intense and serious. Shalilia stood up, gun in hand, her expression cold as she approached the stage where Cammy was situated. "Don't be rash," Bai Yin called out as he stood to follow her. At the sound of his voice, Shalilia trembled involuntarily, turning to face him with a look of dread. "What do you want?" She stammered, her confidence as a world noble shattered. Instead, she resembled a timid little kitten, shrinking back in fear. "What is a girl like you doing with a gun? I did not wish to see you wielding such a weapon. At your age, being seen getting beaten is rather unbecoming." Bai Yan's tone was flat, as if he were merely recounting an event that was soon to unfold, his lips twitching slightly. Summer Lilia, startled, hastily dropped the handgun she held to the ground. She remembered all too well that when he was angry, his lips would twitch like that. "Bai Yin, please protect me. They are plotting a rebellion," perhaps recalling other threats. Summer Lilia, for some inexplicable reason, suddenly found her courage swelling, clutching Bai Yan's arm as she spoke. "You brought this upon yourself." Bai Yin disregarded her, instead striding towards Peja, reaching for the collar around her neck. I could see that moment. Peja was utterly stunned by the spectacle before her, and once she regained her wits, her first instinct was to fear for her life. She was acutely aware that the collar was rigged with explosives and would detonate if opened improperly. In her panic, she could only widen her eyes, staring at Bai Yin, thinking that if she were to perish, at least it would be in the embrace of such a striking man. She leaned into his arms, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on his face. Boom! The sound of an explosion erupted, but it came from a distance. "Wake up, it's over," Bai Yin chuckled as he patted her back, observing the girl whose eyes seemed like they might pop out of her head. Peja looked down in confusion to find that the collar around her neck was indeed gone, while in the distance, a plume of smoke hung in the air, remnants of the explosion. The deafening blast drew the attention of the remaining members from the three pirate crews in the auction house. All eyes now fixated on Bai Yin standing at the auction stage. "It's that Navy guy." Luffy stared at Bai Yin. He couldn't quite recall others, but he distinctly remembered the man who had thoroughly taught him a lesson with his iron fist of love. "The Navy?" Law regarded the man on the stage, pulling Peja along with curiosity, unfamiliar with him. Why is he here again? And why is he being so kind to a girl? Robin too found herself puzzled, but upon reflection, realized that this man's goal was to collect all the beautiful girls under his wing, making his presence here less surprising. Oh no, he is a Navy officer. Chopper, upon spotting Bai Yin, was thoroughly frightened. He had witnessed the man's formidable strength several times, and though he had never faced him directly, that sheer power instilled in him no desire for resistance. Chopper's panicked demeanor caused both Kid and Law to furrow their brows. It seemed their ages were not vastly different after all. "Come with me," Bai Yin addressed Peja softly. Ignoring the others, "I asked that all right?" Although uncertain of Bai Yan's intentions, she figured this situation was far better than being a slave. "Absolutely," Bai Yin nodded, flashing a radiant smile. In the warmth of that smile, Peja felt herself utterly enchanted. "You cannot. She is our auction item." The auctioneer, flustered, dashed out from his hiding spot, eager to voice his concerns. "Oh, even Don Quixote da Flamingo wouldn't dare speak to me in such a manner. What do you think you are?" Bai Yin regarded the auctioneer with a tone that was chillingly indifferent. The boss. The man before him, who could so easily unveil the individuals backing this auction house, was clearly no ordinary person, especially considering he had witnessed even the world nobles being scolded by him. "Yes, that's the Summer Lilia Palace. Just look at her, she is utterly panicked in his presence, indicating that this man is indeed exceptional." Bai Yan's commanding words caused Law's expression to shift. He was perhaps the most familiar with Doflamingo, his fists tightening in secret. Doflamingo, just wait. Law silently vowed his heart to personally deal with this man and avenge his fallen benefactor. The auctioneer dared not utter another word, merely watching as Bai Yin led Peja toward the exit. "Bai Yin, take me with you." Summer Lilia, initially displeased by Yin's evident concern for slave, grew anxious upon realizing he was about to leave her all alone, hurrying to follow behind him. Should we stop him? Kid felt that Yin was being exceedingly arrogant, a Navy officer, and yet he disregarded them. The supernovas! Nonsense, you cannot defeat him. Luffy glanced at Kid, sensing that the latter's intellect was lacking, unaware that the feeling was mutual. Hurry and run. Admiral Kazuru is on his way. Yin casually cast a significant glance at the leaders of the 3 pirate crews before turning and striding toward the auction house exit. Admiral, Yin, please help free Cammy from her collar as well. Luffy blocked Yin's path, speaking up. He had just witnessed Yin assisting that woman in removing her collar to me. No need. That old man has been watching long enough. It's time he stepped out? Ah, I didn't expect to be discovered. Yin, you've disrupted my auction. What do you intend to do about it? In the original story, this old man had stolen a noble's purse from a kingdom. Though it wasn't much, it was sufficient for him to indulge in fine wine for quite some time. Indeed, this old man was that kind of character, much like the Toad Sage from another anime. Enjoying the company of young girls, as for Yin, Rayleigh didn't know much about him. They had only met a few times, and even during their brief conversations, it was evident that Yin was not the type to cling rigidly to justice. T.H., I'm truly impressed by you, old man. Do take care of yourself. I am leaving. Yin tossed a purse he had swiped from the royal nobles during the chaos to Rayleigh, recognizing the need for him to clean up afterward. Having thrown the purse, Yin swiftly departed with the 2 girls. If you fly away, train well. I will await your return. As he walked by Robin, he whispered something that left her utterly perplexed. Watching Yin's retreating figure, Robin understood that there must be some unforeseen development. She was such a clever woman. How could she not realize that Yin was subtly notifying her? Yet, what the change might be. She had no inkling, though she felt no worry, for Yin would never harm her. Someone is coming. The sailors, noticing the commotion in the auction house, swiftly aimed their guns at the entrance. Chapter 51. A little maid emerges go and save my father. And the prince, Summer Lilia, having finally dashed out, shouted urgently, her noble demeanor on full display. Major Yin. The leader of the group clearly recognized Yin, puzzled by his presence here, from the world noble's demeanor. It appeared they were quite familiar. Yes, all is well. Use the back entrance to get in and rescue them. I leave this one to you. Yin greeted the naval officer, also a major, and promptly entrusted Summer Lilia to their care. You relieving? Summer Lilia gazed at Yin with a complicated expression. She felt a twinge of fear, but in quieter moments, his image would often appear in her mind. Yes, indeed. And remember what I said. If we meet again, you might find yourself in trouble. Yin shot her a glare, causing her to shiver slightly, yet the prospect of seeing him again excited her. I understand, Summer Lilia nodded, committing Yin's words firmly to memory. Yes, girls should not engage in violence. They ought to read more. Yin waved goodbye, leading Peja away from the encirclement of the Navy. As for the ensuing battle, it held little allure. Merely encountering those pirates was sufficient. My lord, where are you taking me? Peja inquired curiously, observing Yin, this man who is a Navy major. Would you like to be my personal assistant? Yin shifted from his serious demeanor, grinning mischievously. Ah, what does being a little assistant entail? Peja felt her cheeks flush under Yin's gaze. This major was truly handsome, unlike anyone she had ever seen. Moreover, the aura he exuded earlier made her heart race. Well, it's just as you imagine. Yin didn't perceive the girls of this world as particularly naive. While there were innocent ones, they were typically those with persistent natures, like the obstinate Yamato or the neurotic Baby 5. As for girls like Peja, being a slave, they had been indoctrinated with knowledge of servitude. Indeed, upon hearing Yin's words, Peja's neck flushed crimson as she stammered, "Is it to be a little maid for you?" Huh. Yin was taken aback by Peja's words. With his eyes wide open gazing at her, an inexplicable array of peculiar images began to manifest in his mind. In truth, his thoughts were somewhat more conventional, revolving around the notion of having an assistant for tasks, engaged when there was work, idle when there wasn't. The idea of a little female slave seemed to be even more titillating than he had initially anticipated. How delightful! Before Yin could inquire about the source of her strange thoughts, she spoke up without hesitation. This, well, it appears quite splendid. Originally intending to correct himself, Bayin suddenly found that embracing the error felt rather agreeable. Accompanied by Peja, he made his way towards the naval base, when suddenly, a distant crimson tree was uprooted with a resounding explosion. The old man, Kizaru, had arrived. Bayin recognized it as Kizaru's handiwork, having effortlessly kicked down a colossal red tree. Such power would surely dispatch pirates with ease. Yet the old man often preferred to take it easy, relishing any opportunity to slack off. As they walked, Bayin shared his circumstances with Peja, informing her that his wife was none other than the renowned empress of the Amazon Lily Kingdom, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and the world's most beautiful woman, Boa Hancock. Unsurprisingly, this revelation left her utterly astonished, considering Hancock's unmatched beauty and formidable prowess. Bayin also relayed the news about the black-haired. Black-eyed. This is what Bayin obtained from the novice gift pack when he initially bound to the system. The marvelous swordsmanship training device. It had been quite some time since he last wielded it, and now it felt significantly heavier in his grasp. Bayin's right arm bulged with veins from gripping the enormous sword's hilt, making it evident to all observers that lifting it was a tremendous effort. Slowly, he raised it, and then with great force, swung it downwards, ensuring it did not descend too low, perfectly parallel to the horizon. Everyone aboard the warship sensed the wind around them intensifying, whistling fiercely. "Look up in the sky," a sailor suddenly shouted in astonishment. Above Bayin, the clouds were torn asunder by the swing of the sword, creating 2 swirling vortices. Clearly, it had been too long since he had engaged in such intense training. After fewer than 3,000 strikes, Bayin felt his arms aching with fatigue. A stark contrast to the days when he would strike over 10,000 times daily. He switched the massive sword to his left hand. While his left hand exhibited significantly less agility than his right, it possessed greater strength. With the colossal sword in hand, Bayin executed over 3,000 strikes with his left arm. Completing these 6,000 swings took Bayin more than 7 hours. A substantial amount of food had been prepared in advance at Bayin's request and was pushed onto the deck by Peja. After putting away the giant's sword, Bayin's arms were tinged with an eerie crimson hue from exertion. Steam billowed from his sweat-drenched pores, reminiscent of Luffy's Gear 2nd. Chapter 53. Departure to Marineford. This was the heat generated by his muscles at work. Sitting before the food, Bayin devoured large chunks of meat, bones included. With a frightening crunch, he consumed enough food for 30 people all by himself. Gradually, the terrifying red color faded from his arms. Opening his mouth, a gust of hot steam escaped, and Bayin stood up, shaking his arms, feeling refreshed. This level of training had been part of his daily routine for over 3 years. His swordsmanship was honed during those 3 years when he had no fruit abilities, relying solely on the system's constant guidance and relentless practice. Without fruit abilities, establishing oneself in this world was impossible without formidable skills. Swordsmanship served as the key that unlocked the path to greatness. Glancing at the time, he realized that only 3 hours remained until their arrival at Amazon Lily. In his current state, he knew he could not present himself. Drenched in sweat, he felt sticky and uncomfortable, though Hancock would not mind. Yet Bayin could hardly tolerate it himself. He returned to his quarters for a hot shower and changed into fresh clothing. His dirty garments had already been taken away by Peja for washing. Having a woman nearby proved convenient. Bayin resolved that wherever he went in the future, he would ensure to have a woman aboard to manage the mundane tasks. The coastline of Amazon Lily was now visible. As the warship approached, numerous individuals stood along the shore, and this time, even Granny Nine awaited them by the Semy Deer. Hancock exclaimed, waving her arms joyfully at Bayin. Her excitement made it seem as if they had not seen each other in ages. Yet, one could hardly blame her. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. Bayin disembarked at Amazon Lily, while the Navy soldiers on the warship headed straight for the Beast Park, in the royal city of Amazon Lily. A banquet had been prepared, personally orchestrated by Hancock. Bayin indulged in a hearty meal, reveling in affection with Hancock. Upon returning to their quarters, the night of silence passed. After resting overnight on Amazon Lily, Bayin's warship set sail once more, this time with 50 new Navy soldiers aboard. Luffy and the others did not accompany them, as they had yet to reach the level required to participate in the Marineford War. Pashia remained on Amazon Lily, receiving more specialized training, with plans to take her along on the next return. Upon seeing Pashia, Hancock felt a twinge of jealousy. After all, being by Yan's side had always been her dream. And now, there was another woman who had achieved it before her, much to her annoyance. Meeting the world's most beautiful woman, the Empress of Amazon Lily, Pashia was thrilled but remained acutely aware of her role as Yan's maid, which left Hancock with no grounds for complaint. Yan's maid, indeed, but merely a little maid to her husband. Hancock was the rightful wife and could not afford to lose face, coupled with Yan's affection the previous night. Hancock swiftly forgot her grievances, her gaze solely fixed on him. This time, the warship did not proceed towards Impel Down as depicted in the anime, but instead traversed the calm belt, passing Judicial Island en route to Marineford. Judicial Island, having suffered from the previous massacre order, was in a state of disrepair but was currently undergoing reconstruction. This iteration of Judicial Island was even more expansive than before. Not only was it larger, but it was also heavily fortified that a naval division was stationed there, commanded by a veteran vice admiral from the Navy headquarters, with all seasoned vice admirals rotating monthly to oversee Judicial Island. Following the Marineford War, the Navy shifted its focus to the New World, transforming the G1 Division into the new Navy headquarters. Present-day Marineford had become a stronghold for the new G1 Division. Situated at the end of the first half of the Grand Line and the beginning of the latter half, the Navy's objective remained unchanged, to prevent pirates from reaching the New World. The New World was likely in chaos. Just yesterday evening, the news of a significant event had likely spread across the globe. The Whitebeard pirates had probably received word of Ace's impending execution and were likely amassing forces to confront the Navy. This was not merely a matter of pride for the four emperors, but more crucially, Whitebeard sought to rescue his adopted son. Ace that at his age, it was remarkable that Whitebeard still acted so recklessly. Whenever Yen contemplated the Marineford War, he pondered whether Whitebeard's actions were justified, sacrificing so many of his crew to save one doomed individual. After much reflection, he acknowledged that while those individuals were indeed loyal and righteous, the Marineford War was arguably the most disastrous battle for the Whitebeard pirates over the years. Nevertheless, Whitebeard earned the respect of all. Yet, despite this respect, the once mighty Whitebeard pirates ultimately scattered, a lamentable outcome. Having arrived in this world, Yen gained insight into Whitebeard's circumstances and understood his motivations. With age came old injuries, and while the tremor fruit possessed immense power, it also placed considerable strain on his body. Even if Whitebeard did not come to Marineford, he likely had little time left to live. It was better to fight for a chance to save Ace before his end. Truly, a great pirate whom Yen admired. Now that Yen had altered the course of events leading Luffy to Amazon Lily, it remained uncertain whether Luffy would return to Marineford. If he did, from where might he arrive? It would be best if he refrained from coming altogether. Old Man Garp was already of advanced age. Witnessing one grandson facing execution while another stirred up trouble, if both were to perish, one wondered whether his heart could withstand such a blow at his age. After all, upon Roger's surrender, he entrusted Ace to Garp, yet Garp failed to protect Ace, allowing the young man to embark on a pirate's life at the tender age of 18. In truth, Garp felt a sense of guilt towards his friend Roger. Having let down Roger's expectations. My dear, what are you looking at? Hancock approached the deck, gazing pensively at Yen, who was lost in thought, staring out at the distant sea. Clad in the white jeans Yen had purchased, Hancock's long legs were elegantly accentuated. She wore a professional-looking shirt, and her usually loose hair was tied back in a sleek ponytail, causing the golden snake earrings on either side of her face to shimmer and glisten. Chapter 54. The Seven Warlords. The pet Salome trailed closely behind Hancock, flicking its tongue. Nothing much, just admiring the scenery, Yen replied, pulling Hancock into an embrace, watching the sun slowly rise over the ocean. By now, Robin should be nearing the Revolutionary Army's territory. Yet while holding Hancock, Yen's thoughts drifted to Nico Robin, his mind quite occupied. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, the forces were abundant, having summoned nearly all of their strongest warriors back. The preparations were in full swing throughout Marineford. Not only were the Navy's own forces mobilized, but the 7 warlords were also arriving in succession aboard various warships, being well catered to by the Navy. As powerful entities, the 7 warlords received special treatment, with separate quarters arranged for their accommodation. Upon this occasion of arriving at Marineford, it can be said that only the individuals themselves were summoned, for there was a palpable fear that the square might soon be filled with pirates. Should they decide to retreat at the last moment, it would spell considerable trouble for the Navy headquarters. The first to arrive was none other than the solitary warlord of the sea, the world's foremost swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, clad in a gentlemanly high-collared outfit, complemented by the enormous black sword upon his back. This man exuded an air of extraordinary prowess. His hawk-like gaze instilled a chilling fear in the hearts of many. The naval soldiers stationed at the harbor observed him with apprehension. Should this man go on a rampage, it would undoubtedly present a significant headache for the Navy. Mihawk, follow me. A Commodore with sharp whiskers stepped forward behind Mihawk. Commodore Sandor. The naval soldiers breathed a sigh of relief. Sandor was among the elite Commodores, well regarded in the ranks, so dispatching him to summon Mihawk was indeed a sound decision. With his presence, the naval soldiers felt a measure of reassurance. Originally, he had been tasked with gathering Hancock, yet with the emergence of White Rock, the narrative was gradually shifting. Just as Mihawk was departing, another warship arrived at the harbor, from which emerged a towering figure. This was none other than Gecko Moria, another giant aside for Bartholomew Kuma. At this moment, Moria's forehead was still bandaged, indicating that his injuries had yet to fully heal. His eerie laughter sent beads of sweat trickling down the brows of the stationed naval soldiers. None of the warlords of the sea were to be trifled with, save for the Empress Boa Hancock, the wife of Lord White Rock. Emerging from behind Moria was a notably fierce-looking individual, the Commodore known as Spider Demon. After all, to summon the warlords of the sea, one needed a certain level of strength to avoid being dismissed. Moria reveled in the fear reflected in the eyes of the naval personnel. "Let us proceed," Spider Demon muttered through a cigarette. Moria cast a sidelong glance at Spider Demon's menacing demeanor, but opted not to provoke any hostility. After all, this was Marine headquarters at Marineford. He dared not act recklessly here. Just as Moria was about to leave the harbor, yet another warlord made an appearance. Don Quixote da Flamingo, striding with an air of arrogance, accompanied by the most beautiful woman among the naval commodores, Vice Admiral Trafalgar Torre. "Moria, how did you sustain those injuries?" Da Flamingo asked, his stride unabated, clad in a flamboyant flamingo feather coat that reeked of ostentation, while his tinted sunglasses and ear-to-ear grin radiated a rather insufferable aura. "Just a little mishap." Naturally, Moria would not divulge the embarrassing details of being bested by a newcomer like Luffy. Being defeated by such a rookie was a blow to the pride of this seasoned pirate. Even among the warlords, camaraderie was scarce, often tinged with animosity. Accompanied by the 2 commodores, the two were ushered into a conference room within the Navy. "I heard Jinbe has been captured." Da Flamingo, ever well informed, was quick to ascertain the latest news. "It seems he is reluctant to confront the White-Beard pirates. Ace has quite a rapport with him," Moria remarked, a hint of disdain gracing his features. "I've long wished to test the strength of the world's strongest man." Mihawk, appearing as though others owed him a debt, bore no trace of a smile. His demeanor was as frigid as his words. "Whitebeard, how I look forward to it." Da Flamingo chuckled heartily, while the naval soldiers on guard felt a chill of sweat trickling down their backs. So, these were the warlords of the sea, audacious enough to confront the infamous Yonko Whitebeard. The mere presence of such formidable figures amplified the pressure on the gatekeeping naval soldiers in their minds. The warlords were akin to ravenous beasts capable of devouring their foes whole. "My love, we have arrived." Hancock, by White Rock's side, gazed at the increasingly familiar sight of Marine headquarters. "Indeed, I've spent 4 years here." White Rock reflected, recalling the days he sat upon the stone bench, yearning for the sea. "That is Major White Rock's vessel," exclaimed a naval soldier, recognizing the ship, prompting all soldiers to direct their attention towards the slowly approaching warship. "Is that the Empress Boa Hancock? She is truly beautiful. Indeed, stunning." It was no wonder that White Rock had proposed to such a beauty. I can hardly fathom how Major White Rock managed to win her affection. Unlike the trepidation exhibited by the soldiers upon the arrival of other warlords, the sight of Hancock aboard White Rock's ship ignited a flurry of hearts among the naval personnel, each one aflame with admiration. "Quiet! Is my beauty something you lot are worthy of gazing upon?" Hancock's cold voice pierced through the air, silencing the soldiers. Hancock scolded me. One soldier fainted from sheer excitement. "Hancock!" The others, entranced, shouted like fans gathered at a concert. She looked at me. No, she was clearly looking at me. "You too should take a good look in the mirror. Do you even know what you look like? What did you say to your senior?" "You look like a monkey." The soldiers at the harbor nearly erupted into a brawl over whose gaze Hancock had captured. Chapter 55. Navy Conference. At this moment, White Rock found the scene amusing. Was this the caliber of the Navy? No wonder they struggled to catch even a single pirate. Stand at attention. A scarred Commodore glared at the naval soldiers. "Commodore Doberman." The soldiers immediately straightened up upon recognizing him. "That you've all disgraced the Navy." Doberman's expression was fierce, yet his gaze towards the approaching ship bore a complicated nuance. His concern was not for Hancock, but stemmed from his participation in the Demon Slaughter Order headed to Judicial Island. After witnessing White Rock's formidable strength, he returned to Navy headquarters to seek guidance from Zifa, learning for some time thereafter. From Zifa, he had gleaned that White Rock's prowess had undoubtedly reached the level of a vice admiral. Moreover, according to Zifa, this young man likely harbored even more secrets, possibly surpassing the strength of a vice admiral. Now, seeing White Rock, Doberman felt somewhat uneasy, realizing that as a Commodore, he was outclassed by this vice admiral. After all, he was still White Rock's senior. "Ah, Commodore Doberman, long time no see." White Rock, unaware of these undercurrents, greeted him warmly. "Vice Admiral White Rock." Doberman was exceptionally courteous, addressing him by his title rather than by name, which others might have done. "Admiral Sengoku requested your immediate presence in his office upon your return to Marineford." Remembering something, Doberman informed White Rock. "What does the old man want with me?" White Rock queried. Casting a puzzled glance at Doberman, he then instructed Doberman to escort Hancock to the Warlord's conference room while he proceeded to Sengoku's office. White Rock was quite familiar with Sengoku's office. He had often sneaked in with the old man Carp to pilfer snacks. There was no need for soldiers to announce his arrival. He simply pushed the door open and entered. Inside, Sengoku was feeding his little goat, which had undoubtedly consumed countless pieces of intelligence and secrets. The room was occupied by several notable figures. Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Carp, and Vice Admiral Teru were all seated on the couch. The three admirals were also present. Akainu Sakazuki, with a cigar in his mouth, regarded White Rock's entrance with a fierce expression, while Kazur Borsellino maintained his nonchalant demeanor, idly grooming his nails. The most outrageous was Kazan, who was sprawled across the bookshelf, appearing utterly at ease, as if this was his personal lounge rather than a conference room. With one arm propping up his head, he exuded an air of utter relaxation. Alongside these six pinnacle figures of the Navy sat Vice Admiral Tora and Vice Admiral Shavante, two candidates for admiral, as well as several seasoned elite commodores from Navy headquarters. Today's assembly was indeed impressive. White Rock scanned the room, chuckled lightly, and took a seat beside Carp, drawing no remarks from the higher-ups present. Many had witnessed White Rock's strength firsthand, and some had even sparred with him. Back then, he had merely been a student bearing the title of a Navy officer. Young White Rock, you've finally returned. Is my grandson all right?" Upon hearing Carp's remarks, Bai-Yin realized that everyone was aware of his recent escapades in the Shambadi archipelago. He could only manage a wry smile that I merely went out to procure a few items. By the time I departed, Admiral Kazuru had already arrived. As for Luffy's current condition, I am utterly oblivious. Bai-Yin spread his hands, signifying his ignorance, resorting to a classic case of feigned cluelessness. You, on the other hand, have thoroughly deflected all inquiries. Let us set aside that matter. Now, do enlighten us about the extent of your current prowess. Sengoku stroked his beard, his glasses reflecting a blinding light as he gazed intently at Bai-Yin, as if scrutinizing him through radiant lenses. Hearing Admiral Sengoku's words, every gaze in the room, be it an admiral or a vice admiral, was fixated upon Bai-Yin, their curiosity piqued regarding the level he had attained. "I am merely a rear admiral. What prowess could I possibly possess?" Bai Yin chuckled, wishing only to lead a tranquil life, doing as he pleased. I cannot even hold my own against him. Aoyama yawned, and as Bai Yin's words faded, he began to make cutting remarks about Bai Yin's capabilities. Kazan's comments drew the collective attention of all, as the notion that even Admiral Kazan could not best him suggested that this young man might have achieved the rank of admiral. Kazan, do not mislead people. When have I ever managed to defeat you? Bai Yin retorted, his frustration evident. What was this, an assignment being thrust upon him? No, he would refuse. He desired to spend time with his wife, to live freely. His mission lay among the stars and seas, his true home being with the woman he loved. That we can attest to that. 3 vice admirals chimed in, grinning with a sense of schadenfreude. You lot! This is slander. I'm a law enforcer of the Navy. Be wary of my defamation suit. Bai Yin glared at the trio, his eyes sparking with fury, as if ready to unleash a tempest upon them. Ha ha! Little Bai Yin, just how long do you intend to conceal your strength? The Navy is in dire need of you. Carp bellowed with laughter, stuffing his mouth with sunbae. I intend to accompany my wife. Bai Yin tilted his head defiantly, adopting an expression that screamed disinterest, signaling that he wished to be left out of this charade. Do you not wish to know what role we intend to assign you? Sengoku sighed inwardly, recognizing he lacked the authority to mobilize Bai Yin, given that he was appointed as a law enforcer by the world government. I have no desire to know. Any task that distances me from my wife is off the table. Bai Yin declared, seeking a leisurely life, wishing to avoid complications that could diminish his joy. Little Bai Yin, if you were tasked with overseeing the Shichibukai, how confident would you be in preventing their betrayal? Vice Admiral Tsuru inquired, placing her red tea down, her gaze fixed intently on Bai Yin. Overseeing the Shichibukai? Are you serious, Granny Tsuru? Bai Yin exclaimed in disbelief at the simplicity of the task, especially given its prominence on the battlefield. Of course, do share your level of confidence. Since Tsuru had mentioned it, Bai Yin felt reassured, for she rarely led him astray. Unlike Sengoku and Carp, who often engaged in whimsical banter to see who could fool him first, Bai Yin found Tsuru's words credible in the anime. There was little elaboration on the disparity between the Shichibukai and the admirals. Nevertheless, Bai Yin had observed that the Shichibukai were at least of vice admiral caliber. Figures like Mihawk rarely showcased their full strength, yet he could match red-haired Shanks in combat, implying he undoubtedly possessed admiral-level power, or perhaps was nearing the level of an emperor, among the Shichibukai. Only Moria seemed somewhat lacking. The others generally boasted vice admiral strength. After all, how could such individuals maintain the balance against the Yonko and the Navy headquarters? Ha, that's obvious. Hancock is my wife, no question about it. As for the others, Mihawk is merely a bit of a challenge. If I were to get serious, I would have a 90% chance of suppressing him. As for Doflamingo and Kuma, if they teamed up, I would still have a 70% chance of subduing them. Bai Yin spoke with a grin, his demeanor exuding a casual ease, as if discussing the capture of 2 chicks. Everyone present was taken aback. A 90% chance of suppressing the world's greatest swordsman, and a 70% chance of single-handedly subduing 4 Shichibukai. Even the notoriously hot-headed Akaina dared not claim he could handle 4 Shichibukai alone. One person possessing a 70% chance of subduing 4 Shichibukai. Vice Admiral Tsuru sought clarification, not out of disbelief in Bai Yin, but rather to ascertain whether he was concealing further capabilities. Wait, aren't there 6? Bai Yin scratched his head, looking perplexed at Vice Admiral Tsuru. Did you just claim you could single-handedly suppress 6 Shichibukai with a 70% confidence? Carp inquired, grinning broadly. Indeed. Why only 4? Bai Yin questioned, genuinely puzzled, as he was quite aware that Jinbe had rejected the world government summons. Crocodile was imprisoned in Impel Down, and Blackbeard's whereabouts were uncertain. Then we shall assign you the task of overseeing the Shichibukai. Your mission is to ensure they do not turn against us at a critical moment. Sengoku decisively stated, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized Bai Yin, who appeared baffled. Little Bai Yin, you're quite the enigma. Carp chuckled, giving Bai Yin a hearty pat on the shoulder. The old man's strength was no trivial matter, and Bai Yin winced under the force of the blow as he witnessed Carp's jovial demeanor. He couldn't help but recall the somber expression the old man wore during Ace's execution, a far cry from the laughter that now filled the air. The three admirals regarded Bai Yin with newfound respect, realizing he had reached an unexpected level of strength. The other vice admirals gazed at Bai Yin in disbelief, recognizing him as the one who had relentlessly pursued and bested Akiji. Though reluctant to exert himself, he ultimately accepted the assignment. Bai Yin shed his casual attire, donning a crisp white suit, brandishing his blade, and donning the Navy's justice cloak as he made his way to the conference room, where the Shichibukai convened. Two naval soldiers trailed behind Bai Yin, having been directly reassigned from the warship. They were significantly stronger than the average Navy soldiers, their mastery of haki making them well-equipped to handle the Shichibukai without fear. Upon entering, he found 5 individuals seated at a long conference table. "Darling," Hancock exclaimed, her icy demeanor melting into joy upon seeing Bai Yin. She had not anticipated that the one assigned to oversee them would be her husband, and her happiness was palpable. Bai Yin smiled at her, then proceeded to the head of the table, his keen gaze sweeping over the other 4 individuals. Bartholomew Kuma, Dracula Mihawk, Don Quixote Doflamingo, and Gecko Moria stared intently at Bai Yin's movements. This young man, could he truly be their superior? Judging by his rank, he was merely a rear admiral. Was the Navy truly underestimating them? Among the 5, only Hancock beamed with delight, her eyes sparkling as she admired Bai Yin's dashing appearance. "I am Bai Yin, your commanding officer at Navy headquarters." He reclined in his chair, his tone indifferent as his gaze swept over the 4, save for Hancock. "Where did this little brat come from?" Moria grumbled, his irritation mounting at the sight of yet another young face. Having just been bested by Luffy, he found it infuriating to encounter yet another youthful figure at Navy headquarters. Bai Yin's gaze locked onto Moria, a terrifying aura emanating from him, causing the solid wooden table to splinter under the pressure. "Fu-fu-fu-fu. Such formidable conqueror's haki," Doflamingo observed with a smile, his fingers twitching as invisible threads began to converge upon Bai Yin. "Doflamingo!" Hancock exclaimed, unable to remain seated as she launched a kick towards him. "How dare this scoundrel attempt to ambush her beloved husband?" "Hancock!" Doflamingo grinned, his arm quickly coiling around Hancock's leg, their eyes locking as their conqueror's haki clashed. Moria found himself slammed against the wall by a single glance from Bai Yin, his mind engulfed in terrifying visions, akin to Hell's Descent. His body trembled uncontrollably, knees buckling as he sank to the ground. "Enough, Hancock, stand down. If they have any grievances, let them address me." The overwhelming aura of Conqueror's haki intensified, causing the entire Navy's headquarters to tremble. Under the overwhelming influence of the terrifying Conqueror's haki, Mingu and Hancock found themselves retreating several paces. "Your haki is truly formidable. I wonder if your strength is equally impressive," Mihawk observed Bai Yin, his eyes brimming with the fervor of battle. In his estimation, the young admiral named Bai Yin possessed a Conqueror's haki that could rival that of the legendary Shanks. "Ha! Let us proceed. The Navy training grounds are quite expansive, and it has been a while since I engaged in a proper duel. Anyone unwilling to concede, feel free to join us." Bai Yin dramatically shed his naval cloak and strode towards Hancock, taking her hand as they made their way outside. With Bai Yin holding her hand, the once haughty Hancock transformed into a docile little kitten. "Quickly, let us head to the Navy training grounds. Admiral Bai Yin is set to face off against the 7 warlords. Which warlord will he battle?" It seemed to be a few individuals, excluding the Empress Boa Hancock. "Let us all go together." Chapter 57. Battle with the Warlords. Ha ha ha. Let us see. Karp and Saru, who were walking along, were intrigued by the shouts of naval soldiers at a demonstration, perhaps. "How frightening. Old man shall take a look." The yellow monkey also heard the news and swiftly made his way to the training grounds. At that moment, the Navy soldiers who were training had gathered at the edge of the training grounds. Zephyr seemed undisturbed, lounging in his designated chair, while Akiji had arrived, being among the first, now lazily reclining nearby. Ain's gaze remained fixed on Hancock. The woman Bai Yin spoke of truly was stunning. Compared to Hancock's beauty, she felt like an ugly duckling. Bai Yin had already removed his cloak of justice, and Hancock hurriedly approached to take it, carefully folding it and smoothing out the creases. "Darling, do your best." Hancock's cheers caused the surrounding naval soldiers to have their hearts shattered into pieces. "Tisich, Ein remarked, noting how Hancock's current demeanor was far from that of an empress. At this moment, many naval commanders had gathered around, curious to witness Bai Yan's prowess. Sengoku and Karp appeared at the edge of the training grounds just as the battle commenced. Mihawk unsheathed his black sword. Ooh, his gaze locked onto Bai Yan as the latter's aura continued to surge with remarkable intensity. Even Mihawk felt a twinge of trepidation in his heart when facing Bai Yan. This was the warning of observation haki. Without hesitation, Mihawk launched a powerful slash towards Bai Yan. Do not underestimate Mihawk's attack. His ordinary strikes are more devastating than others' ultimate moves. Moria and Kuma were also prepared to join the fray. Prior to the battle commencing, Minggu had already unleashed his powers throughout the training grounds. With casual movements, Bai Yan's actions appeared slow as he faced the onslaught of the world's greatest swordsman. Displaying remarkable calmness, for the first time in front of so many, he drew his Zanpakuto. The pitch-black blade elicited a furrowed brow, even from Mihawk. A green slash collided with a black one. Splitting the training grounds into illuminated halves, the black and green energies battled for supremacy, destructively clashing and neutralizing each other. Lines of attack continuously emerged from Ming Ji's hands, shooting towards Bai Yan, who defended with his Zanpakuto. Deflecting the incoming strikes with the flat of his blade, a massive black shadow loomed closer to Bai Yan, a trivial skill, before the might of a haki-wielding warrior. Moria's attacks seemed to be a jest, effortlessly crushed. With a leg enveloped in armament haki, Bai Yan stomped down upon the black shadow. Although it was merely a casual step, Moria let out a scream of agony. Kuma's figure suddenly appeared behind Bai Yan, his pudgy paw lunging towards him. The armament haki-coated arm collided violently with the fleshy paw. Could he deflect the attack? In the face of overwhelming power, deflection was utterly impossible. The black armament haki quaked, causing Kuma to stagger back a half step. Enduring simultaneous assaults from four formidable foes, Bai Yan stood unyielding, not budging an inch. The surrounding naval commanders watched in rapt fascination. This was the Navy's supernova. How intriguing. Mihawk noted the simultaneous dissipation of the two slashes and charged at Bai Yan with Yoru in hand. The world's premier swordsman engaged in close combat, his terrifying prowess reaching its zenith. Were it not for Bai Yan's formidable haki, he would not stand a chance against Mihawk. His swordsmanship had merely attained the level of a great swordsman. With a long journey ahead to reach the pinnacle d'As, he clashed with Mihawk. Sparks flew from their blades, and haki scattered in all directions, while he remained vigilant against surprise attacks from shadows and Kuma's abilities. The most insidious of all was Minggu, who had been twisting his fingers from the onset, shrouded in mystery. Yet no technique had emerged thus far. Bai Yan would not believe that Minggu was merely stretching. An attack had already begun. Fufufu. Ming Ji's sinister laughter echoed, his arrogant expression suggesting he was on the brink of success. Countless fine threads materialized beneath Bai Yan's feet, weaving towards him, with a forceful block against Mihawk. Bai Yan kicked Kuma in the stomach, his Zanpakuto slicing through the webs. The spiderweb wall was Ming Ji's cunning trap, meticulously prepared to ensnare Bai Yan. Yet the once invincible spiderweb wall was cleaved open by a black slash. A serious strike, Bai Yan flipped mid-air, suddenly appearing behind Moria, intent on swiftly eliminating one nuisance to conserve energy for the others. Surrounded by three formidable adversaries, Bai Yan still managed to evade and strike Moria from behind. In a state of panic, Moria attempted to transform into a shadow bat, only for Bai Yan's hand to pierce through the shadow. Blood gushed from Moria's mouth in a sudden arco. Mihawk was equally astonished that, amidst the combined assault of three, Bai Yan still found the opportunity to attack Moria. Fufufu, impressive. Minggu chuckled, though his brow furrowed with concern. Bai Yan withdrew his arm, his black palm stained with blood. The surrounding Navy personnel were witnessing Bai Yan's ruthless side for the first time. However, given that he faced the seven warlords, they felt little trepidation. It appears we underestimated you. Mihawk tossed his hat aside onto a weapon rack, indicating his seriousness. In an instant, a green figure appeared beside Bai Yan, wielding his black sword, unleashing a barrage of slashes towards Bai Yan from all directions. Bai Yan swiftly retreated, parrying Mihawk's strikes with his Zanpakuto. Kuma and Minggu would not pass up such an excellent opportunity. appearing on either side of Bai Yin, relentlessly assaulting him. Chapter 58. Initial display of abilities, especially Kuma, who had been relentlessly pressed by Bai Yin during their encounter at Sabeti Archipelago. Now he sought to reclaim some dignity. Bai Yin found himself in a perilous situation, narrowly fending off attacks from 3 adversaries, each on par with an admiral. Hancock anxiously observed from the sidelines. They were, after all, the 7 warlords summoned by the world government due to their formidable strength. Ayn clenched her fists tightly. Such a level of combat was beyond her reach. Old Zephyr leisurely sipped his tea, seemingly unconcerned about Bai Yan's current predicament. Sengoku was tense. After all, Bai Yin represented the Navy's honor. Although Bai Yan's strength had already been demonstrated, a defeat could tarnish the Navy's reputation. Karp and Tsuru also bore furrowed brows. Even though Karp was immensely powerful, the situation Bai Yin faced appeared grim. This brat claimed to have a 70% chance of suppressing the 6 warlords. It seems rather perilous now. Kuzan, seemingly relaxed, was in fact tensed, recognizing the gravity of the situation. What a formidable warlord. What a terrifying Bai Yin. The yellow monkey admiral, Borsellino, sat beside Kazan, pouting, his eyes glimmering beneath his tinted glasses, lost in thought. Has this kid truly progressed to such a level? Puffing on a cigar, Admiral Akenu Sakazuki frowned. No wonder the world government granted this kid the title of enforcer to oversee the Navy. He indeed possesses remarkable skill. Oh dear, it seems you all underestimated him. Bai Yin was sent sliding backward for dozens of steps by a single blow from the Great Bear. Shaking off his weapon, he managed a wry smile. Just as the smile froze upon his face, an overwhelming aura surged forth from him, and countless tendrils of dark energy erupted from his form, instilling fear and astonishment in everyone present. The surrounding naval commanders gazed in disbelief at the dark energy enveloping Bai Yin, their minds racing with questions. What is this phenomenon? Is it a technique or a devil fruit ability? Mihawk tentatively unleashed a slash, yet the formidable strike merely stirred the dark energy momentarily before being devoured. What? Everyone stared in shock at the dark energy, their faces a mixture of astonishment. Even a casual strike from the world's greatest swordsman was frighteningly consumed and vanished. The dark energy continued to multiply, enveloping Bai Yin entirely. Moria, having sustained injuries, withdrew from the battle, feeling like a mere stick in the mud amid such chaos, unable to make any significant impact. Suddenly, the dark energy expanded and then contracted, revealing a towering figure of 9 meters in height before all present. Bai Yin stood bare-chested, his skin as dark as ink, with golden lines tracing intricate patterns across his body. White steam erupted from his mouth, while blue-black flames danced upon his shoulders, from which everyone felt the oppressive aura of the conqueror's haki. What? Is this a devil fruit? Sengoku gazed at Bai Yin in astonishment. It was his first time witnessing Bai Yin in this form. He had long suspected the lad was hiding something, but he never anticipated such a formidable secret. Akati shouldn't be possible. Just recently, I saw him swimming in the water. A rear admiral interjected. Indeed, during his battle with Admiral Kazan, he had fallen into the water, only to emerge unscathed. Another rear admiral recalled that encounter. Could it be a peculiar race? Such thoughts flooded everyone's minds. After all, the powers of devil fruits are scorned by the sea. None could escape this limitation, of course, except for those with systems, a group of exceptional beings. With his powers unveiled, Bai Yan's speed directly doubled. He charged at his 3 opponents with determination. Countless afterimages flickered across the training ground, leaving those of lesser strength unable to comprehend the unfolding events. This terrifying speed was such that even among the 3 admirals, only Kizuru could keep pace. Though the others were formidable, they still fell short in the face of such velocity, only able to perceive fleeting shadows. As Bai Yan's speed surged to such heights, Mihawk's expression shifted. Previously, Bai Yin could hold his own against 3 adversaries, but now it was evident that the 3 were desperately defending against his onslaught, with some being knocked out of the fray. The surrounding naval commanders were intently focused, striving to discern the outcome. After all, in battles of this caliber, many were merely spectators, unable to grasp the intricacies. The battle raged on. Among the 7 warlords, the first to falter was surprisingly Doflamingo. Despite being a significant hurdle for Luffy later on, 2 years ago, his strength was considerably weaker than it would be at that time. In Bai Yan's eyes, even a Doflamingo 2 years later might not be his match. Spitting blood, Doflamingo was hurled out of the training ground, crashing violently into the stone wall beyond, the Conqueror's haki entwined. The battle momentarily paused as Sengoku's sharp gaze caught sight of the swirling dark blue flames on Bai Yan's black blade. Jean-Pa. This young man's armament haki was of a high caliber. Zephyr stood up, well aware of the significance of high-level armament haki within the Navy. Among the Navy headquarters, other than that old coot carp, Zephyr was the most familiar with the intricacies of armament haki. What a terrifying young man. At just 18, he already possessed advanced armament haki. Even more astonishing was the fact that this lad understood how to utilize Conqueror's haki, Kazu, hidden behind his tinted glasses. Observed by Yen with unwavering intensity, given by Yan's current prowess, he might not even be a match. How embarrassing it was that the 3 highest combatants of the Navy, standing before him, dared not claim they could best Bai Yan. Kazan, witnessing Bai Yan's Conqueror's haki, realized that in many of their sparring sessions, Bai Yan had likely been holding back. Otherwise, relying solely on haki would have been sufficient to inflict irreversible damage upon him. Chapter 59 Bai Yan's minor victory. Ha ha ha. No matter how formidable you are, weren't you once seeking our guidance? You are our junior. Carp remained as carefree as ever, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Pulling out a bag of sunbae and enjoying a leisurely snack while watching, Ayn gazed at Bai Yan in astonishment. Initially, she had thought him quite powerful, but witnessing his battle firsthand revealed that his strength exceeded her imagination. Bai Yan's might left Ayn momentarily speechless. He is so strong. Would he look down on me? His wife also seems remarkably powerful. Ayn glanced at the excited Hancock, then at herself, feeling dwarfed in comparison to the world's most beautiful woman. She felt lacking in every regard. Her looks, her figure, and even her strength seemed inferior to Hancock's. Suddenly, a word escaped Bai Yan's lips. A terrifying, colossal phantom appeared behind him, towering at 100 meters, instilling dread. With 3 heads and 6 arms, it glared fiercely. 6 ethereal hands wielded various bizarre weapons, hurtling toward Mihawk and the Great Bear. Even before the attack landed, the oppressive wind pressure had already locked onto the 2. They struggled fiercely, unleashing various techniques, yet no matter how they struck, every attack was absorbed upon contact with the phantom. This phenomenon was strikingly reminiscent of the dark energy that had initially enveloped Bai Yan. The most astonishing aspect for everyone was that with every attack launched by Mihawk and the Great Bear, the terrifying phantom grew increasingly solid. The more substantial it became, the greater the pressure emanated from it, becoming ever more terrifying. Even so, the 2 could not cease their efforts, compelled to persist in their defense. Before the sounds of clashing weapons could resonate, they felt an overwhelming pressure surging from their arms, traveling through their bodies, eventually reaching their ankles, causing the ground to crack beneath them. Even the formidable warlords of the sea found themselves pinned to the ground by this mountainous weight. That moment. The Phantom's attack had yet to descend. Both stared in astonishment as the Phantom hovered just 10 centimeters above their heads. The assault halted, prompting them to exhale a sigh of relief. Now, are you satisfied? Bai Yan panted, having displayed his abilities for the first time. It was far more exhausting than a mere competition of blade and gun, especially considering the energy expended while utilizing the powers of the Devil Fruit. Were it not for his robust stamina, he might not have been able to endure so long. After all, manifesting such a powerful phantom required substantial energy as support. It seemed he must delve deeper into the potential of this fruit's abilities. Absorbing damage appeared quite formidable. Even the world's greatest swordsman found his attacks directly consumed. You indeed possess remarkable strength. Although I can see your stamina is running low. Mihawk stood, appearing quite at ease. Had Bai Yan not tapped into his abilities, they could have battled for 3 days and nights. Haha, my stamina is low. Are you truly convinced this is my limit? Is there a possibility that I simply do not wish to harm you? After all, in the upcoming battles, I will need you to take it seriously. Countless tendrils of dark energy dissipated, merging back into Bai Yan's body. The breathlessness he had exhibited rapidly faded. Mihawk, clutching the black blade knight, regarded Bai Yin with unwavering intensity. Internally astonished, he realized that upon the dark energy returning to Bai Yan's body, the sense of weakness had vanished. It seemed that the emergence of that dark energy required a significant expenditure of stamina. Now that it had been absorbed back into his body, his energy had undoubtedly been replenished to a considerable extent. Though he still possessed the capacity to continue fighting, did he truly wish to engage Bai Yin in a life-or-death struggle at this moment? Since they had arrived at Marine Ford, he naturally intended to give it his all. Mihawk hesitated for a moment before sheathing the black blade knight. Bai Yin, too, retracted his black blade jawn, beaming at Mihawk, acknowledging the man's wisdom. In this battle, Bai Yin had undeniably gained the upper hand against the four warlords, perhaps out of concern that the impending war would adversely affect the families of the Navy personnel. Sengoku has issued a retreat order in the back streets of Marine Ford. The families of the Navy are orderly evacuating towards the warships under the Navy's command, and one can guarantee that once the conflict ignites, there won't be instances of pirates slaughtering civilians. The safest course of action remains the evacuation of these individuals. The four Emperors of the Sea are currently complying with the Navy's arrangements for accommodation. While Hancock is followed Bai Yin back to his residence in Marine Ford, regardless of her identity, Hancock is now Bai Yin's wife, and no one dares to utter a word against their cohabitation. At the team most, they might envy Bai Yin's good fortune behind his back. Upon opening the door, Bai Yin was astonished to find that both the yard and the room had clearly been tidied up. Even his old Navy uniform had been washed and neatly placed in the wardrobe. He certainly does not think that the old man Sengoku could accomplish such a task, nor would those old geezers come to his residence. The only person capable of such a deed could only be one. Recalling the desolate figure he had seen when leaving the training grounds, Bai Yin felt a tightening sensation in his heart. Hancock, filled with curiosity, surveyed the place where her husband had lived for over 4 years. Indeed, every corner exuded his essence. Suddenly, amidst Bai Yin's scent, Hancock caught a whiff of a fragrance that made her heart leap, instantly filling her with jealousy. Someone had come to tidy up for me. It usually is a bit messy. As Bai Yin walked around, he surveyed the room. Had he not lived here for 4 years, he would hardly believe this was his abode. Every item, from the tables to the chairs, benches, and even the bedding, was meticulously arranged. Husband. Hancock approached, wrapping her arms around Bai Yin from behind, nuzzling her cheek against his back. Feeling Hancock's embrace, Bai Yin could sense her emotions from the strength of her hold. Yes, she is a good girl. Bai Yin turned around and held Hancock tightly in his arms, yet her face bore a smile. Will there come a day when you no longer want me? Hancock now felt a pang of insecurity, for she was already 29 years old, 11 years Bai Yin's senior. Foolish girl, do you not know how much I adore beautiful women, yet you remain my first choice? Bai Yin chuckled as he embraced Hancock and settled onto the sofa. Gazing at her with affection, I don't know. Hancock lay in Bai Yin's arms, her face flushed, yet her eyes sparkled with curiosity. That's because you are my chosen primary wife. No one can surpass you, nor can anyone replace you. Bai Yin looked at her face, which seemed to be lost in reverie, and smiled joyfully. Husband, I am so happy. I wish to be with you forever. Hancock exclaimed excitedly, wrapping her arms around Bai Yin's neck, straddling him. Yes, forever together. Bai Yin's words were interrupted as Hancock lunged forward to kiss him, silencing him. The current strength of the Navy headquarters is unprecedentedly formidable. Apart from some essential regions, all officers above the rank of Brigadier General have congregated at Marine Ford. The fleet monitoring the 4 emperors in the New World has completely lost track of the Whitebeard pirates, indicating that they are not as calm as imagined. They are undoubtedly heading towards the Navy headquarters at Marine Ford. Meanwhile, the red-haired pirates and the beast pirates have clashed in the New World, seemingly experiencing some friction, due to the Navy surveillance vessels not daring to approach too closely. The nature of the conflict between the 2 pirate crews remains unknown. As for Luffy's whereabouts, Bai Yin is disinterested, hoping that this individual does not truly arrive at Marine Ford. If he does come, should Bai Yin capture him or let him go? Although Old Man Garp is frustrated with Luffy's reckless behavior, he is pleased that Luffy is growing stronger. If Bai Yin were to capture Luffy at the Navy headquarters, Garp would lose both of his grandsons in one fell swoop, a fate that would be unbearable for the old man. Observing the sleeping Hancock, Bayan's thoughts drifted to Robin, pondering that she would surely face hardships in that place. After all, it is cold and harsh, devoid of food and shelter, and she would have to endure beatings. However, the Revolutionary Army is present there, so she should be safe. That Kuma fellow is not only tight-lipped, but also quite reliable. With his experience, he should be able to help those youngsters find their footing. Bayan did not wish to dwell on his own youth. Yet he found himself referring to others as youngsters. In truth, Bayan remains unaware that the current narrative has diverged significantly from what he had previously witnessed. Robin was sent by Kuma to the frigid country of Tequila Wolf, yet she was directly transported to the Revolutionary Army's division there. When Robin was propelled through the wall by Kuma's paw, landing on the ground, Chief of Staff Sabo and several revolutionary officers were taken aback at her sudden intrusion. After all, anyone bursting through a wall would startle them, especially given their cautious nature as members of the Revolutionary Army. Nico Robin, Sabo, having seen the bounties on the Straw Hat Pirates in the newspapers, immediately recognized the companion of his wayward brother. To ensure Robin felt at ease, Sabo openly revealed his identity, announcing that he was Luffy's older brother. Upon hearing that Sabo was Luffy's brother, Robin felt reassured and decided to assist Sabo in completing their tasks before returning to her companions. And no wonder Bayan had once told him not to worry, that everything would be fine. Did Bayan have ties with the Revolutionary Army? Many might wonder why Sabo did not attempt to rescue Ace. It was because their location was simply too far from the Navy headquarters, and much of the news had not reached them. Moreover, their current mission was of utmost importance: to rescue the civilians of Tequila Wolf. This world is vast, and traveling anywhere relies on ships, which move at limited speeds. Only after liberating Tequila Wolf and returning to the Revolutionary Army's headquarters did Sabo learn of Ace's impending execution, but by then, it was far too late. Although Sabo longed to save Ace, he ultimately succumbed to a moment of confusion and was knocked out by Dragon, an exceptional revolutionary soldier. Dragon could not allow him to take unnecessary risks. The journey from the Revolutionary Army headquarters to Marineford could take over 10 days. By the time Sabo received the news, it was already the day before Ace's execution. In contrast to Ace's recklessness, Bayan has a greater admiration for Sabo. Becoming the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army speaks to his strength and vision, qualities far surpassing Ace's. Otherwise, Dragon would not have entrusted such a significant position to him. Bayan is now also contemplating whether to spare Ace during the Marineford War. The arrival of the red-haired pirates was delayed until Luffy's escape, and their tardiness cost Ace his life, a painful reality that has lingered in the hearts of fans. After this incident, Ace will undoubtedly mature into a different being. Experiencing the betrayal of comrades and the death of his adoptive father is an undeniable form of growth for Ace. In the anime, although the Mera Nomi reappears in Sabo's possession, they are ultimately two distinct individuals. Such plotlines serve to facilitate Luffy's growth. The death of his brother becomes a heavy burden for Luffy, as he attributes it to his own weakness, feeling incapable of protecting his comrades or saving his brother, a significant blow to his spirit. Had Ace not died, he would likely strive to enhance his strength, perhaps aspiring to safeguard Luffy as Sabo does, always appearing when Luffy is in need, ensuring a smooth journey to the throne of Pirate King. It is not that the Mera Nomi is inferior. Many later techniques are largely imitations of the Mera Nomi, which Ace primarily developed to a certain extent. Otherwise, with the power of the magma fruit, it would be impossible to instantly defeat Ace in his fiery form. Bayan did not retire until late that night. Having contemplated many matters at dawn, he was summoned to Sengoku's office for a meeting. Bayan's strength has garnered the recognition of all high-ranking Navy personnel. Chapter 61. Prepared for battle, the meeting proceeded smoothly, with Admiral Sengoku methodically assigning the necessary tasks. When Bayan returned to his residence after the meeting, he was taken aback, almost dropping his jaw to the floor. To his astonishment, Ain was seated on the sofa, engaging in cheerful conversation with Hancock. What on earth was happening? More importantly, he noticed that Hancock appeared to have rejuvenated significantly. Driven by curiosity, he approached them, only to find that Ain seemed a bit bashful upon his arrival. Hancock hurriedly clarified the reason for her appearance. Thanks to Ain's fruit abilities, Hancock had been transformed to appear 12 years younger. now resembling a 17-year-old, shy, youthful, alluring, and sensual. Countless adjectives of beauty converged upon Hancock's figure. Despite being seemingly contradictory, these qualities harmoniously melded into one. By Yen, Ein mustered her courage and greeted him. What had transpired? Wasn't Hancock supposed to be jealous? Why was their relationship so amicable now? A myriad of questions swirled in by Yan's mind, nearly overwhelming his thoughts. Darling, do I look beautiful now? Hancock gazed at Bai Yen with a bashful expression, feeling a surge of confidence in her youthful appearance. Beautiful. What is going on here? Bai Yen found it hard to critique anything, considering his wife had become 12 years younger. Hancock, shyly nestled in Bai Yan's embrace, began to recount the events that had unfolded. It turned out that while Bai Yen was occupied at the meeting, Hancock had been unable to sleep and recalled his words, perhaps fueled by a moment of impulsiveness. She sought out Ein, who was training Marines at the training grounds. Initially, Ein harbored some hostility toward Hancock, as she perceived her as a rival who had indirectly taken away her man. Thus, she assumed Hancock had come to inquire about her intentions. Given that she had entered Bai Yan's home without his consent, albeit with good intentions, however, the young woman could hardly tolerate another woman being so kind to her, and, to her surprise, this mature, stunning woman stated that in order to help her man realize his dreams sooner, she had decided to take action herself and formally invited Ein to become Bai Yan's woman. Ein was momentarily stunned by this proclamation. Marveling at such selfless love, with a spirit of experimentation, Ein succumbed to her inner urge and agreed to Hancock's proposition. Consequently, Hancock brought Ein back to Bai Yan's home, and after exchanging introductions and getting to know each other, they soon became close friends. Upon learning of Ein's abilities, Hancock conceived a bold idea. She implored Ein to help her regain her youth. Ein, impressed by Hancock's magnanimity, found no reason to refuse, as long as Ein did not revoke her powers. Hancock would maintain her youthful appearance of 17. Bai Yan's jaw nearly dropped into his lap. What he had anticipated to be a catastrophic clash had instead unfolded into a seamless resolution. Yet, seeing the two women get along so splendidly left him with no further comments that Hancock's heart was vast. Indeed, not only expansive but also tender, and most importantly, now imbued with resilience. Bai Yen felt that choosing Hancock as his primary wife was undoubtedly his most astute decision. Naturally, Ein's powers held significant sway in Hancock's heart. Initially, there may have been reluctance, but upon understanding Ein's abilities, any hesitations dissipated as everything seemed to fall into place effortlessly, gazing at the petite Hancock nestled in his arms. Even in broad daylight, Bai Yen found himself harboring a wicked thought. Meanwhile, Ein's cheeks flushed as she witnessed Bai Yen and Hancock sharing tender kisses right before her eyes. Bai Yen, not one to be partial, reached out and pulled Ein closer, not allowing her to escape. For Bai Yen, this was sheer ecstasy. As for the defense of Marine Ford, the overall formation had been established after several rounds of discussions. Everyone had their designated roles. 50 naval ships surrounded the crescent-shaped Marine headquarters, Marine Ford. Various cannons and mortars were prepared at the harbor. The first line of defense was entrusted to the 7 warlords of the sea, as Sengoku suggested, letting them engage in a dog-eat-dog scenario. However, Bai Yen countered Sengoku's words at dog-eat-dog. Hancock is my wife. I must remain at the forefront to keep an eye on the 7 warlords. Does that imply I am a dog as well? Sengoku, being Bai Yan's senior, was likened to an old dog by Bai Yan's retort, leaving him fuming yet speechless. This exchange brought amusement to Carp and Vice Admiral Tsuru, who could not help but chuckle at the banter between the elder and the younger. Ultimately, Sengoku had no choice but to rephrase it as internal strife. The second line of defense consisted of 100,000 elite naval soldiers, along with various naval brigadiers, colonels, and majors commanding them. Several rear admirals would be dispersed among these soldiers, each leading their respective teams while providing mutual support. The third line of defense comprised the Navy's top-tier combatants, the 3 admirals. Their prowess could rival that of hundreds of thousands of elite Marines. As for Carp, Zifa, Tsuru, and Sengoku, they represented the Navy's final bastion. Originally, Zifa had no role in this operation, as he was absent from Marineford in the anime. However, Bai Yan's arrival had compelled Zifa to remain, now also called upon to counter the Whitebeard pirates. While Zifa may not have matched Karp's combat strength, he was still at the level of an elite rear admiral. Bai Yin repeatedly urged Zifa to observe the battle from the sidelines, deeming it unnecessary for him to engage directly. Zifa acquiesced, for he now had all the Navy's future riding on Bai Yin's shoulders. Everything was in place, awaiting the arrival of Ace from Impelled Down to Marineford. Bai Yin gazed at Hancock and Ein on the bed, realizing that after 2 days, his back was feeling sore. He had never anticipated completing such a significant milestone in his life before the Paramount War. After bidding farewell to the two, he stepped out, as he could not remain cooped up at home while the Navy was in a state of urgency. Chapter 62. Ace arrives host. Your physical condition is inadequate. It is said that only exhausted cattle do not damage the fields. Such a state should not exist in you. System Master. What should I do? For the sake of my dreams, I believe I must train my body diligently. Host, you appear formidable now, yet you have barely tapped into even 1% of your extraordinary physique that I have told you to train more. Otherwise, this system did not grant you this physique for no reason. Wasn't it supposed to be in the strongest state from the outset? Bai Yin was flabbergasted, feeling robust, yet learning from the system master that he had yet to harness even a fraction of his extraordinary strength. TCH, the extraordinary physique I bestowed upon you is undoubtedly more powerful than Kaido's beast-like constitution. That if you falter at this early stage to fully develop your physique, you must train diligently. Remember, no destruction, no establishment. No destrucción, no establishment. This echoed a phrase from a novel in my previous life. Bai Yan's mind recalled a term from that world. I think I understand now. System Master, please rest well. I shall go train. Bai Yin dashed toward the back mountain, his training ground. Now that the ordinary residents and families of the Marines had been evacuated, the back mountain had grown quieter. It was hard to imagine that upon returning to his residence after a day's absence, Bai Yin felt utterly exhausted, akin to a lifeless dog. To unleash his potential, he had been relentlessly training on the back mountain, obediently following the system master's advice as it pertained to his future happiness. Hancock and Ein had been eagerly awaiting his return and were heartbroken to see him in such a state, promptly preparing warm water to assist him in freshening up. Naturally, the two also allowed him a restful night, embracing each other as they drifted off to sleep. In the following days, Bai Yin rose early and returned late. Not only had his swordsmanship seen considerable improvement, but his physique was also noticeably strengthening day by day. Despite returning home the previous night in a state of utter fatigue, he awoke the next morning brimming with vitality. Initially, the two women were curious about what had left Bai Yin so worn out. And after much inquiry, they finally learned he had been training. Intrigued by Bai Yan's training regimen, they decided to accompany him in the days to come. Little did they know, witnessing Bai Yan's training left them utterly speechless. Each exercise was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary human. Yet, these were merely a segment of Bai Yan's training routine, like Zoro performing push-ups while inverted, lifting a barbell weighing over 1,000 pounds. Here at Bai Yin, it hardly even qualifies as a warm-up. Ian found it curious how Bai Yin effortlessly summoned such an apparatus. The appearance and disappearance of all objects was exceedingly enigmatic, rendering it nearly impossible to detect. During Bai Yin's intensive training on the back mountain, Sengoku received a call from Impel Down. The current warlord of the sea, Blackbeard Teach, had entered Impel Down for a tour. As a result, several notorious criminals from the 6th level of the underground prison were released. Now, Impel Down was in utter chaos, with numerous prisoners escaping and many others perishing in mutual slaughter. What? Sengoku was infuriated, wishing he could smash the transponder snail. He had previously informed Impel Down that Blackbeard Teach was not permitted entry. So where had the error occurred? At the same time, he lamented not taking Bai Yin's words more seriously. Impel Down. Thank you, Shirley. If it weren't for you, I would likely have perished under Magellan's poison. Blackbeard grinned at the man in the Navy uniform, his joy evident. This slayer, the warden of the deep-sea prison Impel Down, could very well become his ally, especially since this fellow had managed to injure the prison director. I must also thank you for rescuing me. Had it not been for you, I might have spent my entire life trapped here. Shirley, cigar in mouth, responded with utmost courtesy. Were it not for Blackbeard, he might still be confined in the 6th level of the prison. Ha ha, so do you wish to join my crew? Blackbeard Teach wrung the moisture from his red scarf and draped it over his shoulder, his gaze fervently fixed on Shirley. Then I shall humbly comply. Captain Shirley, cigar still in mouth, smiled ominously. Thus, these two schemers found themselves united. Ha ha! Release all the prisoners, and let us break out. Blackbeard commanded his newly recruited subordinates with a hearty laugh, instructing them to open the cells and create chaos for the guards of Impel Down. With the absence of Luffy's narrative, the prisoners rampaged through Impel Down, and the guard were utterly unable to contain them, as the prison housed a staggering 100,000 various criminals. As for Luffy, at that moment he found himself aboard a pirate ship. After being sent flying by Bartholomew Kuma, he landed on an island teeming with ferocious beasts. Rayleigh indeed made a timely appearance on this island, which lay in the doldrums, mirroring the other doldrums opposite Amazon Lily. The beasts here were formidable, at least stronger than those on Beast Island near Amazon Lily. Rayleigh's arrival signified his intent to train Luffy in hockey and also brought news of Ace's impending execution. Hearing that Ace was to be executed, Luffy could scarcely contain himself, pleading with Rayleigh to take him to rescue Ace. Rayleigh, unaware that Ace was Roger's son, remained indifferent to the matter. After exchanging a few blows with Admiral Kazu, Rayleigh found himself slightly winded, and facing the full might of the Navy was a daunting prospect. He certainly had not fought in quite some time. Age had rendered him reluctant to engage in such affairs. Yet he instructed the fishman, Jinbei, to locate a pirate ship for Luffy to board en route to Marineford. The ship Luffy boarded bore the flag of the Whitebeard Pirates. Those aboard were part of a peripheral crew heading to the Navy headquarters to rescue Ace. Though Bai Yen was involved, it was mere coincidence that Luffy found himself setting forth once again toward the Navy headquarters. Ace was transported from Impel Down to Marineford, personally met by the old man Garp at the dock. Upon seeing Garp, Ace was overwhelmed with emotion, crying uncontrollably. Although they were not blood relatives, Garp had arranged for his care until the age of 18. This kindness was perhaps more valuable than that of a biological grandfather. Grandpa, Ace wept, and Garp, gazing at Ace, felt a profound sorrow welling within him. Chapter 63. The day of execution arrives as he looked at Ace. Garp reminisced about Roger. He had been there to bid him farewell in his final moments. And now, 20 years later, it was Ace's turn. You fool, why didn't you listen to me? Garp clenched his fists, but instead of striking Ace, he slammed them against the wall, sending stone debris flying. Grandpa, I'm sorry. Ace sobbed in his cell, filled with regret. The old man and the young man, one behind bars and the other outside, wept under the watchful eyes of several Marines. Ace's arrival intensified the already palpable tension at Navy headquarters, heightening the sense of impending crisis. All Navy soldiers busily polished their weapons and cleaned their rifles. In critical moments, these preparations could prove vital against their adversaries. Today, Bai Yen, remarkably, did not train. He had been summoned to Sengoku's office. Upon learning that Blackbeard had colluded with thousands of criminals to escape from Impel Down, Bai Yen cursed these unreliable fools inwardly. This is the so-called world's greatest prison, from which no one can escape? What a farce! A mere Blackbeard has thrown Impel Down into disarray. He is merely a warlord of the sea, not yet one of the 4 emperors. If, in 2 years, Blackbeard becomes one of the 4 emperors, won't he directly assault Marine headquarters? This fellow will undoubtedly come to Marineford, Bai Yen declared emphatically, casting a glance at Sengoku. Impossible, he's already amassed many powerful subordinates. Why would he come to Marineford? Sengoku found Bai Yen's assertion perplexing. Is Blackbeard insane? He just raided Impel Down and now seeks to flaunt his abilities at Navy headquarters? We shall see. This is intuition. I can't just tell Sengoku that I know he is coming. System Master, is my Devil Fruit ability not as formidable as the Dark Fruit? Host, I assure you, your fruit is extraordinarily powerful. Since it can absorb others' attacks to restore itself, is it possible that I could directly devour others' abilities? Bai Yen continued to press. Well, host, everything requires your own research, so it is indeed possible. Oh dear host, why do you never conduct your own research and constantly ask me questions? The system retorted with annoyance. Your ability cannot entirely devour another's devil fruit power. but you can extract portions of their abilities. As the king of the underworld, it should be quite reasonable to acquire techniques from the deceased. The system, though exasperated by Bai-Yin's incessant inquiries, was still reliable at critical moments. At the very least, this statement enlightened Bai-Yin to an important truth. The living cannot obtain others' powers, but the dead can. As the lord of the underworld, acquiring techniques from souls should indeed be quite plausible. System Master, I am enlightened. Bai-Yin's eyes sparkled. He now anticipated the development of his fruit even more eagerly, as the strongest of the Zoan fruits. It was indeed extraordinary, or perhaps every strongest fruit within its category is remarkably unique. To be deemed the strongest among so many abilities signifies an inherent distinctiveness. It is certainly not an ordinary devil fruit that could be compared. Whitebeard, since you are deceased, why not allow me to make use of you? Bai-Yin gazed at the brightly lit bay, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Blackbeard, will you be surprised? Tomorrow marks Ace's execution day, and the Navy headquarters will broadcast it live across the globe. That night, Bai-Yin could be said to have roamed freely for the entire evening. The training sessions with Hancock and Ian had been fruitful, and Bai-Yin's physical prowess had improved several-fold since his arrival at Marineford. After a satisfying rest with the two lovely ladies, Bai-Yin contemplated his role in the impending battle. As dawn broke, all Marines had filled their bellies and stood ready at their designated positions. Everything was in a state of heightened alertness. Bai-Yin, well fed with an abundance of food served by Hancock and Ian, ensured his formidable combat readiness. One must eat well to maintain strength. After all, Mihawk, Doflamingo, Kuma, and Moria stood at the edge of the harbor, their statuses prompting the Marines to keep their distance in their midst. Bai-Yin reclined on a lounge chair, Hancock dressed in denim, sitting closely beside him. Meanwhile, Salome, inseparable from Hancock, had perfectly transformed into her chair. Quite comfortable indeed. Doflamingo cast a glance at Bai-Yin, pondering that if given the chance, this fellow would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to eliminate a powerful new Marine star. Unfortunately, this was the Navy headquarters. Marineford, not his Dressrosa. Furthermore, Doflamingo was acutely aware of Bai-Yin's current strength. For the time being, he was not Bai-Yin's match. This thought remained buried deep within him, as he resolved that should the opportunity arise, he would certainly test his mettle. The clanking of chains echoed from behind the execution platform as two soldiers escorted Ace to the stage. All eyes of the Navy turned toward him. There stood the captain of the Whitebeard Pirate 2nd Division, Fire Fist Ace. The illustrious Fleet Admiral Sengoku stood resolutely, his cold gaze piercing through the spectacles at the listless Ace, who was shackled to the execution platform. Beneath the platform, three towering figures approached from the side and seated themselves upon the three chairs of the third line of defense. These individuals represented the pinnacle of naval power at the Marine headquarters, the three admirals. Both the Marines and naval commanders gazed upon these three men with a sense of awe akin to that evoked by traffic lights. White Rock chuckled softly, bemused by the pompous demeanor of the trio, each one crossing their legs with an air of arrogance. Brother Ming, I have heard whispers of a woman among your ranks named Baby 5. With a sense of idle curiosity, White Rock inquired of Don Quixote, Doflamingo. Indeed, such a person exists, Doflamingo replied, casting a sidelong glance at White Rock, intrigued as to how this individual was aware of his subordinate. I desire her. Do see if you can part with her. White Rock articulated his intentions with remarkable bluntness, causing the veins on Doflamingo's forehead to bulge ominously, resembling writhing worms. She's my family. Doflamingo's gaze behind his glasses turned decidedly hostile. Is that so? Very well. I shall personally visit Dressrosa when time allows, and we can discuss this matter in detail. White Rock dismissed Doflamingo's hostility, sensing that Sengoku was about to speak, thus concluding the dialogue. Chapter 64. A storm approaches. Sengoku glanced at the time, then at the Marine soldier responsible for the broadcast, nodding slightly. Grasping the transponder snail, he suddenly inquired, Ace, please reveal your father's name. Ace looked at Sengoku, confusion evident on his face, before finally responding, My old man is Whitebeard. Upon hearing Ace's response, Sengoku's dissatisfaction was palpable. The veins on his forehead erupted as he bellowed, Incorrect. Your mother is Port Gastite de Rouge, and 1 year and 3 months after your father's demise, the child inheriting the world's most evil bloodline was born. Ace, upon hearing Sengoku's proclamation, clenched his teeth tightly, his eyes filled with a mixture of defiance and disbelief. The Marines, perplexed, exchanged glances, uncertain of the meaning behind Sengoku's words. The civilians watching the live broadcast were equally bewildered. Had the Navy truly erred? That man is your father. Your father is... Sengoku paused dramatically before exclaiming, the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger. In that instant, the Marines present were left astounded, while reporters outside struggled to articulate their astonishment. What a monumental revelation Ace was. In fact, the son of Joel D. Roger. Countless rumors began to circulate across the globe. The atmosphere at Marine headquarters grew eerily silent. Who would have imagined that the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division was the son of Whitebeard's nemesis? Joel D. Roger? Quite intriguing. Doflamingo observed Ace on the execution platform, his amusement rekindled, allowing him to forget the earlier unpleasantness brought on by White Rock. So, his biological son has survived? What a miracle! Anyone even tangentially related to Roger was expected to face execution. Moria also regarded Ace, knowing that becoming like the Pirate King Joel D. Roger was the dream of every pirate. However, no pirate wished to have such a formidable adversary. The Marines buzzed with discussion. The situation unfolding beyond their expectations, Karp's eyes flickered as Sengoku's words reminded him of Roger's confession during their time in prison. He recalled the first and last time he encountered Ace, a mere infant at the time. Rubbing his head, Karp felt a twinge of guilt, believing it was his failure to adequately care for the two boys, Ace and his own wayward grandson, that had led to this moment. Vice Admiral Tsu noticed Karp's troubled expression and, with concern, placed a comforting hand on his back. Sengoku continued his address, elaborating on Ace's lineage, recounting the events leading to his discovery by the Navy, particularly his time aboard Whitebeard's ship, where he was groomed as the next Pirate King. That is not correct. I wanted my father to become the Pirate King, which is why I boarded that ship. Ace vehemently disagreed with Sengoku's assertion. That is merely your interpretation. We cannot act against you, because you are under Whitebeard's protection. If left unchecked, you may very well demonstrate the potential to stand atop the pirate world. Thus, executing you here today holds great significance, even if it instigates an all-out war with Whitebeard. Sengoku's voice nearly strained with effort as he proclaimed this. After all, the one facing execution was the son of the Pirate King Roger, someone deemed worthy of declaring war against the Whitebeard pirates. The Marines and commanders raised their weapons in fervent cheers, as if their very purpose for being present was to witness this moment. Once the cheers subsided, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. The closer the time drew to Ace's execution, the more likely Whitebeard's arrival became. Indeed, the world's strongest man could silence even the most boisterous of children simply by the mention of his name. What a tranquil moment! Hancock mused, her gaze fixed on White Rock, perceiving him as the epitome of perfection while dismissing all others as mere rabble. Ah, the calm before the storm. White Rock smiled, reflecting on how many times he had witnessed this war in the anime. His words prompted Mihawk to cast a sidelong glance at him. This young man possessed a remarkable depth of understanding. 3 hours remained until Ace's execution. Countless Marines had transformed Marineford into an impenetrable fortress. Regardless of the direction for which the pirates might approach, there would be forces ready to intercept. Additionally, the Navy had devised special contingency plans to address any unforeseen circumstances. At this moment, everyone was intensely focused on the sea, anticipating the imminent appearance of the Whitebeard pirates. The thick fog began to rise ominously from the waters, creating an unsettling atmosphere. All eyes craned towards the mist. "Something's amiss," a Marine shouted, peering through his telescope. The others turned to follow his gaze. Indeed, through the watery haze, the silhouettes of ships began to materialize, and as time passed, the number of vessels increased. As these phantoms drew nearer, clarity emerged. All present recognized the ships as belonging to the various crews of the Whitebeard pirates. Counting them revealed dozens of vessels, each proudly displaying the Whitebeard pirates emblem on their flags, affirming their allegiance to Whitebeard. White Rock straightened his posture, knowing that the next ship to appear would be the Moby Dick. Yes, a traveler from another world and an avid fan of the anime, he couldn't help but admire the grand entrance of Whitebeard. Prior to knowing the outcome, White Rock had contemplated numerous possibilities, but never had he imagined an approach from beneath the waves. During the Navy meeting, the admirals had not anticipated Whitebeard's audacious underwater entry. White Rock remained silent, recognizing that only those privy to the outcome could truly comprehend the situation. As everyone anxiously observed the approaching pirate fleet, White Rock's gaze remained fixated on the Navy's crescent-shaped bay. Bubbles began to surface, creating an illusion as if the water were boiling. "What is happening?" a startled Marine questioned, watching the bubbles rise, when suddenly a massive ship resembling a whale erupted from the depths. Veering towards the right bay, one ship followed another. Soon, a second whale-like vessel breached the surface, heading towards the left bay. Chapter 65. The arrival of the world's strongest man. It was not until a third ship surged from sea, targeting the naval vessels outside the curve, that the realization dawned upon everyone. It was the Moby Dick of the Whitebeard pirates. The fourth whale-like ship emerged from the depths, aimed directly at the Navy's inner bay and the execution platform. All Marines, including Sengoku, gazed in astonishment at the four colossal Moby Dicks. Initially, White Rock had assumed there was but a single ship, often pondering why four identical whale-shaped vessels appeared in the anime. Now, amidst the world of pirates, he understood that the so-called Moby Dick actually consisted of four great ships, each serving as the home for Whitebeard's sons and the core crews of the Whitebeard pirates. This explained why, at all times, Whitebeard was surrounded by his numerous sons. These core captains had always lived alongside him. They have emerged from the depths. Sengoku's expression shifted continuously, yet his posture remained unyielding. Although the situation had deviated from expectations, it was not beyond control. The three admirals, seated with their legs crossed, wore grave expressions as they regarded the Moby Dick. The protective coating shattered, revealing the figures standing on the ship, none other than the captains of the Whitebeard pirates. Led by Marco, Ace, kneeling on the execution platform, gazed in astonishment at the members of the Whitebeard pirates who had appeared, his nerves rendering him speechless. It was all because of him. The Whitebeard pirates were now poised for a direct confrontation with the Navy. From the very moment the Whitebeard pirates made their entrance, the inevitability of this battle was sealed. After all, the Navy would never allow the Whitebeard pirates to arrive at their headquarters unchallenged and leave unscathed. The metallic clangs rang out, causing everyone to hold their breath as they turned their attention towards the inner bay. Some even found themselves overwhelmed by the oppressive atmosphere, repeatedly swallowing nervously. Silence enveloped the scene as 100,000 elite Navy soldiers fixated on the source of the noise. Moby Dick. A towering man wielding a massive sword gradually ascended from the ship's hold, his imposing figure coming into view for all to see. Bayan also cast his gaze in that direction, this being his first encounter with the legendary four emperors of the New World. The captain of the Whitebeard pirates, wielder of the Tremor Fruit, the strongest man in the world, Edward Newgate. Whitebeard. Sengoku fixed his glare on the emerging figure. Gritting his teeth, that it was impossible for Sengoku not to harbor resentment toward Whitebeard for making such a grand entrance at the Navy headquarters, especially after being rivals for so many years. Well, it has been decades since we last met, Sengoku. I trust my dear son is well. Whitebeard chuckled, addressing Fleet Admiral Sengoku with the demeanor of a long-lost friend. Sengoku, however, paid no heed to his adversary, the gleam of his glasses masking the urge to subdue Whitebeard on the spot. Under the watchful eyes of all, Whitebeard abruptly thrust his massive sword into the bow of the ship, flung his cloak aside, and struck the air forcefully with both arms at his sides. Every brow furrowed. This was Whitebeard's way of asserting dominance over the Navy headquarters. Crack, crack, the sound of space fracturing echoed. Bayan observed the fissures in the air, unable to suppress his admiration. Whitebeard's abilities were indeed formidable. It was no wonder that Blackbeard was so fixated on this power. The ability to rend the very fabric of space itself certainly justified the title of the world's strongest man. The sea on either side of the ship surged, rising over 20 meters higher than the harbor shoreline. Everyone anxiously watched as the towering waves formed. Contrary to expectations of the waves crashing upon the shore, they instead surged away into the distance. the scene fell silent once more. Could it be that Whitebeard, aging and with dulled senses, had missed his mark? Many elite Navy soldiers in Marineford entertained such thoughts, as few had truly witnessed Whitebeard in battle. Yet the commanders remained vigilant, gripping their weapons tightly. Sengoku remained silent, as did Whitebeard, their gazes locked in a tranquil standoff, a faint smile ever present on Whitebeard's face. Bai Yin observed the retreating waves, his eyes flickering with anticipation. Something truly astonishing was on the horizon. Indeed, mere moments later, the entirety of Marineford began to tremble. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, as an old rival, was well aware of Whitebeard's capabilities. Yet he remained remarkably composed in the face of such a spectacle. The Paramecia-type tremor fruit could unleash seismic forces akin to earthquakes, capable of triggering tsunamis, hence its reputation as a world-destroying ability. With such power, one could simply punch a displeasing island, activating the fruit's abilities, and even if the island survived the tremors, it would still have to contend with the ensuing tsunami, as anticipated, following the tremors. Colossal waves reaching heights of over 1,000 meters emerged from the depths, surging toward Marineford. Initially, the waves had been modest, but after the ebb and flow of the tides, the monstrous waves now loomed at a terrifying height of 1,000 meters. The elite Navy soldiers gazed in horror at the apocalyptic scene unfolding before them. Was this truly the extent of Whitebeard's power? It was utterly terrifying. As the massive waves approached, the pallor of every face shifted to a sickly hue, a sense of dread burgeoning in their hearts. The shadows of the waves gradually enveloped Marineford's plaza, the impending deluge threatening to crash upon the Navy headquarters, just as the monstrous waves were about to engulf Marineford. Admiral Akiji, stationed at the third line of defense, sprang into action in an instant. He appeared in midair. Cold air shot forth from his fingers, directly connecting to the towering waves on either side. Ice Age. The sound of cracking ice filled the air as the two gigantic waves were instantaneously frozen in place, a sight that left onlookers gasping in awe. Facing Whitebeard, Akiji did not retreat. Instead, he swiftly conjured two ice spears beside him and hurled them toward Whitebeard with astonishing speed, jolting the previously panicked elite Navy soldiers into alertness. Well, Akiji, you little brat! Whitebeard Edward Newgate bellowed as the ice spears neared within striking distance. With a single punch into the air, fissures erupted, shattering the ice projectiles. And Akiji himself fractured, transforming into a cascade of ice shards. As the fragments rained down upon the waters of the inner bay, one could only imagine what would have become of other abilities under such circumstances. Yet, Kazan was no ordinary user. He was a Logia-type wielder of the ice fruit. Upon contact with the seawater, the fragments rapidly froze the entire surface on the frozen expanse. The shards morphed and coalesced into a humanoid form. Admiral Kazan emerged intact upon the ice, exhaling frosty air as he gazed toward Moby Dick, or rather, at the figure of Whitebeard standing upon it. The entire inner bay was now encased in ice due to Kazan's abilities. Transformed into a smooth expanse, the crew aboard Moby Dick observed the ice-locked bay, realizing their pirate ship could no longer advance, yet they could still disembark and rush across the frozen surface. Meanwhile, the Navy rallied their spirits, bolstered by the presence of 3 admirals and the 7 warlords of the sea, a formidable force that instilled great courage in the face of Whitebeard. Amidst the chaos, someone shouted, and an array of cannons began to fire, each cannonball hurtling toward Moby Dick. The battle had commenced. As cannonballs exploded on either side of the ship, Whitebeard did not so much as blink. This was the confidence of the strongest man in the world. The Navy launched their initial assault, and the captains of the Whitebeard pirates rallied their crews, leaping from the ship toward the Navy forces on the shore, witnessing the pirates jump into the bay. The Navy soldiers followed suit, charging toward the members of the Whitebeard pirates. In that moment, the battle escalated once more. Bai Yin watched the unfolding scene with a smile, recognizing the significance of this event. To witness it firsthand was an exhilarating experience. It would not be long before a powerful presence could no longer contain itself, and the ensuing battle would surely be even more captivating than what had already transpired. Amidst the Navy forces surging toward the Whitebeard pirates, Bai Yin even spotted the infuriating figure of Smoker, the Smoke Man, a disgraceful figure who seemed to lose wherever he went. It was a mystery who had given him the courage to pursue Luffy in Logtown, failing miserably in the process, yet relentlessly chasing him into the new world. His tenacity echoed the legendary pursuit of Roger by Garp, earning him the moniker Mad Dog. Unfortunately, while Garp was a powerhouse, Smoker had merely been beaten down all the way to the New World. Such a disgrace it was that, after 2 years, he had been promoted to Rear Admiral in the Navy, a Rear Admiral who could not even best that fellow named Luffy, let alone withstand his body swap. At this moment, he noted the presence of Tashigi beside him, prompting Bai Yin, who already possessed Hancock, to cast a lingering glance. She was an endearingly Na'vi girl, somewhat myopic, unable to discern faces without her glasses, trailing behind that foolish individual. A slight injustice indeed. It is said that this woman bears an uncanny resemblance to that young lad, Zoro, which is rather astonishing. At present, the young girl is still somewhat innocent, lacking the sultriness she will possess in 2 years' time, but at this moment, Dashki can be said to be not yet fully developed, and one wonders if trailing behind Smoker will lead her to be taken advantage of by this fellow. Not only did the Marines rush onto the ice, but several vice admirals also mingled among the naval combatants, making their way onto the icy expanse. Even Vice Admiral Crane, affectionately known as Granny Crane, has taken the lead. The once agreed-upon 7 warlords as the first line of defense have now descended into chaos. Bai Yin is indifferent. After all, his sole responsibility is to keep a watchful eye on the 7 warlords. This was explicitly conveyed to him by Sengoku. He need not engage in combat, but the 7 warlords must not create any disturbances as he observes the skilled fighters clashing upon the ice. The scene is exceedingly intense. Among the 7 warlords, Dracul Mihawk shifts his position slightly. Not only did Doflamingo, also a member of the 7 warlords, glance at Mihawk, but Bai Yan's gaze also fell upon him. The distant eyes of 2 supervising admirals turned toward Mihawk. Disbelief etched on their faces as they witnessed the normally solitary Hawk displaying signs of participation in the battle. They will not be deceived by the pirate world's reverence for Dracul Mihawk, the world's foremost swordsman. His bounty is not solely due to his prowess, but also because he is known as the Marine Hunter. What is a Marine Hunter, you ask? It refers to one who specializes in hunting down the Marines. Can you believe that? This man perceives himself as a soaring eagle, targeting the watchdogs of the world government, the Marines. This is precisely why Sengoku has always instructed Bai Yin to pay special attention to Mihawk. The number of Marines who have perished at his hands is not less than those who have fallen victim to the pirates he has offended. What is this? Are you planning to join in? Doflamingo chuckled as he looked at Hawkeye, eager to see how he would respond. Just to test the waters. How vast is the chasm that separates this man from us? Mihawk's gaze was fixated sharply upon the figure of Whitebeard standing at the bow of the ship, his eyes becoming increasingly piercing. Hancock also cast a glance at Mihawk. His gaze is one that would make many tremble, yet this was not the case for the person beside her. In Hancock's eyes, she had never seen Bai Yin fear anyone. Turning her head, she gazed at Bai Yin, her face flushed with shyness. To be in the company of this man could be deemed her wisest decision. With a resounding clash of steel, the sound echoed throughout the realm, compelling even the battling factions to turn and look toward Mihawk, who stood on the inner bay platform. That the legendary Black Blade? Many have never laid eyes upon a Black Blade, and even more have never witnessed Mihawk draw his sword. That is the Black Blade, Yuru. Most people have only heard of its name and have never had the privilege of seeing its full form. It is one of the world's 12 supreme grade swords. Little do they know, in Bai Yan's possession lies another Black Blade, the Black Blade, Jean Pe, which rivals Yuru. Had they known, it would surely have left them in utter astonishment. Also present is another supreme grade sword, the blade held by Whitebeard, known as Tsung Yun Xie. Whitebeard cast a glance at Mihawk. To him, Mihawk was merely a kid, hardly worth worrying about. Mihawk swung Yuru in a wide arc, then raised it high, channeling immense strength into the strike as he aimed directly at Whitebeard. A green slash materialized, carving a deep chasm across the icebound sea that had been encased by Kazan's ice, clearly showcasing the formidable power of this blow. Many Marines and pirates caught in the path of this slash were sent flying by the force of the resulting shockwave, not from the slash itself, but from the pressure created by it. The members of the Whitebeard pirates gazed in astonishment as the slash approached Whitebeard. Chapter 67. Marco kicks away Kizaru. The Marines were internally contemplating that if this slash could eliminate Whitebeard in a single instant, it would be ideal. However, they understood that such a scenario was merely a figment of their imagination. Inflicting any harm upon Whitebeard would be considered a success, let alone the delusion of defeating him in one blow. As the slash neared the Moby Dick, a figure suddenly dashed in front of it, the slash colliding with this figure, causing them to stagger back only 2 steps before halting. Blocked, both the Marines and the pirates stared in disbelief. Who could possibly withstand the strike of the world's greatest swordsman? With a roar, the green slash was sent soaring into the sky. The spiraling slash exploded in midair. A figure, shimmering with brilliance, grinned at Mihawk. It was the captain of the 3rd Division, Diamond Jozu. Many recognized him instantly. The pirates cheered while the Marines furrowed their brows in concern. Truly, the user of the diamond fruit is remarkably resilient. The world's strongest slash has been thwarted. Many Marines still found it hard to believe, as this was indeed the world's greatest swordsman. Mihawk locked his gaze on Jozu, yet Jozu showed no fear. The two exchanged glances. Mihawk sheathed Yuru with a clean and decisive motion. The pirates erupted in jubilant cheers, as though they had secured a victory, charging toward the Marine Plaza with renewed vigor. It was evident that their morale had surged. Sengoku observed the pirates charging toward the Marine Plaza and felt a sense of folly in their actions. He promptly ordered the cannons to target the approaching pirate reinforcements. Meanwhile, the leading pirates had already organized their advance onto the Marine Plaza. In an instant, the intensity of the battle escalated further. Perhaps sensing that the losses among the Marines were becoming excessively high, Admiral Kizaru, sitting atop the platform, found it increasingly difficult to sit still. Truly, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates are monstrous in strength. To minimize losses, the capture of the leader must be prioritized. Were Bai Yin to hear this, he would undoubtedly exclaim how unimaginable it is for such words to come from his lips, as he is typically one to exert minimal effort whenever possible. Yet here, he is uttering such serious sentiments. Transforming into a beam of yellow light, he appeared directly before Whitebeard, a user of the Pika Pika no Mi. He emanated a radiant glow that caused those around him to squint their eyes. Even a formidable figure like Whitebeard found himself momentarily blinded by the dazzling light. As Kizaru materialized, the surrounding pirates gazed at him in panic. For he is the pinnacle of the Marine-s combat power, a name they all feared. Kizaru has arrived. The pirates trembled at the presence of the Marine Headquarters Admiral, for they lacked the strength to contend with such overwhelming power, and thus felt a natural trepidation toward a being of this caliber. The highest combat force of the Marine Headquarters loomed over them like an insurmountable mountain, an existence they could never hope to surpass. Hakishaku KG. Kizaru clasped his hands, unleashing a multitude of light points directed at Whitebeard. Surely, such a dense barrage of light should leave some mark upon Whitebeard, Kizaru mused. However, he had overestimated the situation. A figure transformed into a great bird, charging directly at Kizaru. The concentrated rain of light was intercepted by the flaming azure bird, leaving Whitebeard unscathed. The collision of energies generated a gust that swept across the inner bay. Whitebeard observed the unfolding scene with a grin. These are his sons, now strong enough to rival the Marine admirals. All grown up, the Admiral's assault was effortlessly blocked, while the Marines were not overly surprised by Mihawk's attack. They had not expected that even Kizaru's assault could be deflected, leading to a palpable sense of disappointment among the ranks. Yet the events that followed would leave them even more astonished and disheartened. It was Marco, the 1st Division captain. As the dust settled, the azure flames flickered around him, and even Kizaru looked on in astonishment. "How could you disrupt my father the moment you appear?" Marco emerged from the flames, wearing a triumphant expression as he gazed at Kizaru. "How terrifying is the Whitebeard pirates," Kizaru remarked, feigning fear. Yet his expression betrayed no sign of it, and a hint of mockery danced in his eyes. Many Marines still could not fathom that the captain of the Whitebeard pirates had withstood Kizaru's attack without a scratch, leading them to question the immense strength of this crew data. So you are a mythical Zoan type. Kizaru deduced, observing the areas struck by his KG, which were beginning to regenerate, piquing his interest. Well, this is intriguing. Marco smiled, facing the Admiral. He had feared that his abilities might falter, yet finding no issues bolstered his confidence further. I'm the Phoenix, Marco. The Marines on the ice who recognized Marco gasped in astonishment. He had been with Whitebeard the longest, serving as the ship's doctor. Never had they witnessed such a bird. The yellow monkey spoke thus, yet his hands began to clench, countless flashes coalescing around him. Marco transformed into a magnificent blue bird, soaring into the rain of light, charging forward. Upon reaching the yellow monkey, his body emerged from the flames, and with his left foot enveloped in armament hockey, he aimed a kick at the yellow monkey's head. While it may seem in the anime that the yellow monkey overly relies on his abilities, here, armament hockey surprisingly manifested on his arm, albeit not very potent as a Marine Admiral, trained by the formidable Black Arm Zephyr. How could he lack the mastery of hockey? It is merely that they tend to favor their fruit abilities, underestimating the might of hockey. Just as Marco mocked the yellow monkey began to return the jest. This move proved effective. It implied that Marco's kick bore little consequence. The clash of armament hockey resulted in a stalemate between the two. Stop lying, Marco bellowed, launching another fierce kick towards the yellow monkey. Without the armament hockey, it would be impossible to send a Logia user flying, a detail not depicted in the anime. Indeed, Marco's kick struck the yellow monkey, sending him flying. Though it appeared heavy, the yellow monkey managed to block it with armament hockey at the crucial moment. Nevertheless, he was still propelled away. Chapter 68. Akainu's probe, the yellow monkey, Borsellino, crashed behind the Marine Square, demolishing numerous buildings and triggering violent explosions. The radiant bursts forced the Marines on the square to shield their eyes. Could it be that they actually sent Admiral Borsellino flying? Many Marines gazed anxiously towards the spot where he had fallen. Admiral Borsellino, are you all right? As the brilliance dissipated, he reappeared amidst the rubble, seemingly unscathed, not even a speck of dust upon his cloak. It appears they will not allow us to easily strike at the heart of their operations, Borsellino remarked, lifting his gaze to the airborne Marco with a sense of resignation. Marco, witnessing the yellow monkey's lack of aggression, smiled broadly. It was clear that this kick could not inflict significant harm on the highest combatant of Marine headquarters. After all, he was an admiral of the Marine headquarters. Giant troops, be wary of the enemy in the sky. The yellow monkey turned to caution the row of giant Marine commanders standing behind him. Understood, the giant commanders responded, their heights towering over 40 meters, effectively positioning themselves between Marco and the execution platform. Ordinary Marines. The giant commanders appeared as mere dolls, pitifully small. Bai Yin watched as these giants descended, realizing they were merely laborers deceived by the Marines. Glancing at the male giants, and then the female ones, an insidious thought suddenly crossed Bai Yan's mind. Such matters would be beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. In the inner bay, Captain Jaws sprinted vigorously, his fists pounding down onto the ice. Cracks spread outwards, forming a massive circle. Despite his robust appearance, he possessed unexpected finesse, with both hands wedged into the fissures of ice. He gritted his teeth and exerted force, lifting a massive ice block effortlessly. Everyone looked on in astonishment at Jaws' strength. He truly was immensely powerful, but a hemispherical ice block emerged, and Jaws shouted, "Come and stop me." As he hurled the massive block towards the execution platform, the colossal ice block descended like a star plummeting from the heavens, casting a shadow over the Marines below. Many Marines screamed in alarm, scrambling to escape the impending impact of the ice that moment. The towering giants appeared diminutive before the massive block. The shadow of the ice loomed over the seats of the three admirals, and Akainu raised his head. Jaws, seeing his ice block poised to strike the execution platform, felt a surge of excitement, though it was premature. Whitebeard and Sengoku exchanged glances, indifferent to such a probing attack. "Those fellows are truly derelict in their duties," Akainu declared, rising to his feet, his gaze scanning the figures of Kazan and Sakazuki below. "If we all attack, who will guard this place?" His gloved right hand began to glow red. transforming into searing magma as he grumbled about his unreliable comrades. The magma morphed into a colossal fist, striking fiercely at the incoming ice block. Great fire! Upon contact with the fiery magma, the ice block shattered, its high temperature converting it into vapor. Ja's grin instantly froze. He had underestimated the Admiral's might. The massive magma arm did not retract into a Kainu's body, but instead transformed into numerous gigantic fireballs. Shooting towards the pirates, the magma fireballs detonated upon striking the ice, sending groups of pirates flying. Bai glanced at Akainu. Having witnessed the display of strength from the three admirals, he felt compelled to showcase his own abilities. Rising slowly from his reclined position, Bai caught the attention of many, particularly Hancock beside him and Ein, who stood quietly behind Zephyr at the execution platform. While fierce battles raged elsewhere, Zephyr and Ein remained peacefully observant, showing no inclination to intervene. In contrast, Bai's actions drew their attention to that moment. Sengoku also turned his gaze toward Bai. Was this young man about to make a move? Nevertheless, it was a positive sign, indicating that his heart still lay with the Marines. A massive magma fireball, under Akainu's control, hurtled towards Whitebeard. Unfortunately for Akainu, Whitebeard merely raised his blade, impaling the fireball upon it. What an extravagant display of fire! Whitebeard scoffed, his expression filled with disdain. Such an attack felt to him like mere special effects, fireworks devoid of any real threat. Seeing that his attack failed to harm Whitebeard, Akainu retracted his ability. Observing the magma still burning atop Whitebeard's blade, feeling utterly speechless at how easily his magma had been neutralized, with a casual breath, Whitebeard extinguished the flames, showcasing his terrifying strength, even in his advanced age. Grrr, go light the candles on the birthday cake. Magma brat. Whitebeard chuckled, casting a mocking glance at Akainu, whose expression was ripe for a reprimand. Instead of being angered by Whitebeard's taunts, Akainu opted for a verbal retort. Don't you prefer an extravagant funeral, Whitebeard? Sakazuki's words implied that he was preparing a grand send-off for Whitebeard. The bombardment continued, with Whitebeard and the captains of the Whitebeard pirates consistently thwarting the barrage. Such a relentless onslaught inflicted tremendous damage upon the pirates under Whitebeard's command. Despite the vast number of pirates in Whitebeard's crew, a sustained bombardment would surely lead to their demise. The seven warlords, initially stationed on the surrounding walls, suddenly shifted aside, leaving many who had been focused on them utterly astonished. Who could possibly command such respect from the seven warlords? Brr, is that little brat? Whitebeard observed from the bow of the ship as Bai stepped forward. I too possess a sword, but I wonder if anyone can withstand it. Bai grinned as he unsheathed his Zanpakuto, having finally elevated his swordsmanship to the level of a grand swordsman just a day prior. Though he could not compare to the top-tier grand swordsman, Bai's formidable haki made up for it. Chapter 69. This slash is quite fierce. Who is this little brat? The pirates gazed at Bai in confusion. To them, he was a complete stranger, far too young, appearing harmless save for his attractive looks. He is merely a rear admiral, yet he speaks so boldly. Does he truly believe he surpasses the world's greatest swordsman? Mihawk? Many of the Marines dismissed Bai, having never witnessed his true prowess. After all, there were so many vice admirals present. Even the three admirals had returned empty-handed, thwarted by the captains of the Whitebeard pirates. Could this fellow truly rival an admiral? I suspect this kid might embarrass himself. Not only the naval soldiers were engaged in discussions, but even some admirals who had been recalled from external assignments were partaking in the discourse. After all, the formidable strength of Bai was known only to the upper echelons of the naval headquarters and the elite soldiers within the training camps that on the day of the confrontation with the seven warlords. Many ordinary soldiers were unable to approach, deterred by the overwhelming aura of haki that surrounded them. Those with weaker wills fainted on the spot. Lacking direct experience, they naturally held skepticism regarding Bai's capabilities. Following that encounter, the soldiers who had succumbed to unconsciousness were ordered by Sengoku to remain silent. After all, it was important to maintain the dignity of the seven warlords, and the news of the Navy's overwhelming defeat would undeniably be a source of embarrassment. Not merely for the warlords, but for the Navy itself, which valued its reputation greatly. This lack of information contributed to the widespread uncertainty regarding the true strength of the young Rear Admiral Bai Yan. "I shall take action," Jose declared, a cruel smile gracing his lips as he sprinted towards Bai Yan. In his estimation, no matter how powerful Bai Yan might be, he could not possibly surpass Mihawk, the strongest swordsman. After all, Jose had successfully parried Mihawk's strike. How formidable could this Rear Admiral's attack truly be? With a serious demeanor, he raised his arm, enveloping his sword in haki, and charged at Whitebeard. A dark slash cleaved through the ice, leaving a tremendous gash reminiscent of Mihawk's own attack. "Stop right there." Josu's body underwent a transformation into diamond as he collided with the slashed teeth of the onlookers. It seemed certain that Josu would successfully block the attack. However, the anticipated outcome did not materialize. Even Josu, who had managed to withstand a blow from Mihawk, found himself forced back by Yan's strike. The ice beneath him shattered underfoot, yet he could not halt the onslaught of the attack's power. Witnessing Josu's distorted expression, Bista, the captain of the 5th Division, rushed forward. With his twin swords crossed, he sought to deflect the dark slash, producing a resonant clash of metal. "Together, we shall send it skyward." Josu gritted his teeth, his retreat slowing as he regained the strength to speak. "All right, let's combine our efforts." As a top-tier swordsman of the world, Bista exuded confidence, his sword, imbued with haki, sparked as it ground against the dark slash. Yet, regardless of their combined strength, they could not displace the attack. Its might was indeed terrifying, and the gale it generated stung their cheeks like a multitude of tiny blades. Add my strength to this. A figure wielding a meteor hammer dashed towards them. Noticing their continued retreat, that it was LaCroix, the captain of the 7th Division. The pirates rejoiced, for Captain LaCroix was known for his immense power, even surpassing Josu in strength. The massive meteor hammer swung, enveloped in haki, and struck Bista's hat before colliding with the dark slash. Remarkably, this contact caused the slash to deviate, albeit slightly. However, that small deviation was sufficient to spare the Moby Dick from destruction. "Move aside, quickly," Josu urged as the three of them exerted every ounce of strength, unable to thwart the advancing attack. As the slash continued its relentless pursuit, they shouted in unison, skillfully coordinating their movements to evade the impending danger. Bista and LaCroix watched in astonishment as the altered slash whizzed past them, slicing through the side of the Moby Dick. The massive ship was cleaved at the bow, and, as the slash departed, it carved through the sea with a resounding impact. "Extraordinary, young one." Whitebeard glanced at the severed waters, turning his gaze to Bai Yan. "How is it that this lad seems even stronger than a vice admiral?" This perplexity lingered in Whitebeard's mind, for after all, Bai Yan was merely a rear admiral. "My dear, how impressive you are!" Hancock exclaimed, leaping into Bai Yan's embrace, her joy evident. "Did you see? This is my husband, and his prowess surpasses even that of the world's greatest swordsman." Mihawk observed Bai Yan's strike, his brow furrowing as if he had grasped an epiphany, lost in thought. Truly, the world's greatest swordsman could discern the essence of Bai Yan's attack with a mere glance. This technique was uniquely Bai Yan's creation, blending the terrifying might of haki with remarkable sharpness and formidable follow-through. "Ha. Remarkable, isn't it?" Bai Yan teased, playfully pinching Hancock's nose, utterly oblivious to the multitude of eyes upon them, reveling in their affection. "You are quite impressive, young one." Whitebeard chuckled at the couple's display of affection, appreciating their youthfulness. "Naturally, my beloved's husband is extraordinarily capable." Hancock beamed with pride at Whitebeard's praise, her head held high like a victorious rooster. The elite Navy personnel gazed in astonishment at Bai Yan, who had just unleashed a strike so powerful that even 3 captains of the Whitebeard pirates could not withstand it. Could a mere rear admiral possess such strength? Had Bai Yan truly become that formidable? If not for the intervention of the 3 captains, the strike might have cleaved Whitebeard from the Moby Dick. Even should it fail to injure him, it would certainly have humiliated him by severing his vessel. The 3 admirals observed Bai Yan, who returned to his reclined position with a triumphant smile, and a thought began to form in their minds. This young man seemed to have grown considerably stronger since his last encounter with the 7 warlords. Standing high above, Sengoku noted with clarity that Bai had not unleashed his full potential with that strike. Nevertheless, the rapid progress of this young man filled him with trepidation. Had he truly attained strength surpassing that of a vice admiral? Zephyr, positioned beneath the execution platform alongside Garp, watched Bai silhouette, envisioning a bright future for the Navy. With the proper cultivation of its elite, more individuals like Bai would undoubtedly emerge. This was his mission. Ho ho! It appears he has grown even stronger, Doflamingo mused, eyeing Bai. How had this youth achieved such power? The might of his slash now far exceeded that displayed during their previous encounter. No wonder they had sent someone to monitor us. Moria cast a wary glance at Bai, reflecting that had he unleashed such a strike during their duel, he likely would have met his end then and there. In hindsight, merely being beaten to the point of coughing blood had been a fortunate outcome. Behind the pirate ship of the White-Beard Pirates, a towering figure approached. "What a massive giant!" the Navy personnel exclaimed, astonished by the gargantuan figure towering over 100 meters tall, with the sea only reaching its waist. "Ace!" the giant bellowed as it crossed the pirate vessel, making its way towards the inner bay. "Oz, do not approach. You will become a living target," Ace cried from the execution platform, his voice filled with desperation. He could see the Navy's might from his position, particularly the formidable Rear Admiral Bai, who was truly terrifying. "Ace, I'm here to rescue you." Bai leapt up from his seat, astonished, as he beheld a figure atop the giant Oz's shoulder. A person wearing a straw hat. "My dear, what is it?" Hancock inquired, puzzled by Bai's incredulous expression. "Luffy?" Ace's eyes widened in shock as he recognized the figure, his heart racing. That foolish boy had come as well. Luffy, Garp, already burdened with sorrow, felt a wave of confusion wash over him at the sight of his grandson's arrival. Luffy, Moria recognized the name, recalling the boy who had bested him, now standing alongside Whitebeard. "Ho ho ho. I heard he was Ace's brother, so I brought him along," Whitebeard remarked, glancing at Ace. "Interesting, this straw hat belongs to Luffy, the grandson of Garp. You all should be cautious. Do not provoke Garp's wrath." The first part of his statement was directed at Hancock, while the latter part was aimed at the 7 warlords. His tone unmistakably clear. "You may take on the White-Beard Pirates, but should you lay a hand on this one, be prepared to face Garp's fury, grandson of Garp." Mihawk mused. Studying Luffy, he recalled their brief encounter in East Blue, where he had met a promising young swordsman at Luffy's side, that a grandfather in the Navy, and a grandson with a bounty of 300 million as a pirate. How amusing, Doflamingo chuckled, observing Oz. If Luffy was off limits, then surely this giant would pose no threat. Moria initially intended to utter some harsh words, but at this moment, silence enveloped him, for after all, that was the grandson of Old Man Garp. Despite Garp's rank as merely a vice admiral, it is said that his strength has surpassed that of an admiral. Struggling to deal with one grandson was already a challenge, and now he faced the additional burden of a grandfather. It would be best for him to feign ignorance of the situation. As for Bartholomew Kuma, his thoughts remained a mystery. He had been the one to send Luffy flying, yet here he was, reappearing in such a perilous location. Among all these individuals, his mind was undoubtedly the most intricate. As a member of the Revolutionary Army, witnessing his family's young master embroiled in such a terrifying conflict, he found himself unable to intervene too overtly. After all, his own grandfather was standing right behind him. It was prudent to observe how Vice Admiral Garp would treat his grandson. Garp. Sengoku felt a throbbing headache. Ace had been captured, and while Garp might be saddened, he could likely maintain control. However, Luffy, being Garp's own grandson, posed a different dilemma. Should any unforeseen incidents arise on the battlefield, who could predict how Garp might react? When Garp unleashed his fury, even an admiral might struggle to contain him. The narrative had already veered from the anime Bai had previously watched. The moment Luffy appeared here, the story began to unfold in an entirely different direction. Giants halt Or's S advance. With a commanding shout, 6 towering giants, wielding weapons, charged towards the diminutive oars. "Clear the path for oars," Whitebeard issued his command, and the pirates, fervently shouting, surged forward, displaying a reckless disregard for their own lives. Fire at will, target oars. Countless cannons pivoted, relentlessly bombarding the massive figure of oars. Yet Ors, with his tough skin and robust physique, seemed unfazed, charging forward to seize a naval ship and hurl it into the inner bay. "Ors, toss me over!" Luffy could hardly contain himself, shouting directly into Ors's ear. "All right." Ors responded in his rumbling voice, opening his enormous hand, allowing Luffy to stand upon his colossal palm. "Ace, I'm coming to rescue you." Luffy bellowed as Ors launched him toward the execution platform. Akiji furrowed his brow, internally weighing whether to intervene. Kizaru glanced at the airborne Luffy, then at Akano, who was already emanating magma, and swiftly positioned himself in Luffy's trajectory. "Get out of the way!" Luffy, displaying remarkable bravery, dared to warn the Admiral, seemingly unaware that Kizaru had come solely to prevent him from courting disaster. "Return," Kizaru stated calmly, delivering a kick that sent Luffy hurtling back toward the inner bay. Yen observed Kizaru with a smirk. It seemed he was quite eager to save the protagonist. Noticing Akainu poised for an attack, Kizaru had taken the initiative, a move that hardly aligned with his typical demeanor. The kick aimed at Luffy appeared swift but was skillfully measured, propelling Luffy toward Whitebeard as if to signal him to protect the young pirate. Yen couldn't help but chuckle. Though an admiral, Kizaru was resorting to subtle tactics. Luffy, struck by the kick, felt as though his tongue might fly from his mouth, yet the actual harm was negligible. Little glowing imp, are you plotting against me?" Whitebeard remarked, extending a hand to seize Luffy. Chapter 71. Little Ors. Whitebeard wished to convey something to him. "No need to persuade me, old man. I'm going to save Ace." Ors's earnest voice rang out. "Very well." Whitebeard placed Luffy on the bow of the ship, gazing at Ors, unsure of what to say. Among all the captains, Ace and Ors shared the closest bond. Some of the main pirate forces had now approached the edge of the inner bay. Poised to storm into the naval plaza, the intensity of the battle escalated yet again. They were determined to prevent these pirates from breaching the inner bay. The initial forces that had charged into the naval plaza were now largely decimated. Although several giants held the rank of naval vice-admirals, they were utterly outmatched by Ors in both stature and strength. They quickly found themselves toppled by Ors, who, despite being a giant, appeared diminutive compared to Ors. Like sheep led to slaughter. "Charge! Ace! Wait for me. I'm coming to rescue you!" Ors cried, sprinting toward the naval plaza. Wiping blood from the corners of his mouth, Luffy rose, leaping down from Whitebeard's side to follow Ors toward the naval plaza. After a prolonged silence, Kuma suddenly sprang into action. The flickering claw marks danced between his hands, growing larger and larger, reaching sizes of several meters. Just as the claw mark reached its maximum size, it began to flicker and shrink again. The tremors compressed that terrifying energy, seemingly striving to condense to its limit. As time passed, a claw mark, no larger than a palm, materialized between Kuma's hands. This minuscule claw print resembled an explosively compressed bomb, and Yen could sense an overwhelming power radiating from it. However, the time required to execute this move was considerable. It was no wonder Kuma had refrained from using it during their confrontation, as such a technique could consume several rounds of battle amongst skilled opponents. Ace knelt upon the execution platform, clearly witnessing Kuma's actions, observing the claw mark in Kuma's palm. Even he felt a surge of dread and urgently shouted to Ors. "Ors, don't come closer. It's all right, Ace. I'm coming to save you." Ors reassured, yet the more Ace cried out, the less Ors took it seriously, thinking Ace was merely concerned for him. Just as he finished speaking, a small claw mark was launched from Kuma's hand, hurtling toward Ors. Ors glanced at the diminutive mark. For his colossal frame, it appeared insignificantly small, even smaller than a cannonball. He believed he could easily withstand such a trivial attack, having endured far greater assaults without harm. How could such a tiny thing possibly threaten him? "Bear paw shockwave," Kuma intoned slowly, his voice echoing. The moment the tiny claw mark made contact with Ors, a tremendous explosion erupted, leaving a paw print etched into the ice. Everything around was sent flying by the force of the blast. Luffy, following closely behind Ors, was also swept back by the shockwave, finding himself once again at the starting point after such a strenuous run. Even with Ors's massive stature, the explosion left him momentarily dazed, blood streaming from his orifices. He had underestimated the power of that seemingly inconsequential claw mark. "Ors," Ace shouted, alarmed at the sight of his friend's plight. He was anxious, for Ors was his dear brother, and now, in his attempt to save Ace, he had suffered an injury. "Ace, wait for me!" Ors, on the brink of unconsciousness, managed to regain a semblance of awareness, weakly calling out to Ace, "Just hold on a moment. I'm coming to save you." Ors, struggling to maintain his stance on the ice, gazed at Ace with bleary eyes. Feeling as though he were very close to him, he extended his hand toward Ace on the execution platform. Yet tragically, he could not reach. Shadow Sorcerer. Moria launched an attack, merging dark shadows into a colossal spear that pierced through Ors's chest, impaling him. In the anime, Ors had intended to eliminate a warlord of the sea, but had overestimated his own strength, resulting in his leg being severed by Doflamingo. Now, however, Ors found himself thoroughly skewered by Moria. Given his current stamina, he had no strength left to retaliate against a warlord of the sea. He could only stretch his hand, feeling as though his fingers were close to Ace, yet ultimately unable to make contact. Coughing violently, Ors expelled a mouthful of blood, and his consciousness began to fade. His hand, which had seemed on the verge of touching Ace, fell helplessly to the ground. Ace's tears streamed down. He blamed himself, thinking that had he not been so stubborn and insisted on going to sea, he wouldn't have been captured, and thus, none of his brothers would have perished for him. It was all his fault. Yet now, witnessing his crew and comrades rushing to his aid, he felt utterly wretched. Whitebeard died. A giant vice-admiral, nearly knocked unconscious by Ors, seized the opportunity to swing his massive axe at Whitebeard. In Bai Yan's eyes, this ignorant fool was akin to Ors, truly believing that the world's strongest man could be so easily defeated. Though adorned with the title of vice-admiral, one must possess the strength befitting such a rank. If even an admiral's efforts yield no advantage, what can a mere individual, lacking the prowess of an elite vice-admiral, possibly achieve? At this moment, the loss of Ors ignited Whitebeard's fury, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a punch into the void, causing the very fabric of space to rend and obliterate the weapon in the giant vice-admiral's grasp into mere dust. In a flash, Whitebeard seized the giant vice-admiral's head, forcefully slamming it onto the deck of the Moby Dick. A shockwave erupted, and the giant vice-admiral was left bleeding from all orifices, rendered unconscious by the might of Whitebeard. Whether he was merely unconscious or lifeless remained unclear to Bai Yan, as such details were not disclosed in the anime. However, with Bai Yan's discerning eye, it was evident that the giant vice-admiral could endure. This blow had merely inflicted grievous injuries, leaving him incapacitated. Grasping the giant vice-admiral's head, Whitebeard discarded him like a dead dog, sending the colossal figure flying through the air. With a grimace, Whitebeard turned his gaze towards Sengoku, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Chapter 72. Identity revealed with a single move, he had dispatched a marine giant vice-admiral, causing the warlords of the sea and marine commanders to look at Whitebeard, their thoughts unknown. Ors. Whitebeard glanced at Ors's fallen form and bellowed. Step forward upon Ors. The death of their captain ignited the bloodlust of the pirates, who roared as they charged forth, trampling over Ors's body. It was utterly captivating. Observing the battlefield, Doflamingo wore a sinister smile as his fingers began to twist incessantly, and the pirates, who had been sprinting with fervor, suddenly found themselves paralyzed with terror, unable to move. Even more horrifying, it seemed as if their bodies were being manipulated, turning against their own comrades, as they struggled to resist. Their efforts proved utterly futile. What is happening to my body? Stay away from me. Please do not come any closer. The controlled individuals screamed, their faces streaked with tears of fear, overwhelmed by the sheer terror of their predicament. Their companions, even in death, could not comprehend why this traitorous figure had suddenly turned against them. Doflamingo. One captain from the Whitebeard pirates roared as he lunged at Doflamingo, his eyes alight with murderous intent. Bai Yan recognized him. This was the very individual who had fallen under Doflamingo's control in the anime, and now he had come to deliver himself as a sacrifice. Another delightful plaything had arrived. With a twist of his fingers, Doflamingo brought the captain to a sudden halt, his body frozen as if caught in a spell, standing rigidly 3 meters in front of Doflamingo. A grin spread across Doflamingo's face. gleeful at having effortlessly ensnared yet another captain of the Whitebeard pirates, finding such brutish individuals to be the easiest to manipulate. Captain, as the captain felt his own blade, his crew could only watch in shock, unable to fathom what madness had overtaken their leader. "Get away from me! Stay back!" The water buffalo captain shouted at his crew, though his mouth spoke against his will, despite his desire to resist. His body propelled him towards his comrades, wielding his weapon with deadly precision as he slaughtered them mercilessly. Justice will prevail, for only the victors embody justice. Doflamingo cackled, reveling in his own twisted philosophy. Finding delight in the carnage that the port of the inner bay, the Whitebeard pirates breaker had already breached the defenses, and more pirates surged toward Marineford's inner sanctum. BRRR, 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 the sound the transponder snail suddenly echoed through the marine plaza. Whitebeard furrowed his brow, pondering Sengoku's schemes. After all, Sengoku was not only a formidable force, but also renowned as a master tactician. Whatever your intentions, let us see how this unfolds. I am Whitebeard. Just as the battle raged on, an unusual sound resonated from the sky, and upon looking up, they were astonished to see a warship plummeting from above. Yin gazed upward in confusion. Without Luffy's intervention, how could a warship be falling from the heavens? "Whitebeard!" Crocodile shouted, his voice laced with fury as he beheld Whitebeard standing upon the Moby Dick. "Ace!" A blue giant waved at Ace, calling out to him. "Jinbei!" Ace could scarcely believe that even Jinbei, imprisoned and impelled down, had arrived. Today was indeed extraordinary. Straw Hat Boy. A large-headed figure fixed his gaze on Luffy below, eyes brimming with excitement. Having escaped from impelled down, they had gleaned much information from the transponder snails aboard the warships. "Ah, we're doomed!" Buggy, his body scattered, was nearly in tears from fear. After all, he was falling from the sky. "Are you ready to meet your end?" Whitebeard? Crocodile transformed into a whirlwind of sand, charging toward Whitebeard, his golden hook poised to pierce Whitebeard's skull. "Crocodile!" A figure suddenly intervened, kicking Crocodile's hook away. "That it's you, Straw Hat Luffy." Crocodile seethed, recognizing Luffy as the one who had defeated him, costing him his warlord title and leading to his capture and imprisonment in Impel Down. "What an amusing little brat." Whitebeard chuckled, surprised that Ace's brother would step in to assist him. "Oh, I truly require aid. I will not permit you to harm him. He is someone Ace cares for." Luffy roared at Crocodile, appearing foolishly fearless. "TC, do not let me cross paths with you again." Though Crocodile harbored great animosity towards Luffy, he could not help but admire the boy's resolve to control him through bloodshed. Additionally, he had learned of Luffy's lineage through conversations with the Warlord of the Sea, and despite his arrogance, he felt compelled to show some respect to the revolutionary dragon. "Little brat, do not slow me down," Whitebeard remarked, looking at Luffy with a smile. "Uncle, you wish to become the Pirate King, do you not?" "I tell you, I am the future Pirate King," Luffy declared boldly, unafraid of Whitebeard, embodying the saying that the young are unfazed by the tiger. "What status do you hold to dare challenge one of the four emperors?" "Gurara, what an intriguing little brat." Whitebeard found himself entertained. "Luffy, do not approach. You know we are all pirates with our own crewmates. I have my own path to tread, and so do you." Ace attempted to dissuade Luffy from coming closer, realizing that this young lad had set sail for only a brief time, and in the face of these marine elites, he would only meet a more tragic fate. Ace felt an overwhelming sense of shame, knowing that his actions had now entangled Luffy in this chaos. "I am your brother. What do the rules of piracy matter to me? Even if it costs me my life, I will save you," Luffy shouted, his voice echoing above Marineford as he charged toward the execution platform. "What? Ace's brother? Could it be that Luffy is the son of Roger?" Marines gazed at Luffy in disbelief. "Impossible. Ace's parents perished at his birth. How could he possibly be Roger's child? Ace cannot possibly have a brother." Some Marines, however, retained a semblance of reasoning. Then why does he claim to be Ace's brother? Who knows? Regardless, we cannot allow him to approach the execution platform. The Marines continued their frantic discussions. Chapter 73. Battle escalates. Straw Hat Luffy. "Garp, once again you are the family of this brat." Sengoku seethed with barely concealed rage, his teeth grinding in frustration. He had shown remarkable leniency towards Luffy. Otherwise, he would have instructed Bai Yin to capture the boy and return him to Marineford without hesitation. Instead, he found himself outmaneuvered. All because of Garp's negligence. Sengoku glared furiously at Garp. Garp scratched his head, equally bewildered by the unfolding chaos. His grandson was facing execution, while his own grandson rushed to save him. As a grandfather in the Navy, he was compelled to intervene. Everyone, stay close. We cannot allow the straw hat to steal the spotlight. The pirates roared in response, recklessly charging forward. Bai Yin observed Akainu, noting that the magma-coated arm had yet to retract. It seemed that, as the anime depicted, this man was truly intent on eliminating Luffy. He was a dangerous individual, having grown up alongside Ace as sworn brothers, and he was the biological son of the Revolutionary Dragon. Sengoku, fearing misunderstandings, sought to clarify matters for everyone. What? He is the son of the Revolutionary Dragon. Not only the Marines, but even the criminals who had escaped from Impelled Down stared at Luffy in stunned silence. That is the son of the world's most notorious criminal. We seem to recognize that person. Baki and MR, too, gazed in astonishment at the figure of Luffy, who was relentlessly charging through the crowd. Both of them had been defeated by Luffy, and it was inconceivable that they would not recognize him. Among the throng of individuals emerging from Impelled Down, there were several formidable characters, all of whom had been sent there by none other than Luffy himself. The Straw Hat Boy, indeed the son of Dragon. The cross-dressing king was exhilarated. Although he had heard much about Dragon from the latter, he still held a thread of caution. Is he truly Luffy? The brother of Ace, the son of the Revolutionary Dragon? Jinbe also cast his gaze toward Luffy, that I must ensure his safety. He is Ace's beloved brother. When Jinbe had encountered Ace in Impelled Down, Ace had shared many tales of his childhood, which illuminated Luffy's significant place in Ace's heart. Furthermore, as Ace's friend, Ace had entrusted him with the promise to look after this boy should they ever meet. Marco, keep an eye on this lad. Do not let him perish. Whitebeard chuckled. What an extraordinary little rascal he is. Rest assured, old man. Marco nodded, his gaze fixed on Luffy. Should Luffy find himself in peril, he would undoubtedly rush to his aid. Now I understand. Smoker, the man of smoke, bit down on his cigar, finally grasping why that man had chosen to save Luffy back in Lowtown, despite his lofty status and the fact that he intervened on behalf of a mere pirate. His long-standing confusion had been resolved, for this young pirate was indeed the son of that Tisabity archipelago. The journalists who were broadcasting the live feed quickly reacted, wiping the sweat from their brows as they uncovered a monumental scoop. Not only was the son of Pirate King Roger revealed, but also the son of Revolutionary Dragon had made his appearance. This was news of equal magnitude to that of Roger's son. After all, while Roger had passed, Dragon still lived and remained the world's most wanted criminal. Marineford. This man must not be allowed to survive. We must eliminate him at all costs. Under Akainu's implicit directive, the Navy surged towards Luffy, determined to bring him down. Garp sighed, feeling that the situation had escalated to a point where there was no longer any need for concealment. He was still a Marine and had to maintain his position. Those two brothers are such fools. Garp lamented as he watched Luffy battling against the Marine officers in the inner bay. Whitebeard observed Luffy, who was alternating between blocking and counterattacking, engaging with the Navy's officers. The Marines' elite still had much room for improvement. It was undeniable that the Navy's strength was lacking. It was no wonder they began recruiting mercenaries after the War of the Best. If they did not absorb some formidable fighters, with their current capabilities, they would struggle against even a Yonko crew. The only reason they could contend with the Whitebeard pirates now was that Whitebeard was well past his prime. His peak strength long gone to AS for the captains. Although a few possessed the power to rival the admirals, they were merely a handful. Hancock looked curiously at Luffy. This boy had made her man speak of him incessantly. Yet he appeared rather foolish, not differing from other obnoxious men. Her own man was far superior, handsome and powerful. Embarrassed, Hancock clung to Whitebeard's arm. Lost in her own reverie, we are also family to Ace. We cannot allow the Straw Hat Boy to prevail. We will surely rescue Ace. The pirates fervently shouted, their enthusiasm reaching new heights. Charge! Rescue Ace! Outshine the Straw Hat Boy. We are the strongest. Charge, bring down the Straw Hat Boy. Why bring down a straw hat boy? Are you a spy? Ah, I simply misspoke. In a chaotic rush, the pirates surged forward while the Navy continuously dispatched soldiers into the inner bay. The fighters on both sides, centered around Luffy, found their respective opponents, no longer resembling the initial turmoil. The pirates included many who had emerged from Impel Down. However, the Navy had its fair share of capable fighters, and their numbers clearly surpassed those of the pirates. Eliminate them on the spot. We cannot waste time on another newcomer. Sengoku remained composed, addressing the unexpected circumstances with decisive orders. Hearing Sengoku's words, Ace felt a surge of anxiety, while Garp frowned. That is my grandson. Though I am a Marine, I cannot bear to see my grandson perish here. In an instant, the Navy charged forward as if invigorated, roaring as they engaged the pirates in battle. How could he rescue Ace without compromising his own position? Whitebeard pondered quietly as he observed Luffy fiercely attacking. Rescuing Ace had nothing to do with whether he was a Marine. He merely wished to rectify his previous regrets. After all, while watching the anime, he had felt a profound sense of loss at Ace's death. Although Sabo later emerged and wielded the Mera Mera no Mi, transforming from Fire Fist Ace to Flame Emperor Sabo, he was not Ace. Chapter 74. The straw hat that needs protection. Had Ace survived at sea, he would undoubtedly have matured significantly after such an ordeal. The battle intensified, and faced with countless cannon fire, even the immovable Whitebeard employed his abilities to deflect the projectiles. Garp ascended to the execution platform, his expression grim and dark. Sengoku inquired, Garp, what do you intend to do? I simply wish to sit here. With a sigh, Garp unceremoniously took a seat beside Ace, his gaze fixed on the inner bay. What are you thinking now? Garp glanced at Ace, who bore a pained expression, and asked, I can accept any future that comes my way, be it an outstretched hand of rescue or a blade of judgment. I will no longer be in a state of panic. Ace's expression was resolute as he looked towards Whitebeard in the distance, and I apologize to everyone. Ace's gaze fell upon Luffy, still engaged in combat, and his comrades, tears slowly spilling from the corners of his eyes. Captain Buggy, that straw hat, is stealing the spotlight on the battlefield. We absolutely cannot let him overshadow you. A throng of pirates cheered. These pirates being Buggy's little fans. Upon learning that Buggy had once interned on Roger's ship alongside Shanks and was a good friend, they were utterly astonished, admiration swiftly replacing their surprise. Now, they were all ardent admirers of Buggy. Indeed, Captain, we cannot allow him to surpass you. Captain Buggy is the best. We love Captain Buggy. All right, let us go forth. Buggy was almost beside himself with pride, lost in the adoration of so many followers. Whitebeard observed the man who had been trembling in fear just moments ago, now reveling in glory. This man was truly the favored child of Lady Luck. He was timid and fearful, yet had amassed a legion of powerful pirate admirers purely by chance, even being summoned by the world government to become a warlord. Subsequently, he had become even more outrageous. After the disbandment of the warlords, he had once again ascended to the status of a Yonko. All by fortune. Was he truly cowardly, or was it all an act? Whitebeard found himself perplexed, but that did not deter him from watching the live broadcast of the war. The Navy intensified their assault, not only through cannon fire, but also with the warships surrounding the outer sea. Upon witnessing the Whitebeard pirate ship breach the encirclement, they began to tighten their net around the pirate vessel. It seemed they were intent on capturing the Whitebeard pirates in one fell swoop. As he observed Smoker charging towards Luffy, Whitebeard wondered who would aid Luffy now that Hancock was no longer there to intervene. Although Smoker was a devil fruit user, his weapon, the Jit, was forged from sea stone. Being struck by the Jit, even Luffy, as a devil fruit user, could only endure passively. Under the suppression of sea stone, the unfortunate Luffy lay helplessly on the ground. Gasping for breath, his body battered and bruised, Smoker positioned the Jit at Luffy's throat. Whoosh! A man suddenly appeared before Smoker, his smile appearing quite rogue to Smoker. You cannot harm the brother of Ace. It was Marco, the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, who had been vigilant under Whitebeard's orders, keeping a close watch on Luffy. Upon witnessing Luffy pinned to the ground by Smoker, Marco sprang into action. Originally, this scene was meant to feature Hancock intervening, but glancing at Hancock, who was blissfully clutching his arm, Whitebeard smiled. Hancock was now his. Just as Marco, enveloped in hockey, kicked Smoker away, another figure unexpectedly appeared before Marco. Whitebeard observed the unfolding scene, puzzled. Had Kuma stopped pretending? Ursa shocked. Kuma delivered a powerful blow that sent Marco flying, showing no sign of holding back before directly targeting Luffy. This is your brother's K-E-Y, as the mighty bear struck Luffy. A key was simultaneously thrust into Luffy's embrace, causing the light in his eyes to dissipate in an instant. With the force of the bear's paw, Luffy spun and rolled across the icy surface, appearing quite unfortunate in the eyes of onlookers. Yet, in the gaze of the white-eyed, it became evident that the creature had mitigated nearly all of the impact, leaving only a fraction of its force to strike Luffy, who, despite his dramatic tumbling, was not grievously harmed. Upon witnessing Luffy being intercepted by Smoker, the king of the cross-dressers, Ivankov, had already begun rushing over, but only now did he finally arrive at the scene. Though he and the bear had once shared a close friendship, it seemed that the bear no longer recognized him. Not only did the bear appear oblivious to Ivankov, but he also began preparing to attack. The laser beams emanating from the bear's mouth started to gather ominously. "He is already dead," exclaimed Doflamingo, who had materialized beside Ivankov, a smirk gracing his lips. As a former celestial dragon, he possessed the privilege of meeting the elders directly. Thus he was privy to many secrets. Earlier that morning, Doflamingo had noted that the bear's demeanor was decidedly off, his movements resembling those of a machine. Impossible. Who stands before me? Is he not alive and well? Cease this foolishness. Ivankov was beside himself with disbelief, unable to fathom that the current bear was no longer the same being he once knew. Luffy, taking advantage of the chaos, dashed towards Ivankov, confronting the standoff before him. Ha! Just days ago, the world scientist Vegapunk personally transformed him into a human weapon. Doflamingo proceeded to enlighten the two regarding the bear's modifications. What? Transformed? Into a weapon? What on earth is happening? Young Ivankov could scarcely believe his ears. Why would the bear willingly become a human weapon for the world government? Unclear. It appears he volunteered for this, Ivankov muttered, dodging the bear's relentless attacks. Regarding Vegapunk's alterations to the bear, White-Eyed had previously heard whispers. Yet in the anime, this creature had loyally defended Luffy's ship for 2 years. That it was inconceivable that he had completely lost his consciousness. The current bear must have temporarily relinquished control over his own body. Otherwise, his approach towards Luffy would seem excessively exaggerated. As Doflamingo departed, Ivankov engaged the bear in battle, skillfully evading his formidable strikes, drawing upon his familiarity with the bear's techniques. Chapter 75. The Betrayal of Whitebeard. As for Luffy, the unfortunate soul, he seized the opportunity to sprint towards the Navy's plaza. In light of Luffy's presence, Doflamingo dared not lay a finger on him, acutely aware of the formidable Carp's prowess. If Luffy were indeed a jinx, it was ironic that while Doflamingo refrained from attacking, the warlord Hawkeye Mihawk had set his sights on him. Truly a child of destiny, Mihawk, being the world's greatest swordsman, certainly had no intention of indulging Luffy in theatrics. The terrifying onslaught he unleashed was no jest. Even Carp, standing behind, could not help but flinch. Yet somehow, Luffy consistently evaded the perilous strikes, emerging unscathed despite the apparent danger. Jinbei rushed to assist Luffy upon witnessing the attacks, but even this former warlord found it challenging to evade Mihawk's relentless onslaught. White-Eyed, observing Jinbei being sent flying by Mihawk's strike, chuckled softly. Did this fellow truly believe that the maneuvers of a child of destiny were akin to mere tricks? He was merely a former warlord. How could he possibly compete with Mihawk? Meanwhile, the swordsman Vista from the Whitebeard pirates charged forward, eager to test the might of the world's greatest swordsman himself. Their clash unfolded in a manner that could be deemed conventional, neither party exhibiting a willingness to fight to the death. After all, while the warlords were agents of the world government, they harbored their own intentions. There was no necessity for either to engage in a life-or-death struggle for the sake of another. The visuals were severed. In pursuit of justice, even the most unscrupulous means became imperative. Sengoku issued the command to cut off the broadcast, yet unbeknownst to him, this very decision would lead to his eventual resignation from the position of admiral. Bucky, the fortunate star, somehow acquired a live broadcast snail, making him the sole figure documenting the unfolding events. Just as the broadcast was abruptly terminated, a voice boomed across the tumultuous scene. "What is that?" As all engaged in fierce combat, towering figures emerged from the distant ocean, unleashing a barrage of laser fire upon the Whitebeard pirates. The battalion of PX weapons lined up, marching forward. Ivankov, staring at the identical figures resembling the bear, was left dumbstruck. They were indeed uncanny replicas. Lasers erupted from the mouths and palms of the PX units, raining destruction upon the pirates, akin to a massacre. "Pacifistas, eradicate this band of pirates," shouted Bartholomew Kuma, clad in a peculiar apron, wielding a massive axe. Bellowing orders, despite his odd attire, he was older than White-Eyed, and it was unclear why he harbored such peculiar preferences. The pirates were driven into the inner bay by the pacifistas. Although gaps appeared at two corners of the bay, it mattered not. As long as the pacifistas converged, victory would be assured. Though the pacifistas moved slowly, their assault patterns were meticulously calculated, forcing the pirates into a tightening encirclement. Following the original plan, they aimed to eliminate the enemies outside the perimeter first. Sengoku, armed with a Den Mushi, stood upon the execution platform, overseeing the entire battlefield. Now 80% of the pirates had entered the encirclement, and he could issue the command to attack. A labyrinth of laser fire cascaded down upon the pirates, resulting in significant casualties among those trapped outside the perimeter. Observing his subordinates suffer grievous losses, several captains rallied their crews, charging toward the human weapons that, if left unchecked, these foes might annihilate the pirate crews below. Before the ordinary pirates, the lethality of the pacifistas was overwhelming, presenting a living nightmare for them. Witnessing the success of the drive, Sengoku promptly ordered all Navy personnel to retreat from the ice. Once the Navy withdrew, the next wave of attacks would commence. However, regrettably, one of the camera snails had gone missing. Amidst the external broadcast, a jester-like figure boldly appeared on television. "Indeed, I am the legendary member of the Roger Pirates, the sworn brother of the four Emperor Shanks, the great pirate, Captain Bucky. Quickly, stop them." Even Sengoku, the admiral, was flustered, finally piecing together the whereabouts of the missing camera snail, should the ensuing footage be broadcast to the world. The Navy's reputation would undoubtedly be tarnished. The artillery adjusted its aim, targeting the ostentatious Bucky. That White-Eyed observed the jester with amusement. This character was truly a spectacle. Wherever significant events unfolded, this fellow always seemed to be present. Moreover, his knack for self-promotion was unparalleled in the realm of piracy. However, he did not speak entirely falsehoods. After all, rhetoric was an art form. As long as Bucky focused on key points, few would doubt his claims. While embellishments remained a matter of verification, as Bucky continued his broadcast, White-Eyed noticed a figure appear beside Whitebeard. The man who nearly overturned the entire battle, Squard. With a cannonball hurtling towards him, Whitebeard's attention diverted to the projectile. And this man, whom he regarded as a son, drew his sword and plunged it into Whitebeard's chest. Both Navy and pirates alike were stunned by this shocking turn of events. What was this? A betrayal? Why would Whitebeard's adopted son turn against him? How intriguing. White-Eyed had long anticipated this twist, for it was a stratagem devised by the Navy. There would always be gullible captains susceptible to such schemes. It was either Squard or another. Much like various scams in reality, where seemingly simple ruses eluded the understanding of some, leading them to fall victim to deception. Yet Squard, whether in the anime or in this current reality, was not particularly bright. As the shock wore off, Marco transformed into the Phoenix, soaring toward Whitebeard and forcefully pinning Squard to the ground. Why? Why would you do this, Squard? Marco glared at his brother in fury, demanding to know why he would strike their father. Chapter 76. The activation of the encirclement. Enough. Was it not you who forced my hand? Squard retorted defiantly, still grappling with the reality of his actions. What are you saying? Do you even realize what you are doing? Marco is practically itching to crush this fool. Even the formidable Whitebeard, when struck directly in the chest, nearly stumbled to the ground. After all, the Tremor fruit is immensely powerful, yet its user also suffers from the relentless vibrations that can harm their very essence. This explains why, despite being an old man, Garp still possesses undeniable combat prowess, yet bears the scars of battle, especially after being struck by Squard, which could trigger his old wounds. Father, if you keep pretending to be strong, your body will— Marco's words were abruptly cut off by Whitebeard's outstretched hand. Father! The captains looked at Whitebeard with concern. They were aware that he had been receiving intravenous fluids to stabilize his condition. Now, after being stabbed by Squard, it could exacerbate his long-standing injuries. End this absurd farce. Whitebeard, Squard shouted in fury, leaving everyone bewildered. Didn't you collude with the Navy? Surely the Whitebeard pirates and Ace's lives were promised salvation. Squard's proclamation astonished the pirates under Whitebeard's command. How could this be? What was Squard talking about? Many of the captains looked at Whitebeard in disbelief that in this battlefield, the focus had undeniably shifted to this very moment. Yen gazed over, reflecting that without this strike, Whitebeard might indeed have survived. If Whitebeard were to live, how could Yen obtain his soul and a portion of his power? Listen well, we have all been deceived. I had no idea Ace was Roger's son. Watching my longtime comrade perish at the hands of Roger, do you know how much I despise him? Yet, you never mentioned that Ace was Roger's child. You want Ace to become the next pirate king. As Squard continued his lament, the Navy was methodically retreating to the Navy Square. From that moment on, you have betrayed us. Now you have sold the heads of 43 pirate captains to save Ace. With his crew annihilated, you, the Whitebeard pirates, and Ace will be spared. You have already colluded with Sengoku. Haven to you. Squard recalled what Akainu had told him. Surely a Marine admiral wouldn't lie. Father, is this true? Some captains began to waver under Squard's words, now eager to hear Whitebeard's response, revealing that these crews were not as united as one might think. I have struck, and I am already satisfied. Now, kill me. Squard stood tall, arms wide open, embracing his fate. The pirates were cornered by the pacifists and were growing increasingly anxious. Some even began to heed Squard's words. Why do they only attack us? Some pirates began to believe Squard's claims. Father, did you sell us out for Ace's life? Father, please say something. The captains pressed for answers, now doubting if Whitebeard had truly betrayed them. Ace is Roger's son. That is a fact. They manipulated the man most susceptible to this news. Their tactics are superior. Whitebeard looked at Squard and slowly spoke, his gaze shifting away from him and towards Sengoku. Sengoku, fearing that Whitebeard's words would leak to the outside, swiftly ordered Kazan to eliminate the surveillance snail. Kazan flashed into position before Buggy, unleashing a wave of freezing air that encased both Buggy and the surveillance snail in ice. Initiate the defensive perimeter. Sengoku commanded, and the Navy's inner bay trembled with mechanical roars. Squard, do you understand what you have done? To raise arms against Father? Truly, you are a fool. Whitebeard reached out, leading everyone to believe he would retaliate against Squard, given that this man had wounded him. Even Squard thought the same, shutting his eyes in anticipation of death. Yet instead of the expected blow, Squard found himself embraced by Whitebeard. Stunned, he gazed at Whitebeard in disbelief. Even a foolish son, I still love you. Whitebeard held Squard tightly. Everyone looked on in astonishment. This is no jest. You are endangering our lives, Squard stammered, still in disbelief, only to be interrupted by Whitebeard. Tell me, who led you to darken your heart against me? Whitebeard's actions earned even Yan's admiration. If one of his own had stabbed him, regardless of right or wrong, he would have slapped them. Yet here was Whitebeard, embracing the one who had harmed him, gently guiding him to it was the traitorous elements within the Navy, and Akainu, Squard replied, his confusion palpable, caught in the web of conflicting truths. Was it really said that by assassinating Whitebeard, your crew would be saved? I can feel your deep-seated hatred for Roger. But Squard, the notion of a son repaying a father's debt is utterly absurd. What has Ace ever done to you? For so many years, you have shared both hardship and joy, overcoming every obstacle together. Whose child Ace is of no consequence, is it not? We met upon this vast ocean. It is not just you two. All of you are my sons. Squard must understand. It is not only Ace who is special. All of you are my family. Today, regardless of who it is, I will ensure the rescue of my comrades. Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, Squard's knife fell limply from his hand. Speaking of which, Sengoku, you truly are still sharp as ever. You had me dancing to your tune, claiming I would betray my sons. Whitebeard stood up. Stepping forward, his eyes fixed on Sengoku, brimming with fury, as he swung his arms forcefully to the sides. Chapter 77. The wounded beast strikes back, the space fractured, and two colossal ice walls encasing Marineford shattered with a resounding crash. Anyone with keen sight could discern that Whitebeard's actions were clearly creating an escape route for the pirates. Those trapped beneath the ice walls gazed in astonishment at the dissipating barriers. "The path is clear," Whitebeard bellowed. "AS pirates, you must decide for yourselves what to believe." Upon hearing Whitebeard's declaration, Squard broke down in tears, realizing he had been misled, that he had fallen for the Navy's deceit. Many captains looked on with relief at Whitebeard. How despicable to have deceived us! The pirate captains completely forgot their earlier accusations and doubts, now shifting their attitudes entirely. Father would never betray us. The pirates, roaring, surged toward the Navy. Bai Yin chuckled, observing this rabble, noting the stark contrast between their previous demeanor and their current fervor. "My dear, weren't these pirates just questioning Whitebeard?" Hancock echoed, her disdain evident as she watched the frenzied pirates. "Well, in a vast forest, one finds all kinds of birds. With so many followers in the Whitebeard pirates, it is only natural there are many fools among them." Bai Yin nodded with a smile. "I am sorry, I will never doubt Father again." "Me too, Father. I am truly sorry, Father. I will follow you for a lifetime." The pirates shouted in unison, yet Whitebeard's already frail body, having been stabbed, was destined to remain here today. Since they were willing to follow Whitebeard for eternity, Bai Yin would naturally fulfill their wishes. "Those who wish to accompany me, abandon your lives and follow me," Whitebeard proclaimed, then leaped from the Moby Dick. The pirates erupted in a deafening roar, their momentum doubling in an instant. "Prepare for battle. The world's strongest man is about to unleash his fury." Sengoku, taken aback by Whitebeard leading the charge himself, urgently alerted the Marines. The elite soldiers of the Navy watched Whitebeard step onto the ice, their faces etched with tension, beads of sweat trickling down their cheeks. Some, stricken with fear, could barely swallow as they witnessed the legendary figure. Whitebeard was on the move. He swung his massive blade toward the execution platform, and the pirates charged forth with all their might. "We must not let them breach our lines. Fire!" At this moment, the icy surface had quietly facilitated the complete withdrawal of all naval forces, who had retreated to Navy Square. Countless cannons roared to life, their shells soaring towards Whitebeard and the Whitebeard pirates, enveloping them in a barrage of fire. In response to the oncoming projectiles, Whitebeard unleashed a powerful punch towards the sky, shattering the very fabric of space.